Great. Welcome. I'd like to call to order our City Council adjourned regular meeting of Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, and we'll begin with a pledge to the flag. All rise, please. Hand in your heart. And again.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Tarnay.
Here.
Councilmember Sherillian.
Here.
Councilmember Howard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Here.
Mayor Lesser.
Here. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda? Motion by Councilmember Tarnay with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to public comments, where members of the public have an opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council and the city. And if you care to speak from your chair, just raise your hand and a member of the city clerk's team can bring you a microphone. Please, come on down. Good evening.
Let me get my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing here. Good evening, Mayor Lesser, City Council members. My name is Paul Wafer. I'm a 40-year resident of Manhattan Beach. And over the weekend, I submitted an unsolicited report analyzing the city's labor, staffing, and productivity based on data contained in the preliminary fiscal 2027 budget and departmental performance information. I want to start by making one thing very clear. This report was not created to criticize the hard work of the city employees. In fact, many departments are doing a very good work, provide excellent service to our residents. The purpose of this report is to encourage broader discussion about efficiency, productivity, accountability, and long-term financial viability. Over the last several years, the city's labor costs and staffing levels have grown significantly. At the same time, we are now facing projected budget deficits that could exceed $10 million next year. This should concern everybody. What I attempted to do in this report was apply the same type of operational analysis that large organizations and private industry routinely used to evaluate staffing adequacy, workload, and productivity. Using the city's own published data combined with modern artificial intelligence research tools and my own professional background in labor productivity consulting, I compared Manhattan Beach to operational benchmarks and best practices. One of the most important conclusions from the exercise is that the city already collects a tremendous amount of data, but much of it is not being used in a way that truly measures productivity or staffing efficiency. Counting activity alone is not enough. We also need to measure outcomes, turnaround times, workload ratios, service levels, and operational efficiency. Another important takeaway is the potential impact artificial intelligence could have on municipal operations. What could have taken weeks of manual analysis only a few years ago now can be accomplished in days. That technology is only going to improve. Cities that learn how to responsibly use these tools will be able to improve service while controlling costs. The report also identifies areas where staffing may exceed what comparable benchmarks would suggest, while recognizing that service expectations, policy choices, and community standards all play an important role in determining final staffing levels. I'm not suggesting every recommendation in this report be automatically adopted, but I do believe this information can help start an important conversation about how we maintain excellent city services while also protecting the city's long-term financial health. I dedicated a significant amount of personal time to preparing this report simply because I care deeply about the future of Manhattan Beach and I hope you will take the time to review it thoughtfully. I know
Thank
you're all
you.
very busy. I also provided for you tonight a one-page summary of the
Yes.
most important things.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Welcome.
Mayor Lester, City Council, hello. My name is Alan Franz. I'm a Eagle Scout. I've been an Eagle Scout now for about 40 years, and I say that because I've also was a Scoutmaster of Troop 849 here in Manhattan Beach. Highly supportive of working through solutions to get a new Scout House. As Mr. Woolwedge has taken over my role in the Scout House, I've also moved on to the district, the Pacifica District, which oversees scouting in Torrance, Palos Verdes, Manhattan Beach, and other areas in the South Bay. I'd say that, wanted to say that the Scout House has been there about 7 years. 7 years is our 70-year celebration this year. We estimate, Troy and I talked about this a bit ago, about 3,500 scouts have been through that facility, let alone all the other Girl Scouts and seniors that have used that facility. Also, 172 Eagle Scouts, and soon to be tomorrow, 173. I say that because the time and the amount of energy I've put in a Scout in my life has impacted many more people than just those 3,500 people. So 3,500 in Scouting, to me, impacts many more people in society and our community. I feel very strongly that we need to invest in those Scouts that become leaders, that are leaders now and future leaders in front of us. So I really, not only are we investing in Scouting, but we're investing in community in our society, and I eagerly hope that we can work a solution to get our new Scout House in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Beth Gessner. I'm the Vice Chair of the Friends of Senior and Scout Community Center. I missed all the festivities last week, so I thought I would come and share my thoughts about the Senior and Scout House tonight. I fully support this project moving forward with the two-story design that we have submitted to the city and is currently in its third phase of round of review. The plans are very close to being approved by the city and ready to go to bid. I know that the numbers for the project are staggering, but any further delays will be detrimental to this project. I do have a few comments about some of the numbers being used. Tonight's PowerPoint presentation lists our cash contributions at $2.1 million, when in fact it was $2.294 million that we donated to the city. I believe the $2.1 million reflects, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but reflects what's currently in the account. And if that's the case, that means $132,000 of our donated money has already been spent. I know that's peanuts compared to the whole project, but we haven't been told what the money was spent on, but if it was used for any of the actuals that are listed, it should be deducted from the total amount of the money that's needed for to be bonded. Also, over several years, the City Council allocated $4.6 million to this project, and we were surprised to learn that the money had been suddenly removed in 2024. We were never given a good explanation other than to be told that the project would be funded by bonds. I believe that money should be reallocated to this project. And last, I was happy to see the breakdown of the $3,338,000 soft costs that are listed for this project. Those costs are primarily for 4 positions that are not necessarily full-time positions. And they're based on a percentage of the total of the construction cost and not a flat rate or an hourly rate. And that means that if the cost of materials goes up, then the soft cost goes up as well for the same project. The salaries to me seem a bit excessive for this type of thing. $480,000 for the inspectors, which I know is a part-time, once a week type job, is just seems a little excessive, but now I know why projects for the city are so expensive. And real quick, we are continuing to fundraise throughout this whole process, And we are hoping that once we are approved and have permits, that will boost our ability to get more donations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Avi Karania, and I'm a member of Troop 849, and I'm here today to ask you to reconsider cutting funds for our new building. For me, scouting has never just been about earning merit badges or going on camping trips. I remember being a younger scout, coming into these troop meetings and barely knowing anyone, not really sure where I fit in. Older scouts helped me learn skills, taught me how to set up a tent, lead a patrol, or how to speak up when I had something to say. Over time, this troop became a place where I learned confidence, responsibility, and leadership. And our building matters because it gives scouts a place to grow. It is where we plan service projects, plan campouts, organize food drives, and work toward eco projects that benefit ourselves and our community. I have seen scouts who used to be quiet but later become great leaders because they had a space where people trusted them and gave them responsibility and respect. This building would not just help our troop today, it would help future scouts for years to come. It would give younger kids the same opportunities I had, a place to belong, a place to learn, and a place to serve for something bigger than just themselves. I understand the city has many tough decisions to make, but cutting funding cuts away from a program that gives directly back to the community. Scouts do not just use city resources. We serve the city, improve it, and grow into people who care about the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would care to address council during public comment? Seeing none. Patty, is anybody on Zoom that would care to address council?
No requests on Zoom.
In which case, I'll close public comment. We now move on to our consent calendar. Is there a motion? There's a motion by Councilmember Haworth with a second by Councilmember Tarnay, I presume, to approve the consent calendar. Would you like
Yeah, I'd like to pull number one.
to pull number one? So, Mr. City Attorney, have we now approved the council agenda? Do we need to reconsider the agenda if we're going to be pulling item number one?
Yeah, you should go through that process of a motion to reconsider.
Okay. Is there a motion to reconsider?
Sure, because we didn't actually vote on the motion, so we can withdraw the
Motion
motion.
by Councilmember Haworth with a second by Councilmember Tarnay. Call for the question to reconsider.
We didn't vote on the other motions, so we don't have to vote to reconsider.
On the approval of the agenda.
Right, so I made a motion, it was seconded, but we never voted on it.
On the approval of the agenda?
Yeah,
Oh,
so we don't have to reconsider, we just need to make a new motion.
okay, so we're still
Right.
part of D. Well, that was before public comments.
Okay, it doesn't matter, but
Okay.
we didn't make.
We did vote, right?
We did not vote,
We
did
did.
we?
We just had the motion.
We
and I
just made the
seconded.
motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's okay.
It's okay, I don't
So,
want
but
to
this
vote on
motion
it.
is passed, so now you can request that item E1 be considered individually.
Okay, we're waiting for the screens to
I don't
catch
know
up.
what I'm voting on, but what are we voting on? What's the motion?
I'm going
Just-
to ask the Assistant City Clerk,
Just doesn't,
can you confirm whether there was a motion to approve the agenda?
There was a motion to approve the agenda.
Was there a vote on the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
there, okay.
So now what we need to do, I believe, based on process, is to reconsider, and that's what we were going through just now, I believe. Is that
Yes, and
right?
I thought there was 5 in favor of that motion to reconsider.
Correct.
We just need Councilmember Sherillian to.
Now we're
take this
voting
vote.
to reconsider. We didn't vote before.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
So at this time, you can make a motion to pull item F1 off the consent
I'd
calendar.
like to make a motion to pull item one, F1, for further discussion.
Okay, so moved, and call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Okay, in which case, can we now proceed directly to the consent calendar and the one item that has been pulled?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on to item number 1, which is consideration of second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code relating to bicycles, etc. Who would be the staff person taking the lead on this, Madam City Manager?
I'd like to pose a question to Councilmember Franklin. Is there a comment that you wanted to make, or do you have questions for
I merely
staff?
want to make a comment and an observation, just for the benefit of the public, is you can see that this is there's a lot more regulations here to manage and control the use of bicycles. Bicycles are mentioned, and it applies to e-bikes. But I just wanted to remind that this is an addendum to what already exists. So somebody has already asked me about, well, how about, it doesn't say you can't ride on the Greenbelt or on the Strand. Well, we've already adopted those back in 2023, I believe. So I just wanted to confirm that and use that and remind people that there's a lot more robust regulations.
That is correct.
Any council member questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. Does any member of the public have a comment on this item? Seeing no one in chambers, Patty, is anybody on Zoom that would care to address this item?
No requests on Zoom.
In which case, we'll close public comment on this item. I see that there has been a motion.
May I state my motion?
Please.
I think that would be a good idea these days. I move approval of the second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code.
And I see that it has been seconded by Councilmember Tarnay. Any council comments? Seeing none, we'll call for the question.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
I'll speak up quicker.
Okay, now we move on to public hearings. And the one public hearing we have is item number 2, which is conduct a public hearing in consideration of an informational report regarding the status of vacancies and recruitment efforts pursuant to AB 2561 and authorize the overhire of one police captain on an ongoing basis. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lisa Jenkins, and I'm your Human Resources Director. And this evening, I will be conducting the public hearing on employee vacancy rates and recruitment and retention efforts. So this discussion tonight is really the flip side of some of the public discussions that we've been having lately around budget deficits, a potential for reducing positions or freezing positions, or maybe even slowing down hiring. The intent of AB 2561, which is a new law as of last year, and this law amended the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, which is our state law that governs employee-employer labor relations. And its intent was to address the public service delivery impacts that a high number of vacancies can have. And in addition to direct service impacts, this intent discusses how a high number of vacancies can have an impact on other staff, leading to increased burnout, exacerbating staffing challenges, and creating higher levels of turnover. And so this annual public hearing is on vacancies as well as recruitment efforts, and it's now required by law. And also in instances where there's any bargaining unit where vacancy rates exceed 20%, there's additional requirements that the city needs to report on upon request. And these are things like the average number of days to complete the hiring process, opportunities to improve compensation, and other working conditions. So effectively, the purpose of this law is to increase transparency and accountability and to create a heightened focus related to agencies that are perpetually understaffed. And so the climate that our city and other cities have been grappling with in the past several years include a number of factors that have resulted in, for the most part, a job seekers market. So these are things like increased resignations that were at a peak following the pandemic, an increased retirement wave, and this amounted from many retirements that were delayed or postponed during the pandemic. We have changing workplace expectations. We have historic inflation that it has been driving higher than average or historic increases for public agencies. And especially as to police agencies, we've been seeing agencies offering very large recruitment incentives as well as salary increases that in some cases have been up to 15% in 1 year. So it is a difficult labor market right now, and especially in areas that are considered in the industry difficult to fill, and these are things like police officer, like engineering and accounting positions, and that's what we're seeing here in our city as well. And if you look specifically as to our city's hiring trends, we've been filling an exponentially greater number of positions than we have in the past, 2 to 4 times the amount of positions that we filled historically. And this represents approximately 20% of our full-time staffing. Our average has been around 70 full-time positions annually. And in addition to that, we've had a higher number than we've had before in terms of promotions as well as internal appointments. And about 50% of our city employees have been with the city for 4 years or less. So with the increased promotions as well as our workforce being newer to the city, it does underscore the need for continuing training and development efforts. And even in the midst of that increased hiring, the time to recruit has decreased significantly, and we're currently around 30 to 35 days between our position opening until candidates are referred to the hiring manager. And that's dropped significantly from prior fiscal years. And with our recruitment efforts, we've continued to focus on more efficient and effective recruitment and hiring. We implemented a NeoGov online application platform in 2020, and this was to streamline recruitment efforts as well as the ability to track applicants. Now, with this did come an increase in our volume of applications as well. We've developed some creative, what we call pipeline programs, so ways that individuals can start city employment in either a trainee or a part-time capacity and hopefully eventually move into full-time employment. And examples of this are our internal office assistant pool, which effectively functions as our own temporary staffing agency. A program with our fire apprentices who are trained to be fire inspectors after they complete training. And within our police department, police interns and explorers who develop an interest in law enforcement. And many of the individuals who have been part of these programs eventually seek city employment within the police department. And so we've also looked to consolidate our testing and focus our testing efforts on those skills that are most needed for the positions. And so with our recruitment and retention efforts, they've been supported by the City Council by approving a variety of recruitment and retention incentives and related benefits. So these include reevaluating the recruitment bonus for our police officers, extending a hard-to-fill bonus for positions outside of the police department, and increasing the amount of that incentive, as well as expanding the referral bonus for employees outside of the police department who refer successful police officer candidates. The council has also maintained an eye on retention incentives for all employees, such as the provision of wellness resources, like Active and Fit, which is a fitness membership, and the Calm app, as well as providing additional holidays. And then last year, council approved multi-year agreements with the majority of its city labor unions. And within a competitive labor market, many city councils, even though they're faced with economic uncertainty and confronted with budget challenges, feel that even though there may be these affordability challenges, we also can't afford to not invest in our employees. And the competitive increases, the additional wellness benefits, these are all part of the city's value proposition as an employer. And it's likely that the city would be in a worse recruitment and retention position without its continual focus on maintaining competitive benefits. Just to give a preview of what we'll be looking at with our vacancy rates, the city maintains in its budget a 6% vacancy factor, which is effectively an assumption that at any given time, we're not going to be fully staffed. And this is due to attrition, people leaving the city. So it's always a dynamic rather than a static number. And that means that whatever our vacancy rate is needs to be looked at in the context of that 6% vacancy factor. And just because there is a 6% vacancy factor, that doesn't automatically equate to 6% in salary savings. And the reason for that is because many of our vacancies need to be backfilled on an overtime basis. For example, firefighters, where we maintain a set service level for the community, or with specialized contract services such as engineers, or with acting in interim positions. And the vacancies that we have in the city are primarily in these hard-to-fill areas as discussed, police, engineering, and accounting. And continuing recruitment efforts is important to remain competitive in these areas. And when we look at the actual vacancy rate, it's a simple calculation, the number of positions filled over the positions that are budgeted, or in this case with the vacancy, the positions that are vacant over the positions budgeted. And they can be broken out by bargaining unit or department. Since we'll be talking about police recruitment tonight, I wanted to also add a note that we have police academy trainees, and these are individuals who are training to be police officers, but they're not sworn positions yet. So they are effectively underfilling a police officer position, but they're in our Teamsters bargaining unit rather than our Police Officers Association, so they don't really fill an actual vacancy. And because there is a high attrition rate during training, we don't count them as part of our vacancy rate. So really, there are two additional, if there's 2 people in the academy, there's 2 additional positions that are not included anywhere in the vacancy rates that you'll see. And so this slide provides an overview of vacancy rates by by bargaining unit. And earlier I mentioned how if there is a vacancy rate within any individual bargaining unit that exceeds 20%, we have additional reporting requirements. At this time, we don't have any of our city bargaining units with a vacancy factor exceeding 20%. Our overall city vacancy rate is 8.6%. And that is about 1.5% less than when this report was given last year. We're looking at a total of 348 budgeted positions. And I'd like to mention with that this number will differ from the 354 full-time number that you'll see in the budget. And that's because in the budget, elected officials have historically been included in the full-time position number. These numbers that you're looking at right now do not include elected officials.
Weird.
Do we feel excluded, Collins?
But there is a 0% vacancy factor with our elected officials, so that's
What a
a good
relief,
thing.
thank you.
So far.
The night is young.
This slide breaks down the same number of vacancies, but this is by department. And as you can see, in the majority of our city departments, there's between 1 and 3 vacancies. We'll talk a bit more about the police vacancies tonight, but even with 7 vacancies, the police department has one of the lowest vacancy rates, which is 5.9%. And again, this doesn't include the trainee employees, the police academy trainee employees. You'll see a number of vacancies in public works, and I'd like to point out there that 5 of these vacancies are in our engineering division. And as I mentioned, when we don't have employees in those positions, and engineering has been a hard-to-fill position over the past many years, these positions, if there is a desire to maintain the same pace on the capital improvement projects, these positions are backfilled by consultants who are paid at a rate that's higher than what our city staff members are paid at and are paid hourly. So essentially, with the continual focus on ensuring that CIP projects remain on track, are completed in a timely manner, these vacancies require backfilling with consultants. Even at full staffing, consultants are necessary to supplement for certain projects and for specialized services. At our quarterly budget meeting, the council requested to review police hiring in particular, and this was connected to the police department's request to add a deputy police chief position. So we wanted to provide a bit of a background on our police counts as well as history. So between 20 and 2021, obviously this was pandemic times, and there was some limitation on being able to do in-person testing for a bit of time. However, coming out of the pandemic, this is when we established continuous testing for police officers. So we test either every month or every other month, and this has been the case for the past several years. We've also increased resources around background investigations. At that time, we added in contract background investigation firms to expedite the background investigation process. The application software NeoGov, which I spoke about, also expanded the applicant pool. At this time, the total sworn staffing number was 65, and there was 7 sworn vacancies in 2021, so there was 58 sworn filled positions at that time. Between 2023 and 2024, there was an increase to authorized sworn staffing, and that increased the total sworn from 65 to 72. And there was also a civilian background investigator added in order to continue to expedite those background investigations. This is when the council considered enhanced recruitment and referral bonuses and looked at the amounts of those bonuses, because prior to this they had remained stagnant for many years. And this is when some of those additional recruitment and retention incentives that we discussed were authorized. And the ongoing continuous testing continued at the same pace. And 2025, last year, the council authorized the POA MOU, which the purpose of that was to ensure that the compensation package remained competitive within the labor market. And vacancies, in a period of several months, reduced from 10 to 6. We've remained around that 6 number since then. And that's because, as we'll see during this presentation, even with the continued pace of hiring, we have employees leaving the cities, we have retirements, resignations, all of those things. And so it's always a moving target to get to full staffing. And we are increasing the number of candidates that we're placing into the background process. I believe since February of last year, there's been 80 police officer candidates who have gone into the background process. And when we look at hiring, we can look at the different categories that we hire. And I've used this terminology a little bit, but I wanted to make sure for everyone listening that it's clear what those definitions are. So we have our police academy trainee position. These are individuals who are hired with no experience and no training. So the city hires these trainees or recruits. They start a police academy. They're non-sworn during the time of that academy. After they graduate, they're sworn in as police officers, and then they participate in an extensive field training and observation period. And this probationary period effectively is 18 months for trainees. Then we have police officers called academy graduates. They've graduated from the academy, but either don't have any experience in a police officer position or haven't completed at least a year at a law enforcement agency, which is what's required to obtain the post-basic certificate and to be considered a lateral. The laterals have completed that year of service at another agency. And for both academy graduate candidates and lateral candidates, there's a 12-month field training and observation period or probationary period. And so just to give a sense of what some of these numbers look like when you consider new hires against other position changes, since January 1st of 2024, there's been 17 new hires for either officer or academy trainee level. There's also been 2 retirements, 10 resignations or separations, 3 promotions, and then we've actually had 8 of our trainees who have successfully graduated the academy and moved to police officer. So every time you make 17 hires, that might be a net 13, depending on the time period you're looking at, or 12, or 16. It just depends on how much attrition happens during that same period of time. The police officer maintains high standards for hiring, and the examination process is extensive, and that includes a background investigation process. So when you look at the applicants, we are still getting a large volume of applications. This data is also January 1st of 2024 to present. We started off with approximately 1,300 applications. By the time we move through a written exam, that's the post-written exam. It's a required part of the testing process, through interviews, and then we get to what's called an eligible list of candidates. We've already whittled down to 147 candidates just through the testing process. And from that 147, 16 have been hired. So that's approximately 1% of all those applicants who are hired. And that is related to the testing process, and it's also related to the fact that there is a comprehensive background investigation process that is required by the state, and that Manhattan Beach maintains standards above and beyond the minimum requirements. And the background investigation, again, includes, we have dedicated background investigators who review a comprehensive personal history questionnaire. They talk to all prior employers, neighbors, family members, basically wanting to know every aspect that relates to their ability to be a police officer with us. They also undergo a polygraph, a medical exam, a psychological exam as part of this background investigation process. And this is all designed to ensure that the candidates who are passing through and are ultimately hired are fit to do the job as a police officer here in Manhattan Beach. So this is a shorter time period, May of 2025 to present. We've had 67 individuals start the background process. 47 either didn't pass some aspect of the process or withdrew, and we've had 10 hired so far. 10 are still in the background process. And so this represents approximately 17.5% pass rate from when somebody starts the background process to when somebody is hired. I wanted to share our current recruitment pipeline, specifically as it relates to people who are either already hired or set to be hired within the next few months. So as I mentioned, we have the 6 sworn vacancies, which doesn't include 2 police academy trainees who are currently in the academy. 2 currently in the academy with graduation dates in the coming months, and then we have an additional 2 police academy trainees who have been completely cleared and are scheduled to start on June 1st, 2026, which is the date of the next academy. There's an additional 2 candidates that are nearing the end of their pre-employment process, and we're targeting that same academy if we can get the spots and get them cleared through all stages of the process. There's an additional candidate who's been cleared and does not yet have a start date, and then we have a number of candidates that are actively in the background process. Now, at the quarterly budget meeting, the council requested to review current recruitment incentives. So with the enhancements that the council made to these incentives back in 2023, the current recruitment incentive, and this is what typically is for lateral candidates that we recruit, is up to 10% of annual salary. One of the big changes that was made was moving a static number that had historically been approved to a percentage-based number, so that as salaries increase for police officer, the eligible amount of the bonus will also increase. The referral bonus was also moved to be a percentage-based bonus. And this is, again, for any city employee who refers a successful police officer candidate, and that's currently around $4,000. The recruitment incentive, on the other hand, is currently on that percentage basis around a maximum of $13,000. And as we've discussed, council improves some enhanced benefits to make, especially for lateral transfers, more desirable to recruit, and one of those in particular was leave accruals being counted based on their total sworn experience. So if a lateral comes in with experience, they have the ability to use their prior service in calculating their vacation accruals. Council also requested to review what recruitment incentives are currently being offered in other agencies and how those have maybe translated to successful hiring. So we did survey our local agencies here that we typically look to as comparisons. Our current police vacancy rate is 8.3%. That's our sworn vacancy rate. And we did try to utilize like-for-like comparison here. We do think that it's possible that some of these agencies that didn't specify may include their trainees as part of their filled positions. So that might adjust the number a little bit. But our number of 8.3 is commensurate with what vacancy rates are. There's some vacancy rates that are as low as 2 or 3%. There's some that are as high as 20%. But what we can see with the recruitment bonuses being offered that sort of are all over the map as well. There's some agencies that don't provide any recruitment incentive, and there's some that are up to $100,000. Some of those larger dollar bonuses are structured in a way where they're tied to a base amount and then additional amounts that relate to things like veteran status, education exceeding minimum requirements, past experience, things like that. So there's some detail and nuance that goes along with some of these programs, but we just wanted to provide a snapshot for the City Council's consideration. And as you can see, on the whole, there really is not much of a correlation between the amount of the recruitment incentive and the vacancy rate. With our city successfully hiring 30 police officers in the past 4 years, and the current recruitment pipeline that we discussed, at this time, staff is not recommending an increase to the recruitment incentive. So lastly, at the quarterly budget meeting, council also considered a request to add a deputy police chief position. The police department does maintain that this position level is important and provides needed executive and management support. However, the council also requested to look at alternatives that would provide similar management level oversight. Additionally, there's currently been a rotation of police lieutenants into a captain position due to an employee leave. And so there's also been some deficits in the management capacity due to being down one position. So I guess the alternative request tonight doesn't replace the request, the ongoing need for the deputy police chief, but what it does do is it alleviates the individuals who have been rotating into the position to return to their normal jobs of police lieutenants, and it also addresses the immediate needs to provide management level support that's currently being shared by the police chief, the police captain, and that acting captain rotation. So an alternative at this time that would allow staff to keep up with these immediate workload demands would be to utilize what's been historically approved within the police department, the capability to overhire positions, but to utilize this to overhire at the rank of police captain. And so this historical approval has been at 2 sworn employees above authorized staffing levels. And there have been cases in the past where this has been overhired at a higher level, such as a police lieutenant. And typically that's happened by way of administrative action. However, given that council has requested to consider alternatives, and in the interest of transparency, we are bringing forward this request to authorize the overhire at the police captain level. And if an overhire is made at a higher level, as has been done historically, a lower level position would potentially not be filled in a short-term basis, or if an employee is out on a long-term leave that results in an unpaid status, the salary savings from that unpaid leave can be utilized. So given the potential for upcoming vacancies, staff believes that this can be paid through salary savings in the near term. However, should there be a need to consider additional budget for this position or to utilize salary savings, for example, from positions in other departments, staff would return throughout the upcoming year to apprise council of those updates. And the intent is to continue police officer hiring at full speed ahead. So continue working towards that full staffing level, although we know that upcoming retirements and other separations will likely create vacancies that will keep that number as a moving target. So given our continued momentum, if additional funding is needed, we will return to council to have those conversations. And with that, myself as well as Police Chief Rachel Johnson are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council colleagues, Councilmember Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see. That was an excellent report. I'm sort of glad that there's a requirement for reporting out on, vacancy rates. And I appreciate how it's tied to the budget. This is a lot of information. I mean, the sheer number of applications that our police department receives, 1,300. I mean, as a resident, I think it makes me feel very good that we have the best of the best. So congratulations to all of you who made it through. My question is slide 10. So let's see, 2020, that's the one where you talk about police officer hiring. So it says in 2020, sworn police staffing remains at 65 FTE. And there were 7 sworn vacancies. And then in 2023, we approved increasing the sworn to 72. I remember doing that. What was the vacancies? Do we know what the vacancies were in 2023 when we increased it to 72? I think it took a while to hire those folks, but
I don't recall that number, but I would guess that it was around the 7. So
yeah.
We have 6 vacancies now, but effectively our sworn police employees have increased from 58 to 66 currently. And I'm talking about actual staffed people in the position.
Right, staffed people, okay. So it's roughly the same amount. And would you just, in the simplest terms possible, I mean, overhire, the definition of overhire, and I know as it relates to this discussion, we're talking about overhiring a captain, but when we talk about overhires, what exactly does it mean? Like, if we're saying we could have up to 72 sworn officers, right? What does it mean if we were to overhire? Then we would do 73 because someone's going to retire? Is that what what does it mean?
Typically, it means that if we were able to get to and beyond full staffing, we could have 74 sworn FTE.
But so why do we have, okay, I'm sorry, this is probably really frustrating my colleagues, but if we have vacancies, how are we doing overhires? You know, like I just don't, I know it's something really simple I'm not getting, so apologies. Anybody?
Good evening, Councilmember Horwath, your
Yes.
Police Chief Rachel Johnson. So what you're, the question you're asking is why are we overhiring? Because we are slotted for 2 police captains and we're asking to hire a 3rd. So we're asking to move that number around a little bit. Typically speaking, we confine ourselves to 2 police captains and we're asking the council to opine on a 3rd captain.
So it's not a difference in the FTE as much as it is, or is it? It is, actually.
It could be a difference in the FTE should we reach the promised land of full police staffing.
Okay.
But as that often is a roller coaster with police academy trainees making the successful leap from graduating the academy to a police officer who's off probation, we have some attrition in that period of time from the academy graduation to getting off probation because either the officer has decided that this profession is not for them or we have made the decision that they need to move on. So as that number is sort of a roller coaster, as Director Jenkins was discussing, we could, yes, in a perfect world, everyone graduates the academy, everyone gets through field training, we could be fully staffed and have a captain overhire. That would put us above our slotted
That's
number.
helpful. You're saying that not everybody who completes the academy, they're just not quite up to it sometimes, still.
Sometimes
Still?
we learn that the people, we send everyone to a very vigorous academy, and we sometimes lose people in the academy, and that's part of our hiring process. That's part of the process, part of the filtering process, as I like to call it. But sometimes those folks graduate the academy, and they come, and rubber meets the road, if you will, with regard to doing police work. And either they are unable to meet our standards over time, or they decide that the job is not for them. Both things
too
happen
hard.
fairly
Yeah.
regularly.
One last question of my colleagues. So, so everybody who goes through the police academy training, they may not make it because we say you're just not cutting it. Do some of them say, "Oh, great, I finished this police academy training. Now I'm going to go work for Torrance"?
That typically does not happen. As Director Jenkins mentioned, they have to work at a police department for a year before they get their basic post certificate.
Okay.
After you graduate the academy, you have an academy certificate, but you have to work in a police department for a year and successfully complete probation before you can be issued your post basic certificate. And that basic certificate is a certificate that qualifies you as a lateral.
Got it.
So typically, that's not something we see right away.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. For my questions, I wanted to follow up on an initial observation made by Councilmember Haworth, and that is that this staffing report is mandated by state law, but we're adding to it tonight the discussion of the overhire. And I just wanted to confirm it overlaps with our proposed budget, which we'll be talking about shortly, but there is not a proposal for a deputy police chief in our budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Is that correct?
Well, Mayor, you're really giving away my budget presentation for later this evening, but that is correct. We are deferring our request for a deputy police chief as our operational needs are more to overhire a captain at this point, and we want to focus our efforts there, and we will bring that back at a time we deem appropriate to request that.
That's what's called a foundational question in the law, because my follow-up is when there was a description of the need for that position, there was a list of administrative functions that your department indicated it needed. And I wanted to better understand, even though this is a staffing presentation related to unfilled positions, to what extent those administrative duties will be filled. Would you like me to ask you that now or defer until we talk about the budget?
Well, we've already now talked about some of my budget presentation, Mr. Mayor, so we might as well continue. So to answer your question, overhiring a captain will allow us to kind of reduce some of that operational stress that I discussed in February at the mid-year budget with regard to the administrative duties that we propose for the deputy chief to have. It's important not only for a captain or higher position, which would include deputy chief, to have the ability to do the job, but also the authority. And that's part of the challenge with work. Some of this work, the council asked during that meeting if it could be done by a person of lower rank or by a civilian. And the answer is some of the work can be done, but the authority to make the work happen comes at that executive level. And so by overhiring a captain, this allows us to ameliorate some of those staffing strains that we discussed during the deputy police chief discussion, at least in part. At present, myself and the captain and our acting captain are really spread thin, trying to get that work done, as well as work done at the lieutenant level and beyond.
Helpful. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes. So also congratulations to our great hires that we have. You're appreciated not only by us, but by the residents as well for your performance. So thank you very much for selecting Manhattan Beach to work. I was a little puzzled by the deputy chief position. I understand that there's more work that needs, there's more administrative work that needs to be done. But what are we proposing here in terms of salary for the deputy chief versus the salary of or a total salary on each of the deputy chief and what this captain overhire would be?
Certainly. So the proposed salary for the deputy chief, in order for it to be a desirable incentive to promote beyond the rank of captain, was, I believe, about $482,000. Yeah, that's fully burdened, total compensation, benefits, and everything else. That is not all salary, because then I would want to be the deputy police chief if that was all salary. In contrast, the police captain position averages about $403,000 a year annually. So there is a difference in salary, and that's also fully burdened as well. with benefits, pension contributions, and everything else. That is the police captain salary.
Okay, and from what I understand, both of those positions are not subject to overtime.
No, sir.
They're
Neither
managed.
one is subject to overtime.
Okay, so we're moving from 2 captains to 3 captains. In the meantime, you've been having some of those captain duties being performed by our lieutenants.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and we have 5 lieutenants.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and then do the sergeants ever get involved with some of this administrative? Because I understand that there has to be some sort of executive officer knowledge for these kind of reports. That was what you had said the last time.
Yeah, certainly. So as we've had lieutenants rotating through the acting captain role, they've also had elevated their sergeants to acting lieutenant roles as well. And we've also, depending on the bureau, elevated officers to acting sergeants. So we've had a trickle-down effect in the acting roles, which has been great in terms of succession planning and preparing those folks for any promotional opportunities that will exist in the future. But it also creates operational strain as everyone is trying to keep their bureau where they really belong together and mentor that acting lieutenant, as well as trying to learn the role of the captain and be mentored as well. So we've certainly been using the acting roles quite liberally across the police department. And it's been working, but it is definitely, everybody is working at maximum capacity right now.
Okay, but they're doing a great job, right?
They are,
Your lieutenants?
they are doing a great job. My entire command staff is really performing at a much higher level than I would have ever anticipated. But certainly the strain, the strain over time, especially for myself and our captain, our permanent captain that's working right now, because we have to assist and backfill and mentor and grow these folks into their roles. That strain is certainly felt.
Okay, and how do you go about hiring a captain?
Well, that's really interesting. So we would have an internal promotional process where our eligible lieutenants who have the opportunity to apply for and participate in the testing process. And once that process is complete, we would establish a promotional list. The candidates would interview with me, and ultimately I would select another captain.
Okay, and then how about outside the force?
Hiring a captain from another police department?
Yeah.
That is certainly an option, but it really, it's not my preference, as my preference is to provide opportunities for our internal personnel who have been here a long time, especially those folks who have been serving in the acting role and really proving that they have the fitness and the capacity to do the work. So my current plan would be to have an internal process. We have a significant number of our lieutenants who are eligible to take the promotional exam, and I suspect that all of those who are eligible will do so, so it'll be a highly competitive process.
Okay, and as part of the proposal here for the extra pay, we're talking about taking away two sworn officer positions, or are we just still going to go ahead and fill those?
We, as Director Jenkins stated, we will still be moving full steam ahead on hiring police officer candidates. And while right now our numbers are such that, with our folks that are projected to be in the academy, we would be approaching, full staffing, even though these police academy trainees underfill the position. That is a real moving target just due to the nature of police officer hiring. And so I would suspect that we will not need to leave any police officer positions vacant, as they will become vacant due to attrition and other vacancies that we normally, other ways that positions become vacant that we normally have in the police department.
Okay, so we're going to assure the residents that those two sworn officers are going to be hired.
We are moving full steam ahead with
Or
police
the
officer hiring.
process for
This changes nothing, Mayor Pro Tem, in terms of our hiring of police officers,
Okay.
to be abundantly clear. We will be moving full steam ahead, as we have been for the entirety of my tenure as your police chief, with police officer hiring. Overhiring a captain will change nothing.
Okay. So the only expression that concerns me is the term overhiring, especially an expensive, position.
Certainly.
Like that. I mean, will we find other efficiencies? Will we become more productive? I mean, I'm just trying to, we seem, anyway.
No, certainly I understand your concern, and certainly the police captain's salary is a competitive one for the region. And I can very much appreciate the fully burdened cost of a captain is kind of an eye-popping number. But with an overhire at the captain rank, what we are expecting are increased efficiencies because we would have a full-time police executive able to shoulder some of the workload that is currently being shouldered by our acting lieutenants, and in some cases, depending on the position, by sergeants as well. So this would allow us to really realize some of those efficiencies and not overburden our staff on a continual basis. And I think it's worth noting to mention here, our acting lieutenants, our lieutenants who are acting as captains, they're still eligible for overtime. So they're still eligible for overtime because they are actually lieutenants. And so even though they're in the acting captain capacity, they're still eligible for overtime. And so when they put in, more time than a 40-hour work week to meet the commitments of a police captain, they get paid accordingly. Whereas a full-time captain, if the candle's being burning at both ends or they're burning the midnight oil, it all costs the same because they're salaried employees.
Okay. That's all for now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Sherrillian.
Where's all the questions, right?
This is questions at this time.
Thank you, Lisa and Chief. I got questions probably for both, but Chief, I'll ask you, I'm looking at page 20 of the packet where it says we've hired over the same period that Director Jenkins indicated, January to April, so about 16, 17 months. We've only hired, of the applications we got 142 applicants from police officer lateral, and we only hired 2. I guess, can you walk me through the process of, I saw the rigorous detail of hiring someone, but we got 142 applicants from laterals who've gone through the background and all that. So we've only hired 2. Can you explain that for me?
Certainly. So, obviously, I know it begs the question, if they were able to pass a background in another police department, why are we not choosing them for our police department? And what I would submit to the council without disparaging any of our applicants is that the applicants that we've been receiving for the academy graduate lateral and lateral classifications have not been candidates that I would like to take a chance on. The longer you're in a position, no matter where you work and what you do, every now and then you get some baggage, and I'm not really not handling anyone else's luggage, if you understand what I'm saying, Councilmember Sherrillian. And so while we have continued to enjoy some laterals applying with us, we again apply those same stringent standards that we apply for academy trainees to laterals. And if someone has already demonstrated a propensity, let's just say for unsafe driving at their current agency, and they have a lot of write-ups for traffic collisions and things like that, that's not a person I'm going to take a chance on in Manhattan Beach. Even though they're a tenured police officer, I don't want to take a chance on that unsafe behavior. So laterals, while they are much faster to hire because they don't have to go to an academy, sometimes they're not the people we're going to take a chance on. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And just to add to that, I pulled up the chart, I think, that you're referencing from the packet. That does include laterals and academy graduates, and it's possible, I'm not sure the exact breakdown, but sometimes when people have graduated from the academy and haven't successfully passed a probation period somewhere else, then they're seeking employment as an academy graduate. And so then that's also part of the consideration, is their employment or lack thereof since they've graduated from the academy.
Gotcha. Just a number that shot off the page, but I know you look for cream of the crop, and that's what our residents deserve, so I appreciate the thoroughness, but it was just a number that caught my eye. And then with the incentive, and I know this is kind of our annual review, and I know staff's recommendation was not to change the incentive, but I think it'd be a great idea to change the incentive just a little bit, or maybe a round number. I was thinking of, instead of $13,058 or 10% of base salary, 3 to 10% of base salary, maybe making it like potentially like a $20,000 or $25,000, and just get the buzz going again that, Manhattan Beach maybe, raise their incentive. I guess my question to you is, are there analytics specifically? I mean, not just what you're hearing out there. We looked at all the cities we typically survey ourselves with to see what the true numbers are of the incentives. Because I saw percentages, but the cities have different populations. That's what I'm looking at. So I'm just asking, if like, if council decides to increase it to, let's say, around number 20, and we do a press release, Manhattan Beach increased to $20,000 for, incentive to come here, do you think that will help?
I certainly appreciate both your and the council's desire to do whatever is possible to entice lateral candidates to the police department. But as we can see from the slide here, that incentive is really all over the map across the board, with some cities offering, not only a decent bonus for laterals, but also salaries above what we offer here in Manhattan Beach, and they still enjoy a vacancy rate that is high. And what I have learned from my peer chiefs is that big numbers get you a lot of applications, but they don't actually result in more hires. And a lot of that is because laterals, laterals especially more than academy trainees, when you're an academy trainee, you just want someone to take you to the dance. So the first person, first department who says yes to you, go with that department. That's what you do as an academy trainee because you want to get your foot in the door. By the time someone is ready to lateral, they are making a much more calculated decision on where they want to work, and a bonus is only part of that calculus. They want to work somewhere where they're going to have a good quality of life in terms of the calls that they answer, a schedule that they can rely upon, and some appreciation from the community. And I think we have all of those things here, absent a much larger lateral recruitment bonus. I don't know that increasing the bonus will increase the buzz. We obviously are still getting lateral candidates, and I read their backgrounds all the time. And, again, unfortunately, sometimes people want to leave their departments for the wrong reasons, and we're not going to take a chance on those folks.
I understood. I just, looking at the report, saw an opportunity to do that. Again, looking at the page you're looking at, El Segundo and Hermosa have lower vacancy factors, which are our neighboring cities, and there's similarities between both cities. Both laterals are 40,000. I was just thinking somewhere in the middle, so we kind of, I want to be at the 3 and 5% instead of the 8. But I understand what you just said.
Just to mention one other detail that I probably should have shared in talking about the nuances of some of these programs. A lot of the agencies that have, for example, a $40,000 incentive, that's paid over 3 or 4 years.
Sure.
So effectively what it does is it increases the salary or what their compensation over that time rather than being like a big, bonus right at the start. And so with the council's authorization of a competitive wage package with the MOU, that might also play into the competitiveness with other agencies as well.
Sure, and thanks for the clarification. I would think that we would phase it in and it wouldn't be a one-time bonus. Couple other questions. On the captain overhire, so we have 2 captains, 5 lieutenants, is it 8 sergeants?
11 sergeants.
11, I was not even close. And then how many FTOs do we have, field training officers? Those would be beneath the sergeant, right?
They would be beneath the sergeant, and that's a collateral position that officers apply for, so it's not a rank. It is a rank in terms of the fact that they wear 2 stripes, but they only have oversight and authority as it's related to the trainee that they're supervising. So they're not first-line supervisors or anything like that.
Sure.
And I would be remiss in giving you a solid number, but I would say between 6 and 8 field training officers.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. So again, understanding a little bit about overhires, we're not asking for any budget impacts with this for this overhire, but we are overhiring it. Is this similar to past police officer overhires, that it's a short-term overhire? That's the way the policy is worded for other police officers.
So it's a great question, Councilmember Sherillian, and ideally, short-term is a very broad term. This is not a forever addition to our staffing levels, but how long we carry this overhire depends on a lot of factors. And so I don't want to confine myself or the council to a hard number, but certainly this is at this point in time, this is not an ask for a permanent addition to our executive staff level.
Got you. And a fully burdened police officer is how much?
I don't have those numbers with me for a fully burdened police officer, unfortunately.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to understand, you have 6 police officers right now that are vacant. How many of those officers' salaries would make up the 403? I would imagine it'd be maybe 2 or maybe 3. I don't know without having that number. So if you do hire the full 6 or hire the 4th one, then you're impeding that not having enough funds to cover this position as an overhire. So at that time, will you come to us and say, you know, we are now impeding on our vacancy savings and we need more funds? So in reality, there could be a potential impact to this position of adding an overhire police captain. Not immediately, but could be if you're hiring, if you have all these in the pipeline individuals and you hire 4 of the 6, then you're impeding and you're going to come back to council and say, we're impeding, and which is a good problem to have, I guess, but.
So, yeah, it's a great question, and, you know, if, I know that there are a lot of numbers in this report, but with 2 in the academy, 2 that we have slots for in the next academy, and us trying to get 2 more in that same academy, that's 6 there, right? Again, not everyone traditionally makes it through the academy and the field training process, and we also have some projected retirements and vacancies that we know are happening in the coming months that will help us continue to not exceed, not actually be overhiring on paper in terms of getting above 72. But you are correct, Councilmember Shirley, that if we find ourselves in the enviable position of being fully staffed and with a captain overhire, and we need more funding to sustain our budget, we will return to the council with a report.
Yeah, again, overhiring term means we're not adding a captain, we'll only have 2 captains from, that's all the org chart shows is the 2 captains with this overhire.
With this overhire, our org chart will show 2 captains, but we will have 3 captains on paper if we are authorized this overhire. We will have 3 captains. We have a captain who is currently out of the workplace
Gotcha.
and with an unknown duration for his return.
Okay. I got a couple more, Mayor, let me almost done. Let's see, I think this is more for Director Jenkins. You know, I appreciate the legislative background and the intent of AB 2561, which, you know, is there because, you know, the impact of public service with the underlying understaffing leading to burnout and increased turnover that further exacerbates staff challenges, which is on slide 2. I'm looking at page 18 of the packet where it talks about turnover and statistics for full-time positions. And I'm looking at that statement. I guess about halfway down that chart, it's kind of, I know Legistar is hard to put tables in, but, you know, where it says separation totals, which is almost 10%, this includes voluntary resignations, is about 10% of our, almost 10% of our total employee headcount. Is there something underlying going on that's causing this many separations? And is it part of AB 2561 when it's looking at these, you know, terminologies on slide 2?
Is it part of AB?
No, meaning like the legislative intent was, you know, is this turnover based on like burnout or shortage of staff, or what do you know, just and broadly, I don't need to know specifically, I just, you know, because looking at prior to 2020, I mean, our numbers were a lot lower, so I guess I'm, you know, post-COVID, I don't want to blame everything on COVID, but post-COVID, the numbers are 9 to 10% respectively, averaged over 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I think that's a function of a few factors. Increased staffing throughout the city, increased police officer hiring, as the chief mentioned. There are situations where somebody doesn't meet city standards. Often those individuals are given an opportunity to resign. There's other factors that contribute to a person's desire to leave. Sometimes it's promotion, sometimes it's what we saw actually during COVID and coming out of COVID a lot was lifestyle factors changing, people choosing to move out of state. That voluntary resignation number doesn't include retirements because those are generally considered something that the agency doesn't have a lot of impact on. But they do include situations where somebody resigns in lieu of another action, so it's not completely voluntary in that regard. And some of these police officers in particular who may not be meeting standards might opt to resign. I did look at the past year in particular, and it seems like those being reported as part of the current fiscal year are really just a function of timing. We happen to have a lot of resignations last summer starting July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Howard.
Yeah, two pretty quick questions. Have we ever had a time with our police department where we've been fully staffed, where we've had no vacancies?
Not that I'm aware of, so that would have
Not
been
that I mean, in my 12 years, I don't ever
before my
remember.
time.
Thank you. And then, so slide 13, which was this cute, this one. So I imagine, well, who is running this? Is it HR? Are you taking in all the applications, or is it somebody in the police department?
It's a
Or-
collaborative effort, so we have dedicated HR personnel who's the primary point person on a variety of recruitments, one of them being police recruitments, working collaboratively with the personnel and training unit that's overseen by a police sergeant.
So there must
So-
be quite a bit of work, though, that has to happen by somebody in the police department, because with interviews and decide, I mean, this is an incredible amount.
There's
of-
work on both sides, and for example, for the testing, there's HR personnel there, there's also police personnel there. I should have mentioned, as part of expediting the recruitment and hiring process, the candidates, after they interview, immediately following their interview, if they are moving on, they'll go and do a pre-background questionnaire right off the bat to expedite the background process. And the
great.
police department is involved with the interviews. They oversee the background. HR participates as well in coordinating those processes and reviewing backgrounds. But the resources dedicated to background investigations, the hiring of a full-time civilian investigator, as well as contract resources, I think have also been a significant factor, as well as the oversight of that police and training sergeant, who
It's gotta be a lot.
it's a critical position to ensuring that the candidates move through the pipeline, because a lot of these candidates, as the chief mentioned, are in process in a variety of agencies, and sometimes it's a race to get the good candidates on board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is going to be a question for you, Director Jenkins, or the chief, but what's the fully burden rate of a lieutenant?
We have that, I believe.
See, it's truly a team effort, even from this presentation. So the fully burden rate for a lieutenant, based on the average of our current lieutenants, is $369,000 right now.
And theoretically, you would be hiring,
And
moving.
that's not including overtime. That's just their base
Just their
salaries.
their base salary. So theoretically, you would be hiring the third captain if we.
Right.
The overhire from one of the lieutenant
Yes, ma'am.
positions? Okay. And then I know that there is a lot of concern in our community about having sufficient staffing, to be on the beat. I don't know if that's the right word.
I love it. Yeah, absolutely. That's great.
And so what I'm hearing is by overhiring a captain, it gives you more flexibility to do the administrative side of what you need, because as what I'm understanding, what I'm hearing is that there is more administrative oversight needed, because we're currently staffed for 2 captains, but effectively just having 1 and then rotating through and incurring overtime because of that trickle down over that backfill, right? Is that correct?
That's very, very accurate, and you're correct. With one permanent captain, with the other one out of the workplace, we are certainly trying to assign as much executive level work to those acting captains, but there is a finite amount that you can do for the pendency of their rotations in terms of what you can assign them and expect them to be successful with, even with mentoring, and what the other captain and I are taking on to make sure the work happens. And I very much appreciate the community's desire, because I am a member of the community, to have boots on the ground and have police officers there when you call them. And that's always our first priority, is to make sure that you're there when you call us. When I was appointed as your police chief, our staffing was lower than it is now, And so rather, we went short in the Detective Bureau, not the Patrol Bureau, because our primary mission is always to be there when you call. And so that's always going to be our guiding light and our focus. What sometimes it's hard to fully appreciate unless you're in the police department is how much these managers and executives support the work of the patrol officers. With the state mandates that we have, with the review that we need to do for any use of force, any pursuit, the overview of our reports and our statistics, that's all done at the manager and executive level. And by making sure that we are keeping on top of all of those reporting requirements, that's actually keeping officers on the street, because we're catching things earlier. If we have someone who's got the need for speed, we're catching that much earlier through our administrative oversight, and we're making sure we use our administrative processes to kind of rein that behavior in and make sure our officers are safe and acting in accordance with the community standards. But that's the unseen work of the police executive at the captain level and above.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know we've been in the weeds about, and I really appreciate getting an understanding, especially, new-ish to this seat. I don't know how much longer I can say that, right? A year in. But just understanding the staffing challenges and the rotations and really the incoming and outgoing, and it's always fluid, right? So
yes, ma'am.
Is it my understanding that you're doing this so that we can ensure there's flexibility so that you can fill officers who are in the field and then still have the capacity to have the people who are overseeing and making sure that the in-house work is getting done so officers can be on the street to do what they need to do? Is that?
I can't say it any better than that, Councilmember Carney.
Thank you. Okay, so that's my common layperson's understanding, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Not
Councilmember.
bad for a newbie.
Not bad.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes. So Chief, we were pleased with your reports earlier, other council members, of a decrease in crime
Right.
here. And, having joined council in 2020 during this, we were well into the pandemic. And crime was a real issue because we, frankly, at the same time in 2020, we had a county district attorney that did not seem to want to prosecute criminals. And it frustrated, I believe, the police force and also the residents, because there was sort of a revolving door. In fact, there was talk of somebody being arrested 3 times in the same day. I mean, they would be booked and then go out, and they would go ahead and go again because they didn't sense that there was any impact. There was no consequences of their crime. So, so having that for well over 2 years, and in fact, we tried to get a prosecutorial services close by, but that same county prosecutor denied us the ability to do that. So how is the effect of having a new county prosecutor who does prosecute crime? What has been that effect for your police department, for the morale, but also the efficacy and?
Well, certainly, we are appreciative of District Attorney Hockman's outlook on law enforcement, and he has made a concerted effort to be a great partner to law enforcement agencies across the region, certainly including ours. I speak with his law enforcement liaison quite a bit about cases that are of significance to the city. But what I'd like to point out to the council and the community is we enjoyed a over 13% reduction in crime the last year of George Gascon's tenure, and that's due to the work of the police officers using data to direct their patterns of patrol, and also this community. If you recall, in 2023, we started distributing the weekly and monthly updates beyond just a small user group and started submitting them via social media, and now we've gotten to the point where you can subscribe to them on the city's website, and they're also on our socials every week. And I believe it's those efforts within our department to wrap our arms around crime a little bit more, especially coming out of the pandemic where we're like, don't touch anybody because you might get coronavirus, to using data and really going out there and be proactive. So across 2 different district attorney tenures, both the final year of DA Gascon's tenure and the current year and a half of DA Hockman's tenure, due to the hard work of the police officers in this community and partnering together, we've enjoyed successive years of crime reduction, over 13% in 2024 and 6% in 2025.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Charest.
Right, real quick, something that Councilmember Tarnay indicated kind of brought this question to my mind. So I might have missed it, I apologize, but, so we're taking a lieutenant position and making it into an overhire captain, or not a lieutenant position, but
No, sir.
I thought I heard, so what's, so
So-
we're going to have 5 lieutenants?
We have 5 lieutenants.
Okay.
And we will still have 5 lieutenants if this overhire is approved.
Okay.
But we will promote a captain, and which will cause a trickle-down effect where we promote another lieutenant.
Gotcha.
At the end of the day, this overhire is not meant to be forever at the captain level. It is, when it will end, I don't know, but this is not a forever addition to our staffing model. This is a temporary measure to provide for that continuity and oversight that we need.
I understood, I just wanted to.
Yeah, we're going to promote,
I heard-
we would have the trickle-down effect for promotions
Sure.
at lieutenant and sergeant level.
That makes sense. And just for clarification, I mean, my questions are all from a place that, all the boots on the ground are the most important thing, I think, to the community, and they're the optics out there. And, seeing that you do almost 17,000 calls a year, it's incredible. So,
And 25,000 calls that are initiated by our personnel over and above those 16,000 calls. So our folks are busy.
Yeah.
Our boots on the ground are really, those boots are made for walking. We're out there.
yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I didn't want to take everything off of your budget slide.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right, thank you.
Any other council member questions? Now, I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Any members of the public in chambers that would care to address this item on staffing and the proposed overhire?
Just a brief comment. Having been in the nursing profession for a long time, I know a lot about recruitment and retention because that was always a big issue in hospitals across the country. The only thing I would say is that I understand the law and focusing on vacancy rates, but that's not the only reason for staff turnover. It can be work processes and environment, et cetera. And that's part of my report, and I think that's what you need to look at. It's not just vacancy rates. That alone is not what's going to cause it. In fact, if you have bad processes, your vacancy rate is going to go up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public in chambers that would care to address this item? Seeing none, Patty, anybody on Zoom?
No requests on
In
Zoom.
which case, I'll close public comment, turn over to council colleagues. Is there comment or a motion? It's a motion by Councilmember Tarnay first. So what is the motion? And then we can use that as a basis for discussion.
All right, my motion is to let's see, receive the, oops, where'd it go? Okay. Receive the informational report regarding the status of vacancies and recruitment efforts pursuant to AB 2561, and authorize the overhire of 1 police captain on an ongoing basis.
See, that has been seconded by Councilmember Haworth. Councilmember Tarnay, did you want to make any comments?
I did, as I mentioned earlier in my question earlier. I think it's important for us to give, I think there's been a thorough evaluation of what's needed in the department, and I appreciate the overview. I think having it done in conjunction with the AB 2561 report is really helpful so that I can understand, so the public can understand what, just kind of the moving forces of what it takes to run a department. And I appreciate the deep dive. I know that previously we had discussed the hiring of a deputy police chief, and I really appreciate staff listening to what council and the public shared, concerns about our bulging budget, and still finding a way to meet the needs of the department without increasing our budget, hopefully for the time being and hopefully for the foreseeable future, that we can keep a robust department without increasing our budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes. So we see it on the reports all the time, this heinous increase in crime, the breaking and entering, even while people are in their homes. Our residents have told us so many times, we want to see our officers. We want to see them patrolling. We want to even see them walking. For a time, we had officers on e-bikes, making a presence throughout the town. This is what the residents want. I appreciate the need for some executive level help, but it's not boots on the ground. And I just want to maximize that opportunity to get those recruits. We got a good overview today of the challenges. You know, we all live here and we think it's a great place to be. So that doesn't necessarily translate to the needs of these officers who have families and they want to, you know, and they choose to live elsewhere. So I just really want to focus the opportunity there. I don't want to see money taken away from that. We have two, from what I understand, two captains. I see it as a pathway for the lieutenants and even for the sergeants and the like. But the reality is in our past, you know, someone's going to have to help me with the history. You know, we went outside, you know, for the chief and the like. And sometimes they bring people along. That's just sort of the way things happen, you know, in the world. So focus, boots on the ground. This is a budget report. This is tagged on to, or within a budget report, and the budget is not looking great. I mean, we just have to really get that all under control. The reason I brought up Nathan Hockman is because I've heard from some on the force. It's great now that their work is, you know, when they bring somebody in, that's going to go through the prosecutorial process. We were denied 3 times, you know, by George Gascon to allow us to contract prosecution services from Redondo Beach, from their district attorney, and it was turned down 3 times. And that has an incredible effect on morale, not only of the police force, but also of the residents. So I think we just want to, we see the crime all across LA County. I mean, we're part of LA County. I say sometimes that, LA sneezes and we catch cold, okay, because everything is so close. So I just want to opt for as many boots on the ground as possible for the money that our residents spend on taxes and the like, that they deserve that kind of level of a protection. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Shurayan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to reiterate a few things. So, Chief, you mentioned that this is not going to take, if you can come up to my room, this is not going to take boots off the ground.
Correct.
So we have 6 open vacancies right now.
Right.
And once if we were to hire 3 and there's only 3 left, you'd be impacting this overhire salary, and you would come to council to talk about any fiscal impacts at that time. Is that correct?
100% correct.
100%. So we're not taking any boots off the ground.
We are not stopping anything that we're doing with
If you're
police hiring.
strengthening kind of your management and you're not adding a position, it's a short-term overhire, however long short-term is defined. And I think that's, probably within the year term, but we'll be able to reevaluate that several times with different quarterly reports with the budget. But no boots off the ground. Having more managerial oversight in the police department. Right now, you're utilizing lieutenants and sergeants, and everybody's over, again, it's impacting overtime, so you're still kind of cost neutral. So no boots off the ground, helping the police department do their job and keeping the community safe.
Accurately stated,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Horwath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seconded the motion because I want to support our chief and our police department. Public safety has to be our #1 concern. As residents, it's always the thing that they bring up. And, it was great to hear the chief said that even during the last district attorney, we still had a decrease in crime because of the efforts of our men and women, and we continue to. Our chief has reduced the vacancy rate. So to one of our residents who brought up, and I agree, I thought it was a great point, that it's not only salary that contributes to whether people want to work here. It's the culture, and it's the way employees are valued, and our police department, our fire department is valued. And I value our police department and our fire department. And I see the chief trying to do something here that is relieving stress within the department. It's not just a paper pusher. I appreciate Councilmember Sherley's clarification. This is not taking boots, or, do you guys wear boots? Are y'all wearing boots?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Too bad.
They should do.
Loafers, okay. We're not reducing boots on the ground. So I also want to thank the chief, the budget department or finance department, and our director of human resources, because I think they really tried to creatively solve a problem for the folks in our department, but yet they heard council members say, oh, we don't think we need a deputy police chief, although, again, I think that was the chief trying to make it a better place to work for everybody, because you see how much work is involved in maintaining a top-notch police department. So I want to support our chief, our police, and I'm happy to support this. And anecdotally, my husband is one of those who says things like, I don't think I see the police around. That's a good comment. Sorry, I'm making fun of my husband. He's not watching. Anyway, he'll say, well, I don't think I see that. I don't see them around. He's done this a couple times, like, okay, let's play the game. So we get in the car, we're driving someplace. Oh, look, there's somebody in a car. Oh, look, there they are talking to somebody on the street. It's easy because sometimes just when you need somebody's not right in front of you. They're out there. They're keeping us safe, and I thank you. So I'm happy to support this.
For my own comments, we all support as many patrol officers as we can afford and as are needed based on an assessment of what our community needs are. I was proud to serve on the council that increased the number of sworn officers from 65 to 72 based on our assessment of need and based on some of the information that we heard this evening. And that is, there's a regular turnover, whether through retirements, through long-term leaves, through lateral transitions. To have that higher number has helped with regard to our staffing. As Councilmember Haworth just indicated, we thank the chief, we thank our human resources director. But what this presentation is about, particularly with the overhire, has to do with administration to make sure that we can accommodate these patrol officers. We appreciate the staff listening to concerns of council about the deputy police chief position and instead coming up with a solution, a short-term solution, an interim solution to be able to have sufficient administration capacity to be able to accommodate our patrol officers and keep our community safe. It's what our residents want. I'd be happy and looking forward to supporting the motion. Any further council member comments? If not, call for the questions.
Motion passes 4-1. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin voting no.
Okay. Council, continue? Or do we need a break?
Like a short break.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
Stand in
thank you.
recess for 5 minutes.
Pegasus, we're ready to go live.
I'd like to call back to order our city council meeting of Tuesday, May 12th, and we now continue with item number 3, consideration of a business license tax study results and the feedback from the business license tax forum. And just for purposes of disclosure, for those of us that have business licenses, I wanted to turn to our city attorney very quickly. My recollection is there is a general exemption from a conflict of interest law to be able to participate in an item when it applies to the city as a whole. Can you describe what that exemption is?
Yeah, that's true. There's no conflict of interest. It's called the public generally exception, where it applies to typically about 20% of the population. And so if there's some, like a zoning ordinance, for instance,
Great.
You would not have to recuse yourself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor, before we start, just for transparency, I too have a business license, so thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
So does.
Thank you. Please.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lesser, members of the City Council. My name is Libby Bretthauer, your Finance Director. And before we move into the presentation, I just wanted to take a brief moment to thank our staff, because a tremendous amount of work has gone into this effort. And in particular, I want to thank Emmy Rose Hanna, who will be presenting here in a moment, our Financial Services Manager, as well as Josh Grady, John Albee, and Tony Page, who couldn't be here in person with us tonight. So a tremendous amount of work has gone into this on the staff side, and I'd also like to thank our partners at HDL companies who've been partnering with us on this tax study, in particular Eric Myers, who you will meet here in a few moments. So with that, we can go ahead and get started, and we'll be glad to take your questions later.
Thank you, Libby, for the introduction. Good evening, Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and members of City Council. My name is Emmy Rose Hanna, Financial Services Manager with the city's Finance Department, and I have the honor of providing an update on the Business License Tax Modernization Plan, along with providing updates on feedback from the recent Business License Tax Forum that was held recently on April 23rd. So diving into our agenda this evening, we're going to touch briefly on just some background and a little bit of history on the city's current business license tax code and the tax structure. From there, we're going to dive into the 5 primary goals of the Business License Tax Modernization Plan. And thereafter, we'll have an overview of the main priorities that are broken up into 2 phases under Phase 1, which is already completed based on the March 3rd City Council meeting, in addition to Phase 2, which is currently underway and why we're here tonight. From there, we're going to turn over the presentation to our partners at HDL, who are experts in local agency taxes, and they're going to present the results on the tax study and present alternative tax models for consideration. And then we'd like to also share feedback from the Business License Tax Forum that occurred recently on April 23rd. From there, we'll have an overview of just the next steps and the tentative timeline in the weeks and months ahead. And lastly, we'll dive into the recommendation. So what is a business license tax? It's not a great sandwich called BLT, but we refer to it as a BLT often. In short, to reflect what the business license tax is within the city. So generally speaking, the purpose of the business license tax is really to fulfill 2 goals. Is one, to ensure that businesses are complying with local regulations, and 2, to contribute to public services to which they do benefit from the city's clean and well-maintained streets and sidewalks, as well as the safe and secure community that Manhattan Beach offers. The business license tax supports the general fund, which helps contribute to the overall quality of life and atmosphere that makes the community so attractive for businesses to operate and residents and visitors to come to the city. So there is a nexus to the taxes that contribute to general funds, which help maintain the city's overall well-being. Just a bit more background on our business license taxes in general. It's typically based on gross receipts. However, the tax can be structured on alternative methods based on number of employees of a business, on number of vehicles or square footage of a building. And just to share a few statistics, we found over 95 cities imposed this business license tax. And according to data compiled by the League of California Cities, on average, a business license tax makes up about 3% of a city's general fund revenues. Some cities can generate up to 30% of revenues from this tax. Here in Manhattan Beach, the license tax makes up about 5% of general fund revenues. And later on in this presentation, we will explore how we compare to our neighboring and comparable cities in terms of the percentage of revenue within the general fund. Briefly on the city's history, our business license tax code was established over 50 years ago in 1971 and hasn't really changed since then, other than a few minor amendments over the years in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. However, since then, so much has changed in the last 50 years, where there have been, overall shifts of how businesses operate. New industry types have emerged, and so a comprehensive review of this current tax code is warranted. So as we embarked on the business license tax modernization plan, we focused on the city's current tax structure. We wanted to share this because we've been told that our current business license tax is one of the most complex in the region. You may have heard the same, but we present here that there's over 9 different ways in which the tax is assessed on businesses, and it depends on the business type. So on this slide, we include gross receipts basis, which is the most common type of tax that our city includes. Most businesses fall into this category, where there's a base tax plus a incremental gross receipts basis tax with a cap of $12,156. In alternate types, there's a flat tax for contractors, subcontractors, or PO boxes. In other cases, some businesses are assessed on a per unit or per room basis, so this would apply to hotels and apartments of 3 or more units. In some instances, the tax is applied on a per vehicle basis, which is applied for gardeners, landscapers, mobile vendors of that type, if they operate out of a vehicle. And then continuing on to the different types of tax, there is a per employee basis tax that's applied for administrative and sales offices. There's a square footage basis. And number 7 here, you'll see there's a commercial property tax base where there's effectively 2 different tax types that would fall under a commercial property. And whatever it calculates to, it takes the higher of the 2. So in an instance of a commercial property, there's a square footage basis versus a gross receipt basis. And whichever calculation is higher is what is utilized for their tax payment. There's also, similarly, research and development also has 2 calculations, and it's whichever is higher. And that one varies depending on the square footage basis or the employee count basis. Again, whichever is higher is what is remitted. And then lastly, there's other miscellaneous license types, which is supplemental handbill solicitation. So I did want to note that for most businesses, there is a current cap, which is the maximum tax that can be paid on a license, of about $12,156. The only exception to that rule is for commercial property and research and development. If the square footage basis is utilized, that cap is different, and that cap is $251,168. So that is the exception to the standard 12,000 cap. So as you can see, there's a variety of complex tax structures that are applied upon the different business types in the city, and this is within our current tax structure. So one of our primary goals of this plan and this effort was to focus in trying to simplify the tax structure. since it is so complex. And with that, I mentioned earlier that we held our first ever business license tax forum on April 23rd. And we wanted to share the results of that forum as it relates to the different tax types. So as mentioned earlier in the agenda, we held the tax forum, and approximately 68 community members attended the forum, with about 53 attending on Zoom and 15 attending in person in this council chambers. All attendees had an opportunity to participate in the poll throughout the presentation. They were asked 3 different questions, which we'll be presenting this evening, the results of which we'll be presenting. The city also posted the QR code for additional voting to provide opportunity to vote after the forum. So we allowed votes to be cast up until May 1st to give anyone an opportunity that would like to participate. So having just seen the 9 different types of taxes that are assessed currently in our structure, we had asked participants in the forum as to what tax structure they currently fell under. And so as you can see on this slide, a majority of the participants, about 81%, fell into the gross receipts tax structure, which is not to our surprise. And this reflects 34 out of 42 respondents to this question. While the remaining 8 participants are taxed based on a flat tax, per vehicle, per employee, a commercial basis, or there's about 4 of them that just did not know what tax they're assessed. So again, that goes back to the complexity of our taxes. You don't know how you're taxed, that means it's not simple enough. So moving on, in diving into the current cap of the tax structure. So one area of focus was to understand and also explain the city's current cap. So as you can see on this slide, a business license tax payment goes up as their gross receipts increase, but only up until they reach the cap, which is the $12,156, with the exception of those 2 other categories for commercial property and research and development. So currently, to reach the cap, a business must generate about $4.5 million in gross receipts. So any business making more than that amount would pay the exact same in business license taxes. So, as an example, a business that generates $5 million pays the $12,156. They would pay the same exact amount as a $20 million or a $50 million business. So it's the limit that's established in the current structure. In the last column to the right, you'll notice that the percent of their tax payment compared to their overall gross receipts, which goes down considerably the more the business earns. And so another primary goal of this effort was to look at fairness and equity across all the different business types. And with that, we wanted to share the results of the other polling question as it relates to these varying levels of gross receipts. So again, throughout the forum, we continue to engage the audience to learn about their business mix. So we asked what range in gross receipts they generate, and based on the results, a majority of the participants, about 79%, generate $1 million or less. So they fall under the 1 million range or less. And that reflects about 34 out of 43 respondents. While the remaining 9 participants that responded generate anywhere from 3 million up to 50 million. I will add that because this poll only reflects a sample of 43 respondents from the forum, we were curious as to how this compares to our actual breakdown of businesses. And so based on the latest available data from last year's completed licensing year, the tax study shows that about 44% of actual businesses are in the $0 to $100,000 range. The other 49% of all businesses are in the 100,000 to 1 million generating range. And then the remaining 7% are in the over 1 million range. And so that indicates that if you look at the up to 1 million, that represents about 93% of all businesses generate 1 million or less, which is actually far above the 79% that we reflect here on the poll. So we wanted just to gauge the comparison of what was submitted in the poll versus what is the actual breakdown of the businesses in terms of what's reported. So moving on to our primary goals of the Business License Tax Modernization Plan. This may look familiar since we did dive into this at the March 3rd City Council meeting. But we wanted to share this again as it was recently shared at the forum that the 5 primary goals of the plan are to simplify, clarify, and modernize the code, to create a more fair and equitable tax structure, and to maintain fiscal sustainability for the city. And as mentioned, these goals were developed by taking into account feedback from the business community over the years. And in these next few slides, you'll see that these 5 goals are really incorporated and helped shape the individual priorities of the overall plan. And so with that, we wanted to share the 2 primary phases of the plan. So since we presented 20 individual priorities already at the March 3rd City Council meeting, we won't dive into those details. But we really just wanted to highlight the 2 phases where we completed phase 1, which was really just the administrative cleanup of the code. And then phase 2 is currently underway, where we are currently addressing the remaining 10 priorities that involve, significant updates to the code that would trigger voter approval because they would essentially adjust the tax structure. I will add that since we're currently in phase 2, we'll be presenting the results of the tax study this evening and the feedback from the forum. And then depending on the outcome of tonight, we will continue phase 2 by conducting community polling and explore a potential ballot measure for the November general election. So that's essentially the basis of phase 1 and phase 2. And with phase 2 requiring voter approval, we wanted to share these 10 individual priorities again as they were discussed at the recent forum. So these 10 priorities begin with item 11 here, was to update the business license categories based on the business type rather than their location. So as an example, a P.O. box isn't tied to a business type, it was just or a home occupation wasn't tied to a business type. The classification is currently a home occupation. So the goal is to streamline it so that it would fall under its reflective category, whether it be an accounting firm, a service, retail, or whichever category it would reflect. Item 12 is to simplify and consolidate the tax types based on gross receipts. And this would be to streamline all the different ways of taxing and unify it into one basis of a gross receipts basis. Item 13 is to clarify and expand the professional services and real estate categories, along with creating new business types that have emerged and just did not exist 50 years ago. And then item 14 here is to clarify the tax category for short-term rentals versus hotels. As mentioned earlier, hotels are currently taxed based on a per-room tax, whereas short-term rentals are on a gross receipts basis. So we look to uniform that to ensure fairness. And then item 15 here is to consider a standard deduction or a threshold for business license taxes. And then moving on to item 16 was to consider changes to the current sales tax credit that's currently only available to commercial property owners. And the way this works is a commercial property is able to receive a credit or a reduction in their tax liability by applying a sales tax credit generated by their tenants. However, this credit is not available to the tenants that generate the sales tax directly. So this goes back to fairness and equity and looking at applying the tax the same way to all business types. Item 17 is to address apportionment by eliminating or reducing the base tax and also clarify exemptions, deductions for revenues generated in other jurisdictions. So regarding the term apportionment, we wanted to highlight this today, and we also highlighted this during the forum because there's been a little confusion on this topic, and it's not a widely known term. So we wanted to expand on this. So apportionment is the process of reporting gross receipts generated within the city and paying the business license tax applicable to that city. So for an example, if a business operates in multiple cities, say Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Redondo Beach, then they would only be responsible for reporting the gross receipts that are generated within the city of Manhattan Beach jurisdiction. They would not report the cumulative gross receipts generated across all jurisdictions. So it's targeted within the city. So moving on to 18 is to clarify the definition of employees, since employment has changed due to remote work and other advancements in on-site and telework. And then item 19 is to update the current tax structure by looking at neighboring cities. And later in this presentation, HDL will show a comparative analysis of the other tax rates in our 7 other cities. And then the last priority here is to look at either research or reevaluate the current business license cap. And so we'll spend some time later in the presentation discussing alternatives to that function. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Eric Myers, our expert director in business license tax from HDL, and he'll lead us through the remainder of the presentation along with the results of the tax study. Thank you.
Mr. Myers, before you start, can we check the temperature of the council chambers? It's feeling a little
73, and it went up from 71 just
Where do you see that? Oh, you
on
just
the
turned
clock.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it's gotten warm.
On the
Thank you.
clock, it's a 7.
Usually the temperature doesn't go up till I start talking.
Well done.
Well, yeah,
sent you a
well
Thank
played.
you.
You know it's bad when even I'm.
No, I was just,
That's funny.
thank you.
Well, good evening. I'm going to present the tax study really as an answer to 3 basic questions. First, what does the city's current tax structure do in broad strokes? I will only touch on that briefly. Emmy's covered that beautifully in what she's provided so far. Number 2, how does that current tax structure compare to 7 comparison jurisdictions that we used for the tax study? And then number 3 will be, let's look at the 4 alternative models that the study presents. Yeah, I'll grab that. And we will look at those models, then we'll take a moment to step back and look at how in about 5 specific scenarios, those businesses would be taxed under the different models, under your current model, and in those 7 comparison jurisdictions. We really have to use specific scenarios to do that well because the different cities may tax on different bases, right? So we'll go here. First, your 5-year revenue trend, which is what the title says, but we've actually got 6 bars on there. So you've had moderate growth. That's pretty obvious. One thing that may not be obvious here is this is not fiscal year. This isn't a cash basis. So if you're looking to reconcile it, say, to your financial statements, it won't match up exactly. What we wanted to do for the study was we used the license period, right? So that if somebody came in and paid 2 years at once because they were in arrears, that's not showing up. It's showing up in each year for which they owed the tax. So we use the license period here. This is not a cash basis. Now, you've had moderate growth in your revenue, as we just saw. You've also had moderate growth in the number of businesses over the last 6 years or so. Again, why? It's an interesting question. It looks like, just from the timing, that there are 2 key drivers, and I'll get to the second one in a minute. But one is coming back and the recovery out of COVID. The second, and you'll see this if you look at the goldish line, there's been an even faster rate of growth in the outside businesses, and that's turns out to be almost all in the contractor arena. So contractors and subcontractors. A lot of building going on in the city, and a lot of work by the city staff to make sure that those people are pulling their licenses. And so you can see that in the counts. And you'll see it here as well. The top two lines, contractor and general, for contractor general or contractor subcontractor, we went ahead and looked at 2020 versus 2021, and then the 2025-2026 license period. And if you look at that, you see that's the area of the greatest growth in the city over those two periods. Part of what we're seeing here is just a confirmation of what Emmy's already showed you, which is the potential complexity for businesses in the city. You've got, depending on how you want to count this, 27 if you want to include exempt businesses, of rate types. And then within those rate types, as you saw from Emmy's presentation, you have lots of different ways that the tax could be calculated as well. So a fair amount of complexity at the moment. Just a little color for the evening, but here we're looking at the total share of tax revenue generated by business type. So retail sales and service about 26%, commercial property contributing at about 17%, professional services another 16%. Restaurants have their own business type at the moment, again another 12%. So, and then your contractor general is a little bit over 10%, which not bad. I've seen cities, particularly coastal and in the Southern California region, where that number is closer to 25% coming from contractors, which would be a reason for some concern and to watch out for. That's always variable money. Depends on how many projects are ongoing. All right. This is a fairly important slide from my perspective. And so I hope you won't take offense if I take a moment to walk through it carefully. On the left, the sort of dark blue C, letter C looking donut there, this represents the percent of total reported gross receipts that come from your top 100 businesses. As you can see, that's about 85% of the reported gross receipts. Now, it's not yet the tax, but this is a decent reflection of the concentration of business activity. Your top 100 contribute about 85% of the business activity in the city. We looked at that also for employees, but because that's not a dominant method of measuring in that middle chart, I don't know that it's terribly helpful, but it's there in case you want to compare. Now, here's where it really gets interesting. If you look at the orange section in the far right chart, what you see is that your top 100 they report 85% of your taxable activity, but because of your two different cap structures and primarily your cap at about, well, it'll be 12,000 pretty soon here. That cap structure means that those top 100 are only paying about 36% of the total tax revenue in the city. Okay? And contrary to what it might sound like, I'm not passing any moral judgment on that. That's just a structural feature of your tax at the moment. That cap results in that structure. Now, in the next few slides, we're going to look at these 7 cities that I mentioned and where Manhattan Beach sort of stacks up right now. We chose these 7 for a few reasons. 1, they're nearby. 2, several of them are destination areas. 3, Culver and Santa Monica, for example, were pretty recently updated. Culver City in 2022, Santa Monica in the 2024 election cycle, and so provide potentially some good comparisons. And at a minimum are going to be places where, as you consider this from a policy perspective, okay, El Segundo's right next door. Could somebody move and pay a different rate? That sort of question. What you'll see here, and I'll walk you through this chart, it's got a lot of numbers. I need to come up with a better way to make this easier to digest, but let's go through the line with Manhattan Beach, and that will probably clear up some of my confusion here. So Manhattan Beach is highlighted in blue. As you can see from its vertical position, it's actually about on the middle to the low side of this comparison group. The way we sort is on revenue per capita. So it's sorted by revenue per capita in this chart. You could also sort by revenue per business. It wouldn't really change the results in this particular case. We do that because it allows you to sort of compare apples to apples. We're controlling for the size of the population of each of the cities here by using a per capita number, or the size of the business community and economy by using a revenue per business number. What you'll see is that this is the oldest of the tax structures in terms of significant modifications. It's been just about 50 years. It's primarily gross receipts here. We did look at some differences. Beverly Hills, for example, has gross receipts, but it also has a significant per employee tax. As you may know, El Segundo's got this sort of hybrid that it adopted in 2022 that's per employee and square foot, so you pay on both. And if you'll note, of the 7 comparator cities, Manhattan Beach is the only one with an explicit cap. Now, again, this is another way of visualizing what was in that table a little bit better. The revenue per capita is in the darker blue. The revenue per business in the left-hand chart is in the lighter blue. You'll see Manhattan Beach right about in the middle there. As you would expect from the chart, or the table, excuse me. And also, as Emmy mentioned, Manhattan Beach is right about in the middle in terms of the percent of general fund revenue in the budget from business license tax. Let me pause there and see if there's any questions on that jurisdiction comparison before I move to the models.
Colleagues?
None. Please. Might as well. Important item. Thank you for that. I know you're subject matter expert with HDL. I respect your firm. So the jurisdictions, how can you explain to me, or maybe it's a staff question, how we derived at those? Because are those ones that HDLs work with in updating their models? And why not do, I know there's a cost involved, but this is an important item, I guess, and for due diligence, I would have liked to see a broader, but maybe you can answer just my question to start with. Are these all ones that HDL has worked on?
I wouldn't say they're all ones we've worked on. For example, we had no hand in El Segundo's 2022 change. We helped implement Culver City's 2022 change. We did not work on the tax study. We did work on Santa Monica's 2024 change. So from those, and we administer, or actually we do some backup administration for Beverly Hills. So we have some connections with these. Let me broaden out my response a little bit. In an ordinary tax study, we go this deep only on 3 cities. Okay. Your staff insisted that we do 7. We could have done a lighter look at a whole bunch of cities because those are reported to the state controller. They're a couple years out of date, but we have all the cities in the state controller's data. to look at the more detailed, it's a matter of time and kind of a trade-off, a payoff. How useful are they for you as a comparison? We start to get up to 10, 15, 20, and it may feel good. It certainly takes up a lot of paper, but it isn't going to be useful for making the comparisons. That's our experience for you as policymakers. So I think your staff went above and beyond in saying we want all 7 to have a more detailed analysis when we normally offer 3 as the standard for our tax studies. I don't know if that you would like to respond.
I just wanted to add, Councilmember Sherrillian, that when we came to the council for the discussion about phase 1, at that time we indicated which cities we had selected, and the council deliberated that and gave us the direction to move forward with these cities.
Yeah, I thought there was also financial impact if we increased it, but I could be wrong. If
At
we
that time,
added
the
cities.
council did consider that, but told us to remain with these cities.
Okay, no further questions at this time.
Yeah, I took mine off because all I wanted to know is, do those cities use us when they do a study? I'm just kidding.
Yes. Some of them will, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but seriously, just a quick comment is, I'd like to see a little bit more tangible. I mean, we're not El Segundo, their big business tax contributor, I would imagine, is the refinery, where we're more our retail and our restaurants and the like. So just, I can see the challenge, as far as developing the fabric and, the different formulas.
So I think, Mayor Pro Tem, when I get closer to the end and we're going through the scenarios, I think some of those will maybe whet your appetite even more for that, but hopefully answer some of that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think for my own comment, it's less a question that I'm mulling about the jurisdiction comparison than what some of the objectives might be of these other jurisdictions. And you're going to be getting into that with our models that we're about to discuss. But clearly, what motivated some of these other jurisdictions to do what they're doing? We'll talk about that when we get into the potential models.
Sure. I think your staff has nailed a number of the questions that I see. So I'm involved in about 20 of these tax studies this election cycle up and down the state. And generally speaking, under the rubric of modernization, what we're looking at is there equity? Can we simplify for both the business and the staff? How do we administer these things? A lot of them, if they haven't been really updated in a while, have baked in assumptions about the nature of business that is no longer true. So how do we update that? So equity and simplicity of administration. And then, quite frankly, I think a lot of cities in the state of California find themselves with high demand for their services. Their residents want great services that they've come to expect, and those need to be funded somehow. And in this state, a lot of that burden falls to the local agencies. And so a lot of the time, revenue is a non-trivial component of that. Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? You may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So let's dive into we're going to look at 4 models here today. The first model really sets a baseline. Essentially what it does is it keeps everything else in place right now except it pulls the caps out, right? So we wanted to see what would happen if we did that. What if we kept everything the same? So the only change you wouldn't get any simplification, no more modernization of the categories. You're going to get just potentially additional revenue and some equity improvement because you no longer have the cap at the top end, right? Not to put too fine a point on it, but a cap always is going to give you equity challenges. It may be necessary for practical reasons. It may be a good policy decision. It always is going to create some equity friction. So what would happen if we removed the cap? So this is sort of the baseline I'd like you to keep in mind. Just removing the cap, so no simplification, we don't fix some of the other equity issues, it looks like about 2.9 million in increased revenue from removing the cap. I like to use that number against which we can then compare the other three models that I'm going to share with you tonight. But I will also note, this isn't a forecast. So I'm sort of engaging in alternative history here. What we did with our model was take your actual reporting behavior from the last full license period. If those people had been taxed at these new rates, right, given what they reported, this would have been the result. Right? So if the economy continues to go up, this could be low. If the economy took a turn south, you could see a significantly different number. But this is what would have happened in that alternative history if the cap had been removed and the reporting behavior were the same. Okay. Now, Model 1, you've already seen this chart once. I'm going to take just a minute to go through it and beg your indulgence here because I'm going to use it in a couple of different places. You've seen from Emmy before. We're not proposing a tiered model. That's not what this slide does. What we're trying to show with this slide and the others like it is if you are a business that falls in one of these 10 lines, 1 through 10 on the left, okay? So let's say you made and reported 4.5 million. That's line number 5. Under the current business license tax, you'd hit the cap, 12,156. That would be 27%, so 0.27%, not 27%, excuse me. So it's not even a full percent, it's 0.27% of your current gross receipts would be taxed, right? That's what you'd pay in Model 1, would be the 12,657. So you'd pay a little bit more because the cap is no longer there. And how much does that increase your percent of gross receipts? It goes from 0.27 to 0.28%. And then you can read down the table, pick a larger business and see the impact of removing the cap on a larger business. So you'll see tables like this throughout the presentation. So I just wanted to take a moment on that. So as you would expect from removing the cap, what you see is that what you get a flattening out at the top of the taxable gross receipts rate instead of it trailing off, which is what it does the larger you are right now. All right, now we get to some interesting variations. Model 2 is a single gross receipts rate. Everybody pays on gross receipts. We're going to have a small flat rate. We're going to remove the cap. And essentially, we're only going to have 2 categories of businesses, right? Businesses who pay and those who are exempt, right? So easy for businesses to understand. It's a very simple and powerful form of equity. Everybody pays the same rate. You get some increase in revenue, and the lower flat rate's going to reduce the burden on small, let's call them micro businesses, under 100,000 or so. So what is this rate structure in a little bit more detail? So the flat rate currently is close to, varies across category, so that we clean that up and make it more consistent. The flat rate's a $100 flat rate up to 100,000. That would be about a third of the higher end of your flat rates right now. Okay? So $100 flat rate up to 100,000. Then, so everybody gets that. You get to take the first 100,000 off, pay the $100. Then you have your gross receipts tax at $280 per thousand in excess of the 100,000. We estimate that there's about 2.9 billion in taxable gross receipts that flow through the city in a given year. Your 2025 charges for your existing structure with the caps, it's about 5.4, a little bit less. And then the tax amount here would be about 7.7 So an increase in revenue of about 2.3. A little less than just removing the cap. Why is that? Because we reduced the amount for the small businesses, that's why. Okay. So this Model 2, probably worth looking again at the $5 million here at line 6. Right, so right now that $5 million business hits the cap. If we read across, we'd see that they'd have a modest increase, and they'd be paying the same rate because that cap is removed. And then you'd see, again, the significant increases to the larger businesses. I say significant, and I don't downplay the size of those numbers, but it's the same rate that all of your other businesses are paying under this model. Now, something to note here is that in these cap analyses, I'm not taking into account the $250,000 square footage cap. This is focused on the 12,000, which most of the businesses are paying, but you've got about a $251,000 cap for those commercial rental as well as research and development who are paying on square footage. So they may not be hitting the cap at the moment in any event. All right, Model 3, single gross receipts rate. Okay. Uniform gross receipts rate for all businesses. Small flat rate tax increases the cap to $100,000. So its difference from Model 2 is that we put the cap back in, we just increase the cap up to $100,000. Okay. Still keeps a lot of the simplification. You're going to get more equity, more people are paying the same rate because we've moved the cap farther up, and the rate stays the same. Again, not bad, increased revenue about 1.1 million in terms of revenue impact. Now, we can take a look at it here again. If we look at line 6, there's really no difference there. You wouldn't see a difference until you were making, close somewhere between the 20 and 50 million. I think the actual calculation is 35.7 million in gross receipts is where roughly about where you'd hit the cap. Again, excluding that 251,000 cap at the moment. Last model, thank you for bearing with me here. Model 4. Now, Model 4 is different than what you just saw in Models 2 and 3. In Model 4, we're going to have 5 base categories, but they'll roughly be charged the same. It's simplifying the number of base categories. That gives you a little bit more flexibility future-wise, and essentially this model makes a policy suggestion, if you will, a trade-off that says, hey, look, what would happen if instead of everybody paying $2.80, your retailers, essentially, these businesses in that classification paid $2, and everybody else pays the $2.80. So you can see that here. That's essentially how this is structured. Again, notice it's still the same, $100 flat rate and up to $100,000 of gross receipts. So the same benefit for small businesses. Right? The cap's going to still be at $100,000 in this model. The real difference here is, do you want to have a differential or variable, as we've creatively called it, variable gross receipts rates? Right? That is not uncommon in the state of California to have different rates for different business types. So it is within keeping of modern practice. I will point out, let me go back really quickly here. I didn't go back, there we go. I will point out here that even with this structure of 5, you don't have 9 different ways of calculating the tax, and you don't have 26 different rate classifications. In effect, you've got 5,
and plus the exempt. You'll note that Model 4, with those rate structures, with the 100,000 cap and the small or micro business benefit, the 100,000 for $100, it doesn't produce much in increased revenue. And I know that I may sound like I'm completely tone deaf by saying 500,000 or $500,000 isn't much of an increase. But that's, again, remember that's an estimate from a model. Right? The actual could be lower than that. The model essentially eats up most of what you get by moving the cap by giving the benefit to the small businesses. And so it doesn't really increase your rates in any measurable way. In fact, decreases for one of your largest groups, which is your general and retail businesses. Again, the Model 4 analysis here, okay, because Model 4 uses a variable gross receipts rate, the cap is different. It's still 100,000 for everybody, but you're going to hit the cap at different amounts of gross receipts. If you're a retail business, so we'll start with everybody who's not a retail business, they're going to hit it at around 35.7 million in reported gross receipts. They'd hit the 100,000 cap at $2.80 per thousand. Whereas here, for general retail, you're not going to hit that cap till basically just slightly over 50 million. Okay? So more of your dollars will be taxed, but they'll be at a lower rate if you're in general retail, and you still hit the same cap, 100,000. Okay. At this point, we're going to lay out 5 scenarios to compare these different models, your current tax, and then how this hypothetical business would be taxed. Now, it is a hypothetical. We can't use actual businesses, even if we obscure their name for confidentiality reasons. So we're going to use these 5 hypotheticals to take a quick look. First, subcontractors. If you look in the upper left, we see the factors that we used. These were factors that some of the cities or all of the cities used as inputs into calculating their tax. So category subcontractor, gross receipts, $40,000, 2 employees, if they happen to have square footage, 500 square feet, we were saying. How would that currently be taxed? $246, Model 1, you're just removing the cap, doesn't change anything. Model 2, 3, and 4, they're at 40,000, they'd hit that 100,000, it would be $100. Beverly Hills, you can see you're kind of in the middle here. You're already kind of in the middle, and you don't get significant movement other than decreasing it here. Hermosa Beach would be 239. Torrance is 218. Redondo would be higher than models 2 through 4. El Segundo would be higher than models 2 through 4. Culver City is 0 because they have a 200,000. That's what they adopted in 2022 was first 200,000 is tax exempt. Then they added a surcharge for anybody over 100 million. So they raised the rates there. Okay. Example number 2, a restaurant. So again, just hypothetical restaurant, gross receipts of about 600,000. Current tax and Model 1 are the same. Models 2 through 4 would actually reduce that. You're already the highest there, so we're not looking to add to that burden in the models. None of the models would add to the burden of this particular kind of business here. As far as these assumptions. Obviously, if you're hitting the cap right now as a restaurant, then there's a different story. There would be some increases. But you're already the highest for restaurants. Medical offices. Talking with your staff, I understand this is something of a growing area. for the city. This is also an interesting one for Beverly Hills. It's been an area of contention and growth there for quite some time. Your current tax puts you in the top, well, puts you right in the middle. And the models on these assumptions would put you about the same place. There's not a lot of movement to this area here as well. Commercial property. Now, in the community forum, this was probably our most controversial topic. It's an area of deep concern. I want to address an unfortunate oversight on my part. When I put the models together for the community forum, I had kind of an unrealistic relationship between the gross receipts and the amount of square footage, and it made it look like smaller commercial properties were going to get hit with an increase. You'll see that's not really the case here. You will see the increase in the next slide if you had a lot of gross receipts, but a smaller commercial property, you're actually going to see likely a small decline in models 2 through 4. And again, you can see Beverly Hills, that's an area where they tax pretty heavily. You're already second only to Beverly Hills and would remain roughly there. And then finally, for a larger commercial property, we would see some amounts that are potentially over the cap, depending on how it's calculated. If they're using the square footage method, not so. So if they're using the square footage method right now, okay, their current tax would be $94,000. That's what they'd be paying. They'd actually probably pay less under these models. Please note, and I didn't point this out on 4, but it's true, in models 2 through 4, part of what we're doing is eliminating the sales tax credit for the commercial properties as well. Okay. To be frank with the council, our recommendation on that is just that. It's, hey, take a look at this. But the sales tax credit for commercial property really allows the landlord to get a credit for the sales tax being generated by the tenants. And from a tax policy perspective, we want to align caps and those things with the taxable behavior. So at this point, I would like, if it's amenable, not to pause for questions here, but I can if the council prefers it, and give a summary of the models, and then I'll pause for questions if that's okay.
That's fine.
Would
You
they
may
be
proceed.
okay?
Any objection? Great. Thank you.
So I've just thrown a lot of information at you. I really like this summary slide that Emmy and her team put together. So you can kind of read on this slide, Model 1 and Model 2, they remove the cap. Okay? None of the rest of the models remove the cap. All the rest of the models have a cap, but it's modified. Models 2, 3, and 4, reading down the next row, they reduce the flat tax. That's the $100 for the 100,000. Okay? So all of the new models have that feature. They set the cap to 100,000. Both Model 3 and Model 4 reinstitute a cap, but move it to 100,000. And then Model 4 is the only one that adds sort of the variable gross receipts. That means Model 2 and 3, everybody pays the same rate. And then you can see sort of the impact on projected revenue. So reducing the flat tax, benefit to the small businesses. Setting the cap to 100,000 recognizes the fact that we're going to trade off a little bit of the equity for some of the practicality for the businesses here in the city. And then setting a variable gross receipts rate is another potential option. As you look, you see that each of those has a different payoff in terms of the revenue generated, and they have different profiles in terms of modernization and simplification. I'll pause there for a second for questions for me on the models, I think, and And then I'm going to turn it back over to Emmy for some,
Thank you. A lot of data.
yeah,
Good,
thank you.
good information. Councilmember Shuria.
Thank you. Thank you for, there is a lot of detail and a definitely complex taxing structure. I had a question for you on, I will say the slide number, starting on page 28, or slide 28.
All right, pardon me, I'm going to thumb back here. Okay.
And then, well, I guess 29 would be better. That's the starting of Model 1. So $2.9 million. And how many businesses in town are going to feel that increase? That's an important question.
Yeah. Everybody who's paying at the cap right now, I don't know if we have that exact figure. I mean, we'll grab that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason I asked that, he's looking at the number.
Yeah.
But the reason I asked that number, because although we're modernizing the taxing structure, there's also going to be an increase to burden. Correct? All four models have an increase? Is that correct? The tax increase?
Yes, yeah, all of them, because they either move up the cap or
Sure.
remove the cap, would have an increase on your top-tier businesses, yeah.
Gotcha.
That upper grouping.
I can help address your question. So we currently have 105 businesses that are at the cap. So that would be the number of businesses that would be affected by removing or lifting the cap.
Gotcha, okay. So 105 businesses would potentially carry the burden of the $3 million increase. Is that accurate?
In this model?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No, I had a couple more questions on the structure. On Model 4, that's the lowest tax increase to
Correct.
to the businesses, correct?
To the majority of your businesses, yes.
Correct. Was there a reason to have the variable gross versus the uniform gross on that one? And what would have the variance been if you did the uniform approach versus the variable approach and put the $100,000 cap, which is 8 times higher than the current cap?
Yeah, so as to the first question, the reason is it is a modern practice in California that is available to you, so we wanted to put it on the table for
The
you.
uniform or the variable?
The variable.
Okay,
In fact, the variable is more common than uniform.
got you. And then,
Okay.
I guess, same question for the uniform ones. Why did we, if it's a modern practice, why did we use uniform versus the variable on 2 and 3?
So the reason we used uniform, I'm going the wrong direction, doggone it. The reason we use the uniform is, while it's not as common, it does give you sort of peak simplicity and peak equity. So we want it there as a comparator for you. It also, to answer the second part of your question, Model 3 does what you were asking. So if we kept everybody at the same $2.80 per thousand with the 100,000 cap, so we didn't do the variable rate, then you get the result you see in Model 3. So that was part of what we were trying to model already to bring that to you.
Got you. So one's so Model 3 and 4 are the same except for the variable versus the uniform?
Yeah.
Okay. So the uniform would be a less of a tax increase.
Yeah,
per
because
se.
you have a large group of your businesses that fall in the general retail rate, and they get an even further reduction in the variable gross receipts rate.
Got you. I think that's all the questions I have for now for this section.
For my question, I want to better understand the role of a cap in either attracting or retaining businesses. So I'm curious to what extent you have any awareness of any data that supports the proposition of either the cap attracts or deters, and particularly given the other comparative cities you reference, we're the only one with a cap. I'm just trying to understand what that means.
So I wish I had great data on that. Historically, the answer's been it doesn't really matter. Historically, in California, these local taxes, again, I do not want to minimize what we're asking of businesses with this. But I do need to speak somewhat frankly, which is to say, at $2.80 per $1,000, we're talking about a tiny marginal increase in the tax. If you are a big business, that's a large check to write, I get that, but it is very small on the margin, right? Your sales tax is 1%. We're at a fraction of that, pennies on the dollar. And so historically, the answer's been when we've seen rate increases or cap reductions, cap removals, you just haven't seen businesses move for that reason. Talking to my colleagues in the Economic Development Department at HDL who help cite businesses for cities, they're like, they're never asking us about the business license tax, right? But I will say, in my experience over the last 6 years or so of doing these tax studies, that large businesses who are looking to leave the state may consider it. They may say, enough is enough, I'm going to Texas or I'm going to Florida, right? Now that tends to be more in the manufacturing realm. Well, they'll just pick up and, hey, we'll pay the shipping and it doesn't matter if we're here or somewhere else. But it is a important thing to keep in place. In principle, what a cap provides to a business is no matter how much we grow, we know we'll never pay more than this, and that is a certainty that I can budget into my business, and that's a benefit to the business. In principle also, that means everybody who's under the cap is subsidizing that business, and that's the choice that we're making.
Nonetheless, if we were to have more comparative cities, would we find others that do have a cap? Or is this really the trend to eliminate the caps in those cities with which you've worked?
In the cities with which I have worked, removing a cap can become politically very difficult. Those that don't have them tend not to put them in. Those that do tend to increase them rather than remove them altogether. I worked with a city in the Bay Area in the 2024 election cycle. Their cap was $25,000. They wound up getting support to move it to $250,000. But we couldn't get political support to remove it altogether. Does that answer your question, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor?
It does. Councilmember Howarth.
Well, that adds a new question, so just following up on that.
Councilmember, is your mic?
Oh, sorry. I mute my microphone so it doesn't bother my colleagues when I move my papers around. Thank you. I'll piggyback on that. Removing the cap, which is suggested here, is not politically, you're saying it's politically more difficult to do that.
It is. You have businesses who, you're taking something away.
Yeah, okay.
That's human nature.
Got it.
That becomes more difficult, yes.
So could we, gosh, and I'm so sorry, I thought I was being so organized. One, and two of them are removing the cap, or you're suggesting.
Yeah, I think
And two.
just Model 2.
Just Model 2, just one, okay,
Yeah, so
sorry.
Models 3 and 4 move the cap up
Got it.
rather than remove it.
That's important information because, between 2 and 4, there's similar things within them so that's very interesting.
Yes.
So, okay, now let me try to, in Model 4, underneath that, there's the 5 simplified categories. And general retail, which is also restaurants, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Restaurants would fall there under our
And
models.
so what's the rationale for that to be $2 rather than $2.80?
Generally, the rationale is they're an important part of your economy. You want to recognize that, and you want to incentivize the growth of that with a little bit lower of a rate, but that's generally the rationale.
Makes sense. Regarding that, if I look at example 2, it says restaurant, which is comparison of 4 models, okay, that is slide 44, I'm sorry. So example 2. so right now, why is ours so much higher than a lot of other places? Just now, I mean, what makes that more expensive? Because it's, if every, you know, is it because are we doing employees plus square fee? Are we doing sales? What is it that, do you know? Because that just jumps out at me.
Yeah, so I believe you've currently got, let me just find the restaurants here. But generally, the answer would be two combined factors. One is your higher base rate at around $300, combined with your current gross receipts tax is about $2.71, I believe.
Okay.
And we'll be going to $2.80 here shortly.
Okay. And then, do hotels and short-term rentals pay the same rate of tax like this? That they pay the same? Is it? No, wait, I'm seeing our finance director. I'm seeing Emmy. I'm seeing all kinds of action. I feel like I'm narrating the race. Go ahead, Emmy.
Thank you, Councilmember Haworth. So short-term rentals currently pay on a gross receipt basis because there's no way to capture a number of hotel rooms within a rental. So that is the category they currently fall under is gross receipt basis, whereas hotels they fall under the per hotel room tax. So they're taxed differently, and so the effort of, the goal of this process is to look at unifying the same tax basis based on gross receipts.
Okay.
And if I could clarify as well, we might not have the slide here, but for restaurant, other businesses have a different basis of the tax where it may be assessed on a per employee of that restaurant tax, which could significantly reduce the tax liability for the restaurant. And that could be a variety of policy, council policy priorities.
You're saying we could do that?
Well, I'm saying that other cities may have adopted a different type of tax structure that have led to a lesser tax rate. And currently, our restaurants are taxed on gross receipts, and so that is reflecting keeping that same basis intact.
I really appreciate that. I mean, it's sort of like the different metrics that you presented in the beginning. Are we modernizing? Are we making it more equitable? Are we making more revenue for the city? What is the reason we're doing this, right? There's different reasons. One more question? Underneath, let's see. Oh gosh, which one was it? I believe it's for commercial real estate. Commercial property, which is slide 47, example 5. This is probably a dumb question, but is it possible for the tenants to be able to get a sales tax credit?
Our model did not add that option.
Okay.
And I'll be happy to explain why if you'd like.
Well, I see finance director coming up here.
Yeah, okay.
That'd be great. Anyone?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so generally speaking, our recommendation is contra sales tax credits.
Okay.
For a simple reason. You've got a taxable activity. It's the conducting of a business. It's not based on whether you have taxable sales or not. And I know it doesn't feel this way to the businesses, but they are not paying the sales tax.
Right.
They're collecting and remitting something they collect from their customers. It's not their tax.
Okay.
They hold it as a sort of fiduciary and have to remit it over. And so it doesn't make, from a policy perspective, again, practically it may be necessary. I'm working with a city in LA County that has one right now, Urbandale. It may be practically necessary, but from a tax policy perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to give you a break on your business license tax based on the fact that your customers paid the sales tax for the sale
Got
of
it.
tangible personal property.
Got it. One last quick question, I'm so sorry. Or no, I'm not sorry, actually. Oh, go ahead.
Well, if I could just add that Model 4 does give them a slightly lower rate, and
Right.
part of that thinking is that they are generating other activity in the city.
Yes, okay. And then currently, do we tax, if you have a license, a real estate license in the city, currently, do they pay a business license tax? Based on sales, or how do you, Director Brett Howard? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so up and down.
Yes, well, this is
Thank you.
probably a controversial item, so thank you for raising it. My understanding, there's a lot of history here, and years ago, I don't have the year fresh in my mind at this point, but I know we've researched this in the past, and that it has come up in the past, and so for at least the last 10, 12 years, we do not require a business license from agents in the city but we are taxing brokers. So there's a lot of confusion on that, and when we've discussed this with both the tax analysis partners as well as our special legal counsel we've been working with, Michael Colantuno's firm, the feedback that we've gotten is that this is unusual because we are essentially just giving a break to one
Right.
category,
So that's why
that
it's
no one else
proposed.
is getting this break. And the general concept is if you're conducting business within the city, you need to have a business license and pay a tax.
So that's why on page 13, it says clarify and expand professional service to include real estate.
Yes, that was one of the equity issues we would like to address, but we also know it will be politically sensitive. So
Okay, I didn't mean to be controversial.
that's maybe not something we have to decide tonight, but our current practice has been not to require a license.
Thank you.
Done?
I am. Thank you.
Councilmember Sherwood.
Thank you, and I appreciate those questions by my colleague. Something that Councilmember Haworth indicated as to why we're doing this, and part of it, we have the staff report and all the information, but part of it was to modernize. But ultimately, all four of these examples do increase the tax revenue. Is that accurate?
That is accurate,
Okay.
as estimated, yep.
Yeah, slide 46. So just looking at 46 and even 45, I guess, when we took these examples, I know they're, we're not using real examples, but were these thresholds on calculating these businesses utilizing data that we have from, like, say, the past year, and in our category for medical offices, the average median gross receipts were 1.2 million, so that's why we're using 1.2 million. I guess I'm trying to understand on your slides 45, 46, and maybe in 47, how did you derive at those thresholds on the amount of gross receipts?
Yeah. So they are hypothetical. They are informed by what might be somewhat representative of this kind of, whether it's a small or large business of this type within the city. What I would say is, if you look at the presentation here, and I know it's a lot of stuff on the page, but assume that whether this is representative or not, what you're seeing is how does this business get taxed across all four models and all of the comparison jurisdictions. So the short answer is they should be relatively representative. In this particular case, I know it's a decent model for a small commercial property. For a medical office, we actually used a broader set of data than just the city to look at that. And look at a NAICS average, right? So that kind of business, what does it typically bring in across the state?
Gotcha, and I appreciate that with your expertise and being a subject matter expert on this. I'm just looking like for like. If we took this dollar figure, did we I mean, you run our business license data at HDL. Is there a way that you can find the median for this category and give us a realistic number for our community, even though this is commiserate with other communities, as you say?
This slide that you're seeing here, I think, as Eric mentioned during the forum, we did present a scenario that was a little unusual. So with this model.
Libby's being kind. It was
Oh.
unrealistic,
Okay.
and so we improved it.
Yes, so what you're seeing on the screen here, the gross receipts of 700,000, we did go back and confirm that that number is the average in the city.
Great.
So this is a much more realistic
But for-
scenario.
Right, I guess, but for this slide, but for taking an example of a medical office or a restaurant, is it reasonable to say that $600,000 represents our median in our town? I'm on slide 44.
Yes, we did look at,
Okay.
I remember looking at the restaurants, and I'm just confirming with the team too, is making sure they're nodding in agreement that
Okay.
we did look at that.
And that's-
And if I could also say to anyone here in the audience or listening, we're happy to do kind of a personal calculation. If someone wants to contact us, we're happy to help them do the calculations of what it would look like for their particular business.
Perfect. One last question on slide 47.
Councilmember, may I add one
Sure.
additional piece of information?
Please.
Call you back to the time when Emmy was up here, which was way better than my time up here. And she pointed out that the vast majority of your businesses are under that $1 million mark. So you've got a concentration where if we were looking at a median, they'd be smaller, and we wanted to show some of that spread at the top as well in these realistic examples. So just wanted to add that additional color. Please continue. I'm
That's
sorry.
fair, and thank you. Slide 47, it says gross receipts 25 million on a larger commercial property. Now, is that calculation on all the models and the current tax based on square footage? Or is it based on gross receipts?
It would be the greater of in your current models, right? So greater of the square footage or the gross receipts. In the other cities, it depends. So, in El Segundo, it's going to be almost purely square footage, and you see how close that rate is. Beverly Hills, I think it's gross receipts, and it's a very high rate for commercial rental in Beverly Hills.
And this does not, we don't have a cap on commercial property right now?
We do. It is, if you fall under the square footage calculation, the cap is 251,000.
Got you. Okay, but this calculation was done on gross receipts or square footage?
Well, models 2 through 4 would have been done on gross receipts.
Right, and the Model 1?
Model 1 being the same as currently, it would be on the greater of, which should be the square footage in this case.
Okay, no more questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Sure. So I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm a business person, been here, we just had a great time handing out plaques on longevity. What am I to expect if I'm going to be paying more money? What do we tell them? Why are you paying more money? Is it because we want to modernize? And, I'm trying to calculate a value to our customers, to our businesses,
Yeah.
I understand it's a source of income because we need to keep everything, it helps to keep everything attractive, to attract people here for their businesses and things like that. But,
Yeah, again, my heart goes out to businesses in California who are making this a great place to live and work. I've only been in your city a little bit here today, but it's a beautiful city. And it wouldn't be that without your businesses contributing what they contribute. That said, these revenue sources, to the extent we're focused on revenue, these revenue sources are incredibly important. They're locally controlled, so they don't go up to the state, and the state decides how much they're going to give you back or whether they're going to borrow against them. And so they are local funds for your local concerns. I just listened to some great back and forth about the overhiring for the police captain and some other items there. These are general fund revenues that go towards any of these things like policing, making sure you've got clean streets, you've got the lighting so people can enjoy particular areas of the city after dark, that you've got parks and recreation activities. These are general fund revenues that go towards helping all of those things that make this, no business does it by themselves. They do it in the context of a network, of a market, of access to that market, of people who want to come where the business is, and then they also go to the business because they feel safe. So the general answer is these are local taxes to help you with your local concern, to continue building and providing the community that you've done so and that you're stewards over.
Thank you.
Councilmember Howard.
Yes.
And if I could just add quickly, too, that in many of the models, because of that slightly reduced flat tax, smaller businesses would be paying a little bit less. Again, a lot of the comparisons, it's about $200, so slightly less, about the same. But you are correct that the larger businesses, those 105 that are over the cap, they would be contributing more, which is something to consider. But for the majority of businesses in the city, they would be paying a little bit less.
Thank you.
Councilmember Howard.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, comment, is that it seems like the smaller businesses, the ones, that we interact with so much, you pay less for a bunch of these. So.
Right, and that's part of the policy discussion, if I can add, that we're going to be having after we take public comment, after you're complete with your presentation, correct? Any other council member questions at this time? You may proceed.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it back over to Emmy.
All right, thank you, Eric, for walking us through the results of the tax study. So I'm going to quickly go through these last few slides so we can open up public comment. So I just wanted to recap the final and last polling question that we posed to our audience at the Business License Tax Forum. After summarizing the tax models, after comparing all four across each other, we posed a question to all audience members from the forum and after as to which tax model they prefer. And based on the voting results, they varied widely. There were two contenders you could see here, but 46% of participants, which represents 22 out of the 48, preferred tax model 4, whereas 38% of participants preferred model 2, which reflects 18 participants. The remaining 10% of participants liked model 3, and then lastly 6% liked model 1. So you could see the results varied widely. It's based on only 48 respondents total that attended, but you could see the top two being model 4, which includes the reduced base tax of $100, setting a cap to $100,000, and then setting a variable tax structure that provides a lower rate to the general business category. The second contender is the Model 2, which introduces no cap and reduces the flat tax. So with that being said, next steps at this stage, we've shared the results of the tax study this evening. We've shared the input from the community from the forum that was held last April 23rd. And our next step would be to seek direction on which tax model we would like to move forward with. Following that, between now and June, our consultants with Team Civics would be conducting a community polling, statistically valid polling, to gauge the community's appetite and understanding of whether we would like to proceed with a tax measure. They would also send informational mailers to registered voters. I also wanted to add that between July and August, there would be a call for an election and the formal submittal of a ballot measure to the county. And then finally, the last step would be on November 3rd. The ballot measure would be presented before voters at the general election. And just wanted to share, we will be posting regular updates on our business license webpage on the city's website. We've posted the forum materials, the recording of the forum, and we'll continue to post materials from tonight's presentation so that all businesses have an opportunity to review the materials being presented. Lastly, wanted to conclude that staff recommends council discuss and provide direction regarding the business license tax modernization plan. And our goal this evening would be to confirm which tax model to proceed with. In addition to confirming the next stage with the community polling, I will add that the team civics consultants with in conjunction with True North would not begin any polling until they receive the feedback from council as to which tax model would be selected to move forward with. So I just wanted to add that that's contingent on your direction. So that concludes our presentation this evening, and we're available for any questions, or if you'd like, we can open public comment. Thank you.
Councilmember questions. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, thank you. Emma, what would that language look like on the November ballot? I mean, just generally, you know, we pick a model, and so you're going to have to write, you need to approve, and what's the, is it 50% plus one, or?
Thank you for the question. So the ballot language that you're referring to would be formulated around the tax model that's selected. And so the consultants with Team Civics would assist the city in formulating a descriptive ballot measure language that captures the goals of the model that you select, and in a digestible manner that voters could understand the impact. So that would be the next stage, is to formulate what that ballot language would look like and present that to the community through the polling. And if, depending on the feedback of the polling, the next steps would be to call the election, and the official ballot language would be formalized through, you know, an ordinance and other materials to call the election.
And what percentage does that need to win?
Oh, sorry. This would be a majority vote measure, since it's a general tax. So it'd be 50% plus one.
Okay, and then last question is, what's the estimated cost for us to do this, to go through this process?
Oh, thank you for the question. So at the mid-year a budget update for fiscal year 26 on February 17, we did incorporate some costs for consulting to bring us forward to the stage with the tax study, with the polling, and our expert legal counsel through Michael Colantuno's team. So that is already budgeted. In addition to that, there's election costs that are included in fiscal year 27 budget, which will be identified later in the presentation this evening. And that is already incorporated, which are fixed costs with any election. I don't have the number on hand, but I could certainly get that information to you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Before I open to public comment, just can you confirm again, the current structure was imposed for business licenses? I'm seeing several dates, 1971, 1976. So this...
Absolutely. So 1971 is when it was first introduced, and I'd have to go to the history slide, but 1976 is the last time there was substantial changes to the structure. And, you know, at the time, 50 years ago, it was developed through whatever legislation was subject to business license taxes. Today, there's different requirements. There's an election process and prerequisites to bring forward changes to modify the tax structure.
Great. Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Members of the public that are in chamber, please stand up, get some exercise, and come on down. Good evening.
Hello, Council. My name is Tim Ryan. I'm the owner of El Porto Laundry. I'm also the president of the North Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. When we went through the breakdown of everything, and we're part of the forum, most of the comments that I got back from the other owners is all related around context. And Councilmember Sherrillian went into it that there's not really a breakdown of where did the distribution go? We have big lumps that 97% are sub $1 million in gross revenues. But I don't know, you probably have a better idea. Is that normalized based on the number of businesses that are subcontractors and contractors, which pay a base rate for their fees? So are they getting a better breakdown, or does that skew? I do like easier numbers, and percentages, especially small percentages and large numbers, are really hard to break down. But if you go by every $1,000 that a business makes, for a $500,000 business, they have to pay $2.91 in tax. If you go up to the upper end, at the maximum, at a $100 million company, they're effectively paying a dime for every 1,000. So the current structure is every $1,000 is much more expensive for up to $500,000, where it shows it's essentially $2.91 per. And the overall breakdown that we have is that while Model 4 is a preferred, they have been watching for more businesses of is the 100,000 the right cap or a base rate number or higher, or how do you judge a cap if you don't know the distribution along all the businesses?
Thank you very much. Please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. I didn't know this topic was on tonight, so I was listening to this, and so my comments are really just as a resident. First, I want to compliment the presentation. I was very impressed on how well it was presented, and I look forward to other presentations with that level of detail and options. You know, when I look at the goals of simplicity and fairness, I have got to lean towards Model 2. It aligns very well with how we do sales tax. So I think if you're going to talk about when it goes to the voting population, you could say we're going to try to align it to how we do sales tax. It's fair. It's based on the same percentage. It's very simple, very clean, very easily to explain. In addition, I think the flat up to a certain amount can be explained very well, because what we're trying to incent is our small businesses to thrive and grow in our city. But I think that's a key point there. Joe, to your question about why should we do this, or why do you explain the additional cost to these businesses that they have to pay, I think it's very straightforward. We had an old model that was archaic, and we're moving towards simplicity and fairness, and that is how that's going to play out as we move towards that direction. In the discussion on real estate and realtors, absolutely we need to include them. They're doing business here. They also need to pay their fair share. I hate that term, but I think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Any additional members of the public that care to address this item?
Don't be shy.
Hello, Michael Zislis, downtown business owner, council, Mayor Lesser. Welcome. This speech I wrote sitting here, I didn't think I was going to make it tonight, so I'll be real quick. First of all, this year you guys went after landlords, just so you know. Somehow you hired some consultants. Every landlord got hit with a business license fee, and guess who they passed that business license fee on to? Us, the renter. So when you have a triple net lease, you pay for property tax, insurance, and now you pay the double taxation of a business license in Manhattan Beach. So your revenue has already gone on. I think the Downtown Business Association 10 years ago when I was president said we need to make this more fair. That's all we asked for. We didn't say we needed to make this a money grab. We needed to make it fair. So the smaller businesses, the bookstore, the little merchandise stores, if you looked at your charts, they're paying 4 times what they're paying in other cities. It's not fair. They should be brought down in fee, and the big businesses, I tend to be one of those, should pay a little bit more. But right now, the way those things are written, my current business tax would go from $12,000 a year to $41,000 a year. That to me is a money grab. And remember, you're going to need the support of the community to pass a bill. You know how hard it is to pass a bill? When we passed a bill, which I was a supporter of, to raise our property taxes for schools, that was a beautiful thing to raise the money for. How hard was that? I can't even believe we got it passed. You'll never get this passed at the way it's written now. But I do think we want fairness, and that's what we're looking for. fees are highest in Manhattan Beach over any other city on that chart. Remember, this city raised our TOT tax from 12% to 14%, and you always use this line. Well, Hermosa charges 14. Redondo charges 14. We got to charge 14. Well, you saw what the other cities charge for business taxes, and you're already double it. You got to bring them down. And then you really got to start collecting TOT tax on short-term rentals. I've been saying it forever and ever. And the internet, I said it was slow before, doesn't even work now. So please fix the internet in this place. And the small businesses should pay half of what they're paying now. Help the little guys, the little guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public, please?
Use your 5G.
Kyle Ransford, local resident and business owner, approaching 30 years in 3 weeks. So wanted to give a couple pieces for you guys to consider as you go down this path. One, the presentation that was attempted to be made online to include the community was a great attempt. I'm not sure, having participated in it, the ability to understand and get through all that, as well as the size, those statistics that come out in the votes from that is the information to lean on versus some of the commentary from it, of it being statistically significant. A couple other pieces to just point out as we have here, the examples that we gave. Well, first, I support modernizing the business tax. It's incredibly complicated to try to figure out. I find that the city has a hard time itself figuring out what it's supposed to charge in many of the cases. And we do need to move down this process moving forward. But again, a couple of the things to just be thoughtful along the way. The real estate example was great. It used $12 a foot as your average rental rate. That is about your average rental rate. As hard as it is to believe, the average today is probably 4 to approaching mid to high teens. The restaurant example that we used there, that was a $600,000 restaurant. Most of our restaurants are $3 to $6 million restaurants. It has varying ways in the current tax. Again, it's heavy to get to those maximums. The couple places that I would be thoughtful that may be a commentary and other places in how things are enforced currently and how they could be enforced in the future that Mike touched on is sort of these situations where there's double taxations and double license. Already, as we're talking about percentages, that doesn't factor into margin, which is probably too hard to get into, but things like we own the gas station at the Arco station on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, super low margin business. We're required 4 business licenses for that one business. So we pay those things 4 times. Again, we talked about that in the restaurant and the ownership piece where people are paying the business license tax multiple times on the same revenue being passed around, but something to think of.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jill Lampkin. I run the Chamber of Commerce. If I could only explain to you the conversations that I have had over the past couple of weeks, because as you know, I represent everything from the smallest business in town to Skechers. And so I have had my ears bent in all kinds of different ways. I will say, I started this process with Steve Shirley 7 years ago, and the biggest thing that I heard from all of my constituents was simplicity and equity, simplicity and equity. But as I went through all of these conversations, and we started to talk about things like, okay, commercial real estate, and how does that get passed down? I want to be very, very thankful to these guys because that was a major point of contention in that conversation was, especially for small businesses, is that going to be passed down and my rent's going to go up because I have a triple net lease? They came up with great information that says in the majority of cases, small businesses are not going to be impacted by that because their threshold is not going to go up. So that would not be passed along, which is very good news for small businesses. I do want to say that the scenario where it is the $2 versus $2.80, where there is one variable rate, that is important because those businesses are revenue generating for sales tax. And I'm not sure that was completely clear before, but so when a retail, they call it retail, but that includes restaurant too, businesses that generate sales tax would be at a lower rate. They'd be at $2 versus $2.80, which are the other categories. So that's important for that difference. Real estate agents, I want to put that plug in there for them. It is actually on gross receipts. It's not what the house sells for. It's what they actually make on that. So it is fair in the same way that the other businesses pay. And one last thing to put in your mind, actually two quick things. One is that small businesses that I spoke with said, why is my 12% or 3% less important than somebody bigger's 3%? Why do I have to pay a larger portion than somebody else? And then you start digging into that conversation a little bit deeper and you go, okay, so what do those bigger businesses contribute back to the community? And so there was definite conversation. One thing that was suggested was potentially putting a cap in place, but raising it from 100,000 to something that seemed a little bit more equitable.
Jill.
Sorry.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers that would care to address this item? Seeing none, Patty, is anybody on Zoom?
Yes, first we have somebody by the username of work phone.
Hello?
Yes, you may proceed.
Hi, this is Chandra from Trilogy. How is everybody?
Hi,
Good to
Chandra.
talk to you. Hi. I want to say first, thank you to Libby and the team for even taking this on. It's not an easy issue. Like Jill said, this has been going on for years, something that the city and the businesses have been trying to address for a long time. And I think everyone hopefully understands the intention was to make things more equitable and fair and ensure that the large businesses in our town are paying their fair share instead of currently the smaller local businesses carrying a disproportionate burden when some of the major companies remain capped. I don't think anyone is looking to run large businesses out of Manhattan Beach or drive rents higher. Everybody, we love Skechers, we love the Apple Store, we love Target. The goal was simply to have businesses pay more of a proportional percentage of their revenue towards business license taxes so the system felt more equitable. A specific example is if the city's collecting more of these fair business tax license, then perhaps the staff parking permits wouldn't have had to go up more than 100% this year. And a lot of that money is coming in from the small businesses. When you look at someone like Apple, like I said, everybody loves Apple, but if they're capped at 12,000 and you have small businesses downtown paying 5,000, that imbalance makes no sense. And that's what we've been trying to address through the Business Association. I also have another question is, there's a new distinction on that one option between service businesses and restaurants or retail. And I just heard Jill say that that's because of a sales tax collected by retail, but that's pass-through money that's just going from retail on. It's nothing about a business's bottom line. So it's a little bit confusing why a service business would end up paying 30 to 40% more in business license taxes at the same revenue level. It's proposed the $280 stays for service business, but restaurant and retail drops to $2 per $1,000, despite service businesses actually having a much higher payroll and labor costs than restaurant and retail. So I'm just curious if someone can think about the reasoning behind that. This is absolutely not to criticize all the hard work that's been done by Libby and all the work that's gone in. I appreciate anyone taking a look at this, but I just wanted to ask that so hopefully someone can take a look and possibly explain.
Thank you.
Next, we have Diana Forte.
Thank you. Am I unmuted at this point?
You are, we can hear you. Please proceed, Diane.
Okay, great. I was trying to do the video as well, but thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this evening, Mayor and members of the council. As you know, Southern California has a long-standing franchise agreement with the city, and we currently pay 2% of gross receipts in the amount of $600,000 in terms of a franchise fee. So we would like to share our concern that we would oppose any shift in that to have additional gross receipts that would apply to SCE and could potentially contribute to increased rates to the consumer. Thank you so much for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Diane.
No further requests on Zoom.
All right, in which case we will close public comment. Maybe just if we could, let me go ahead and turn to you, Councilmember.
No, go ahead.
I was going to try and ask some of the questions that were asked by members of the public, and maybe we go to you, Libby. I'm not sure if I took as good notes as I would like, but there was a question of where do the distributions go? How are they shared, I guess was one of the original questions.
Yeah, I would have loved to have that question in advance, and we could have included a slide on that to show that, because that's certainly data we have at our disposal. So as the comment was being made, I was thinking we could certainly provide that distribution on our website that Emmy mentioned, because I think that might be helpful information for everyone to see.
I think there was also essentially a question about whether the second model, number 2, could have a higher cap. I mean, it might defeat the purpose, but it would have a lower amount that most small businesses would pay and be variable, but it would have a cap. I'm just wondering about.
So Model 2 is showing that the cap is removed. We would have no cap. So we did look at, as Eric mentioned, based on what businesses reported in the last taxable year, just kind of the varying levels of how many businesses are over 50 million, 70 million, 100 million. And those numbers get smaller and smaller as the dollar amount goes up. So we're definitely, so raising the cap from the $100,000 that's proposed in Models 3 and 4, we're really just giving that break to a smaller and smaller and smaller number of businesses.
There was also a question about the difference between service businesses and retail, and then the last question had to do with franchise fees.
Regarding the franchise fees, I did respond back to Ms. Forte this afternoon that as you know now, our business license tax code is very nuanced, and there are very specific instances where, such as the franchise fees, that we want to do more research on, and we'll be doing some more research with our special counsel to make sure we're covering that. And I said we would be back in touch with them as we get more information. The other question on the retail versus services, so in all of the models except Model 4, those would be treated the same. So I guess I'm forgetting what the exact question was.
I remember it.
Councilmember Howard.
Yeah, because it took, it was that.
The question of relating the sales tax to the businesses getting a break on their business license tax. And
Well, it was the argument against that because the services businesses have higher labor costs or higher, and so they, there was that.
Well, I think Eric did touch on that earlier. If you'd like to speak a little more, please.
Briefly, so we can have some dialogue here and give you some direction.
I will absolutely keep it brief. It would be wonderful if city had the authority to consider the labor costs and the input costs, but it's my understanding that the state legislature has made it pretty clear that for a business license tax, we can't take those costs. You have to tax on gross and not on net. So we can't distinguish between businesses based on their costs.
Thank you very much. That's all for initial questions. Turn it over to council colleagues. Councilmember Howard, did you want to start?
Well, yeah, I was really going to, thank you for following up on those questions. I think that we're waiting to hear about the franchise fee, right? Because when that question was asked, I didn't quite understand, is that a license, is it a franchise fee? So that's not part of this tonight, correct?
Correct. That's not part of this discussion tonight. And as Emmy mentioned earlier, as we proceed with the polling, then based on that, we would come back with ordinance language, proposed ordinance changes. So if we were going to touch anything like that, it would be during that process, and there would be a full discussion, and everyone would be made aware in advance of that discussion.
All right. It's, there's a lot to, sort through. So I'll make a few initial comments. So I definitely, I think this was an excellent presentation. Really appreciate how, excellent presentation on a lot of analysis, a lot of data. I do think that we need to do something because, as was mentioned, let's say it was 1976 that it was last done, I'll just say I was 12 years old then, that's all. And I remember in our current business code, we have a category for psychics, right, and card readers, or like, right, so let's just, Waymo didn't exist, there's so many things that we have to deal with, and I really appreciate that we're looking at sort of 5 categories, that's great. I appreciate all the different discussions we've had on sales tax generating, is that a pass-through, blah, 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 all those things are great. So I think we have to modernize. And the equitability conversation I've been hearing for the 12 years plus 2.5 that I wasn't on council, but I've been hearing that. And I get it. It's not just, oh, it makes me mad, it's not fair. It just really doesn't make any sense. So, I'm looking at either 2, right, it, strikes me, I mean, I'm just throwing it out here for discussion, right? I think there's other questions we could ask, maybe there's other scenarios. I appreciate that our consultant said we can't look at the costs, we have to look at the gross. But I like Model 2 or Model 4 for different reasons, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Trevilian.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely a process here, and thank you to HDL, our partners now that they do our business licensing, and finance director and finance manager, and I see Josh and John up here. They're the drivers of this business license program, so appreciate all the efforts done here. I heard simplicity. I forgot. I don't know if it was from downtown or chamber. Somebody said it. Simplicity and equity, and I agree with both of those things. It's just where I'm having a concern is just completely alleviating and removing the cap. Also, some of the people that are paying their business license at the cap currently, we're putting an 8 times minimum on there. If we do to 100,000, if we remove the cap, we don't know how much that is, and I heard it was 105 businesses, and there's probably about 100 in the 90th percentile that are close to that benchmark as well that we're not seeing.
That's fair.
I would like to, if we're trying to make this about modernization, simplicity, and equity, I would like to lower the amount of tax increase overall. I say that in the way that maybe a lower cap can be placed, because you check off all the boxes, you check off the simplicity, the modernization, the equity, and then the people that are paying the cap right now don't have to fear an 8 times minimum at 100,000, and gosh knows how much if we remove the cap. Just concerned about just the overall where we are with the economy, and no matter what it is, it's still a business tax, it's not a fee, and it would be asking the public to modify these taxes in order to generate X amount of dollars, so that's a tax increase. And, that concerns me, and I think I heard Mr. Ramsford say he's getting 3 or 4 business licenses on his property, so maybe just get together with him and find out why he's paying 3 or 4 business licenses. But there is an underlying concern. I know I heard Jill, what she said about the triple net release, but if the commercial properties get any kind of an increase, that will be ultimately somehow passed down to the rent. So I'm not ready to give a position on this. I just, like I said, simplicity, equity, modernization, and then we have to limit the amount of tax that we're looking to get.
Thank you. Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you. Gosh, this is a huge undertaking, so I appreciate everyone who's been working on it, and to just break it down into digestible bites so that we can even start to talk about how we approach this. What I'm hearing from our businesses is that we want to reduce the taxes for our small businesses. So I would support that if, we can do a hybrid of, I think Model 2 and Model 4 somehow. And then explore, I don't know why realtors were exempt, but maybe consider.
They're in there now.
They are?
And now they will be
Oh, yeah,
with the proposed.
with the proposed. But once we, are the numbers including the realtors in there?
No, they're
No, they're not. Yeah, they're not licensed, so they're not included. But maybe exploring that to see how including them would offset some of the taxes being collected for the smaller businesses now. So maybe we can explore that. And then, yeah, I do agree that removing a cap altogether may pose issues for a small number of important businesses, the big businesses. We want to keep them. We don't want to discourage. But I do also wonder, proportional to what they're making in our city, you know, I do have a problem with them not paying their fair share. So maybe increasing the cap to a little higher amount to capture some of that. So it's a tricky balancing act, and those are the areas that I would like to see us explore.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, simplicity and fairness are the watchwords, and watch the double taxation. So a triple net, you know, on a commercial property, a triple net is they're paying property taxes, they're paying, you know, common area maintenance, and I forget what the third one is. Anybody know? Insurance. Insurance, thank you. Okay, appreciate that. God. That's a good example of eliminating the double taxation idea. Simplicity, you know, Model 4 seems to be the simplest one. It's also not the, you know, I just don't want this to be a land grab, and so I want to keep that to a minimum, and that's where the fairness comes in. I need a little more time to go through the percentages, you know, incremental for a small business and for a large business, and, you know, that's, figuring that out will lead us to an answer about the fairness. So I'm not quite prepared to make that decision yet, but I just wanted to make those points about what the objective, you know, should be, and, you know, something maybe could be adjusted, you know, before the next 50 years go by on this. So, because, you know, the world is so complex. I mean, what's a sale now, right? Is it, I'm shipping something to New Zealand because I have a great, you know, line of beachwear here, and how does that all get, you know, figured? And I'm selling it direct. So, those kind of things. Thank you.
For my comments, I first want to clarify. I'm hearing questions of my colleagues, and I also am very much aware of the timeline that staff presented. So to the extent that there is a request for further information or looking at a hybrid, what time, how much timing would we have? Could there be direction tonight? I mean, of course there could be. But if council is to give direction, does staff have the ability to come back within, I presume, 2 meetings, and even while working on the budget at the same time, or turn to our outside consultant and come back with some answers so that we can reach an agreement?
Well, so the concern is working backwards from the timeline for a ballot measure in November. So that has to be approved by the city council at the first meeting, and at no later than the first meeting in August. And so that means we have, you know, we're May 12th, so we have the rest of May, June, and July to conduct community polling, which I understand is a 6-week process at least, because there may be some back and forth on that ballot measure language that we would need to craft based on your direction tonight. And so then we would have to we could come back no later than the second meeting in July to present the polling results and get that final direction before the ballot measure approval in August.
So just to clarify, with that timeline, do we have time to give some direction this evening and have staff come back within 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks?
Well, so there's the regular council meeting next week on the 19th, which is a currently a light agenda. The next meeting would be June 2nd, so I would worry about delaying the polling beyond then.
Okay. I am reminded where we started. It was mentioned clearly, and it's been mentioned by my colleagues. Equity, simplification and administration, and funding services and revenue based on our model, which dates over 50 years. I'm in favor of exploring how we can move this forward. I, too, am gravitating towards model number 2, but I appreciate the concerns about wanting to get buy-in and perhaps exploring some form of higher cap. So we take advantage of the simplicity of Model 2. We take advantage of the equity, particularly with the lower revenue-generating businesses, and we're able to move this forward. I also have some of the same questions that my colleagues do, but those are my initial thoughts just to try and move this matter forward.
May I ask a clarifying
Go ahead.
question? So were you saying so Model 2 has no cap?
Understood.
Were you saying to
Potentially, yes.
potentially keep a cap, but, so that would be Model 3, which would impose a cap of the $100,000? So is that what you were referring to?
Perhaps. I'm looking for the simplicity.
Yeah.
If I may chime in,
Madam City
Mayor,
Manager.
I just conferred with Eric. The model you're suggesting is Model 3.
But with a cap.
Model
It
3
does have a
includes a
cap.
cap of $100,000.
It does have a cap. It has
But
an
if you're
increased
looking
cap.
for
It does.
something
Yeah.
between 4 and 2.
Yeah.
3 is the one that has the cap and then has the simplicity.
Got it.
But
I don't know why I didn't see that.
Okay. Councilmember Howard.
Thank you. So I appreciate, as I was saying, 2 or 4, and, things are happening.
Yeah, what's going
Yeah, close your eyes for a
I
second.
need that warning,
Close your
that,
Oh, the
what do
flashing
you call it, the seizure warning?
Yeah, that was,
Okay, sorry. I'm available for weddings and bar mitzvahs too. I also, I think, Mr. Mayor, you said it, but I go back to, the consultant did say, hey, listen, in ballot measures where there's no cap, you have a really hard time passing it. So that made me say, okay, we do need a cap, so that would be.
And I think he was referring to cities with a current cap to completely remove it.
I
It's
see.
challenging.
And we don't have a cap.
we do.
We do.
We do.
We do.
So,
So that would
sorry.
be
So completely removing it may be politically
So that's why
challenging.
Model 1 and Model 2,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So I'm now leaning towards Model 3 or 4. I'm trying to remember, and I do, so I appreciate what the mayor's saying, like, listen, this is a hard, complicated decision and discussion. But I think we do have to make somewhat of a decision tonight in order to be able to move forward. And I want us all to remember, I know that no one, it is true what Councilmember Shirley said, this is a tax. So, but it is, has not been changed since 1976. And this is in many, many places. I'm not saying that we should just be able to pass this willy-nilly. I'm not saying that. I'm happy we're going out to the residents. But I think we could really make the case for this. And especially, I think it was number 4, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem, MPT for the last time, at least tonight.
2 more minutes. Reporting for duty.
Reporting for duty. You know, it also, it's not a grab, if you will. And not that we are trying to do that anyway. But so I would like to make a case. Now I'm saying 3 or 4. But I'm trying to remember why I like 4 better than 3. There's something weird about 3. So let me look at that.
If while you're researching that, if I could just add that our polling consultants did advise that we only poll on one model. It would be too
100%.
confusing to try to say, ask
So
potential voters to choose between multiple.
So Model 3 is the same in low flat rate. Yeah, what would be the political reason not to do number 3 I think when we looked at how it affects certain businesses, I think that's what it was. Let me look. No, it's actually pretty similar to Model 4.
I think maybe if
Model
I-
3 has a uniform tax rate. Model
Yeah.
4 gives a discount
Yeah.
to the general and retail.
So maybe you can explain, and I apologize, you can
No.
explain the difference
Appreciate
of
it.
how, with the variable or the uniform helps the smaller businesses more, and maybe talk about how HDL explains.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, I really appreciate it, because for me, this will help me say, let's go, you know?
So generally speaking, both models 3 and 4 treat small businesses the same. They've got the $100,000 exemption. The difference is going to be if you're a small business who falls into the general and retail, you get that 80 cents per thousand break in Model 4. If you, on Model 2, everybody pays the same rate. It's basically your current rate, right? So it's just the increase of the cap that results in any additional revenue.
Sorry, this is Model 3 and 4 comparison?
Yes.
Yes.
Because they both have a $100,000 cap.
$100,000 cap.
One's uniform and one's variable.
One's variable.
Which
Right.
one of those two helps the smaller businesses per se? Or whatever. Amy.
If I may,
Yeah.
we're dialoguing.
Sure.
What he's saying, small business per se, they both help the same in terms of gross receipts. But the problem, that what's different with number 4 is it gives a lower rate for restaurant and retail.
Yeah. So if you are a restaurant retailer, let's say the general business, you get a bit more of a break
On 4.
in 4.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
that's,
No,
That's the only difference between those two
and
models.
then we have a lot of those, I guess.
Yeah.
Restaurants and retail.
Which is why it's a lower, we would recognize or realize less revenue, but it gives more of a break to those businesses, so.
Councilmember Sherwood, you,
I comboed with Councilmember Haworth, so I'm going to withdraw.
all right, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and then I think we need to begin to think about what our direction to staff might be.
Just a question. We're having homeowners in Manhattan Beach make decisions about our businesses, okay? Businesses, I mean, do we have any idea, like, how many businesses are owned by Manhattan Beach residents? I'm just thinking of voting without representation and all that sort of stuff, or not having representation as a business owner into something like this. Would you say,
I wouldn't have numbers on how many business owners are also residents, but in general, registered voters are who would make these decisions.
okay, yeah, residents.
Yes,
Yeah,
registered voters within the
Yeah,
city.
registered voters, right.
Who choose to vote.
So what we're talking about today has got to be consolidated into one or two paragraphs on a ballot measure.
Mm-hmm.
Have you found with the voting of other cities and the like, is that a challenge? And because, and how can we help mitigate that challenge?
Charles?
Generally not, in the sense that you've got about 75 words typically on a ballot measure. Your experts like Team Civics and your team here and your council will craft that language carefully. There's some requirements by state law that it has to meet. To the extent that the council's considering a single rate, that actually makes it easier. A lot of times you see language up to this amount because you've got to state the highest rate and you're considering potentially single rates here. So I think it's eminently doable. And the passage rate in the last two election cycles, 22 and 24, the passage rates of these things that have gotten onto the ballot, so you've already got a selection bias, but if they get onto the ballot, the passage rate's been around 70, 80% of those that get onto the ballot get approved by the voters.
Okay, great, thank you.
Historically.
Councilmember Hoyt.
Yeah, I'd like to propose, I mean, I do think we have to give direction to staff to go out to polling and do this. And so I'd like to propose Model 4 because it does give a break. It's a flat rate. It gives a break to general and retail, and that's what I'd like to do.
Councilmember Sherwood, then I'd like to make a
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick comment. I know we've been talking about, this hasn't been looked at for 50 years, but this was looked at very thoroughly in the early 90s to mid 90s, right before Prop 218 became law. And Ralph Anderson, I believe, did the study. It was very thorough, similar to this. So it's been looked at. It just, after went to Prop 218 vote, and, you know, there's other priorities, competing priorities that took place instead of modernizing it in the mid-90s. So just clarification there, it hasn't been, it's been looked at. I could get behind something like Model 4. I like all, everything that checks the boxes off for simplicity and equity and modernization. But I think if we can get a number, if the cap wasn't 100,000, if it was, somewhere, in the middle of that, maybe 75,000, I don't know, but just reasonable, so those 100 businesses aren't getting hit 8 times higher cost, and then the other businesses that are right behind getting to the cap. So I could get behind something like that, but anything that's above and beyond that, I think it's somewhat of a grab.
For my comment, my challenge is with 4, there's less simplicity. In a sense, that's what I think staff describes in the report and in the presentation. There's 5 different categories again, and the beauty, as was mentioned by one of the speakers, of perhaps 2 or now we've talked about 3 to the extent we're introducing a cap, is that it's simple, it's something we can explain to the voters, it has equity built in, as opposed to these multiple categories. And that's what's given me some pause. But let me hear some more comments. Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you. I would agree with that. I think if we're going to go for simplicity, having a base model that everyone's in the same model, and I'm going to have to disagree with my colleague, Councilmember Sherlian, on the reduction. I mean, because now I'm leaning towards Model 2. I still do think that we need to explore a cap under Model 2, but I wouldn't agree to reduce that cap just because what we're hearing from the businesses is the larger businesses are benefiting from basically paying less, and so it's not so equitable if we reduce it. So I'd be okay with supporting Model 2 with a cap. It's Model 3.
Model 3.
Model 3.
Yeah.
Could I perhaps add a little tidbit of information here, and I'm pulling this up on the fly. But so again, I'm looking at the confidential data that we have. So for the number of businesses with gross receipts over 50 million is 8. So if we reduce the cap to try to, let's see what slide we're at here. So if you wanted to, if you're proposing to reduce that cap to try to help larger businesses, I just wanted to put some perspective on the number of businesses making over $50 million is actually only 8 businesses. So we're giving a break to a very small number.
But the $50 million, is that the number that would hit the $100,000, you're saying?
Yeah.
Or I thought there's 100 businesses that would hit the 100,000.
Sorry, currently about 100 businesses hit the current cap of gross receipts of 4.5 million and currently pay $12,000. And so what I'm trying to say is currently we have 8 businesses over 50 million. So I'm sorry, it is getting late, so I might be confusing things more. Which one?
So at that, do you want to
This
pull
is
up
Model
Model
3.
3?
Maybe do Model
Oh,
3.
I'm sorry, I thought I was
Model
looking at,
Model 3.
I went backwards
There you
instead of
go.
forward.
Okay, so now
apologies.
if we
Yeah.
look at row 9, that's what she's trying to get at.
Yes.
Is if you set your cap at $100,000.
Yeah.
You're only going to have 8 businesses that
That are paying
made
that.
over 50 million.
But what does that mean? So only those 8 businesses are going to pay the $100,000?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Correct, yeah. Would
So
receive
in
a
order to
break.
pay $100,000, you'd have to be making $50 million.
Correct.
My husband called and said, we're fine, we're good. I wish.
Okay, thanks for the.
Okay, let me go back to council members who want to speak, and then again, I think it would be helpful to have some suggestions for moving forward. Councilmember Howard.
So to your point, Mr. Mayor, like I was ready to propose item, or model number 4, but, and I, and also I think Councilmember Tarnay was mentioning, listen, for simplicity's sake, and maybe I turned to our consultant too. I know, HDL is looking at tax policy, but you're also, could we explain Model 4 with the different rate per thousand on a ballot? So that's where I think that's the hair that we're splitting here. I think Councilmember Freeland had his issue addressed. Maybe not, but so this is the hair I feel like we're trying to split. So there's, the only difference between 2 and 4 is this difference.
3 and 4.
3 and
3 and 4. Forget 2. Forget 1 and 2.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I should have given them better names to distinguish.
3 and 4 is the $2, it's the $2 for the general and retail.
Yeah, that's correct.
So in talking about political realities, which I really appreciate, is that going to be harder to explain in ballot language?
So I am not an attorney. Well,
Okay.
actually, I am, but
You're good.
but I'm not functioning as one tonight for the city. So here's the bottom line is, the way I've seen this addressed by other cities is that they'll put in up to language, up to $2.80,
That's not really fair.
right? So that's what actually gets on the ballot, is that the maximum rate. Again, Team Civics, your special legal counsel will guide you in all of that, but the bottom line is, it is totally explainable. You will, if you did Model 4, the way it's currently structured, there's some question, at least in my mind, of do we need to explain that there are other categories, right? But generally, all those categories are paying the same rate except one. So there's probably some compression of the information you can do.
Aren't there
that way.
just the 5 categories for Model 4?
Model 4 has the 5 categories. Model 3 has just, everybody pays the 280. It's just
Okay.
one category.
So that sort of answers the question. So Model 2, 3
Or 2.
is actually, does that. Okay, so, gotcha.
Before I call on Councilmember Trey and Councilmember Shirley, I am noticing the time and want to take a vote on extending beyond our 11 o'clock deadline. Is there a motion to
Yeah.
do so? I see Councilmember Haworth with a second by Councilmember Tarnay. Call for the question.
Yeah, as long as we have a break so I can eat more of my tuna salad.
Oh, this is for the break, right?
No, this is for the extending the meeting
Extension.
Yeah, extension, yeah.
with a break for tuna.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Who says we can't arrive at a vote where we
Yeah.
can get a majority vote?
There we
No
go.
one says it.
So back to our discussion on this item. Councilmember Tarnay.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know who can give me these numbers, but can we go to Model 3, the slide for number 3? With the, on page 36. Okay. Can you tell me how many businesses currently fall within the 10 million, 20 million threshold?
Good question.
Because those are going to be the businesses that we're going to see an increase in taxes for, right? So
10 through
what?
line 7.
7, yep, roughly. Like,
So I'm
6 has a
counting-
marginal, small increase.
For businesses who reported 10 million or more, in the data, I count 38. And did you say 20 million and is 19? Oh, correct, yes. Yeah.
Oh, so 8, 19, and then,
Well, just 38 over 7.
yeah.
Over 10.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shirley.
I guess for me, again, I like the simplicity. I'm concerned about the ballot language, especially when it comes to explaining the removal of the 20% credit for commercial properties. I know you only have so many words you can put there, but not an attorney. But that will be challenging and confusing for our residents that will be taking this survey. I like number 4, it checks off all the boxes, and it does help our restaurants and our retail. And that's mostly the foundation of our downtown, and you're helping the ones that make up the most businesses. But outside of number 4, again, you're going to have to put on the ballot measure that this will increase the tax by approximately $500,000. I think if you want to get this potentially passed, you got to put a reasonable number on there that doesn't look like you're anything over $1 million is going to look like a money grab. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Horwath, I saw that you made a motion.
Yeah, but go ahead and I'll let.
And then
go
Council,
ahead.
I see Mayor Pro Tem Franklin would like to speak.
So after all this, I'm looking at the far right column of all the analysis, and you look and you see that Model 4 matches,
Could you share what slide you're referring to?
Yeah, what slide?
yeah, 41, slide 41. And there it is. I mean, look at the column. Everybody's paying the same rate. Okay, 0.2, 0.2, 0.19, 0.18. It's fair. Everybody's paying the same rate. It's not producing, as larger numbers as the other ones, but I think that can be easily explained to say that everybody's going to be paying the same relative share.
Except for the
Except for
last
the other.
row
Wow,
of businesses making over 50
Yeah.
million.
Right.
That was only 8.
100 million, right? It's got to pay half the rate. Well, can we throw something else in there, like after 99 million, they have to pay another 0.1%, or a total of 1%?
Throw that around.
I mean, that's pretty darn close,
Go ahead, Nina.
compared to what we have now, so.
I just have a follow-up question to that. So am I looking at this right? So number 4, model number 4, there's actually 2 columns that we need to look at, is page 41 and the last column in page 40. Because the people who aren't the general retail, they're paying
Right,
a slightly higher rate. They're paying 28%. Just wanted to clarify that.
yeah.
Thank
but
you,
the-
yes.
But the same amount.
Yeah, they are.
Each category.
Yeah.
And I just add, we do have these additional categories, so it makes it more complex.
So I am actually, my motion would actually be for Model 3, and let me, let me say to my colleague, I do like, Model 4 because it seems like less money and it's all of that, but the political reality of the different categories and the different rate for retail and restaurant, I think will be very difficult to explain to people. And so that's why I'm making a motion for model number 3.
And Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, are you seconding that?
No, I'm going
Yeah.
to stick with 4.
Is there a second
pony.
for model
Understand.
number 3?
Totally, yeah.
That is seconded by Councilmember Charnay. Councilmember Charnay.
Yes, I support Model 3, and if we're concerned about the increase, I'm just throwing it out there, if there's a potential friendly amendment, is reducing the flat tax amount to a slightly lower amount so that we can help the small businesses, but then keep the higher cap for the bigger businesses. So kind of in between 3 and 4.
So you
Right.
would, so for businesses making below $100,000 in gross receipts, they currently pay $337, but Model 3 reduces that to 1/3, less than a third, of $100 per year. So are you proposing it would be even less?
Let me see.
Were you talking about the retail and restaurant, or were you talking?
The-
3 and 4. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Hybrid. And to help the small businesses, is there a formula that we can use to give the bigger discounts to the smaller businesses?
So that is already happening in Model 3. If you look at the slide that's on the screen. Yes, because the businesses that have gross receipts up to $100,000 currently pay business license tax of $337. And in this model, they will be paying $100.
That's not who she's talking about.
Everyone pays the base tax, flat tax.
I think she's talking about, you're talking about the retail restaurant carve-out from number 4, correct?
But then that switches the model
I
entirely.
It
understand.
switches, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we're
I'm-
trying to,
I know. I just worry about adding that category. Just makes it so difficult for people to, and then we're back to square one, and we don't have something that voters can easily understand. And that's my worry.
okay, I want to withdraw and maybe
To 4.
restate.
Or just restate the motion.
Restate a different motion, though? That's what I'm saying. I want to withdraw my motion. I've got a different thing I want to say.
Okay.
Could we direct staff? So I know you said the consultant or Charles or somebody said we should only poll on one option. So, I mean, that's, you know, my,
It would hurt us, is essentially how he described it. If we were to go, it gets too confusing.
I know it does.
And we're not going to get accurate polling for what gets on the ballot at
No,
that
that's
point.
right. I mean, and I know you're not just, that's not just a staff excuse. I know from this experience, that's exactly right. You see what we're trying to do here?
Yeah.
We're trying to,
I think I do.
Okay.
And you really have two levers if you want to play in the sandbox of Model 3. One is the standard rate, right? You could drop it from 280 to, say, 260. It's at 271 right now. If you do that, then I would say in order to have this thing be a little bit more robust, right? These are models, so you don't want to cut too close to the bone, we're estimating. But on a model like that, if you kept the cap at 100,000, there's reason to believe that you'd be around the 600,000 revenue, so close to the Model 4 numbers in total. So you could drop the overall rate to in the 260 range, which would be a 10 cents per thousand cut from where it is right now at 271. The other lever is you keep the rate where it is at 280 and you cut the cap to, say, 75. That's going to have a significant impact on the overall amount of money there. So it doesn't quite accomplish what Councilmember Tarnay was saying. That would be a reduction in the rate.
yeah.
But those are your two levers in Model 3, and they play off each other in terms of the result from the tax structure.
I like the idea of reducing the 280.
Yeah.
Because that will be across the board for everybody.
Yeah.
And that seems fair and equitable.
Yeah.
And then keeping that $100,000 cap and then having a uniform definition, so simplify.
I like that too.
A little bit more equitable, and then really trying to give the break to, you know, all the smaller businesses.
So, why don't you make that motion? Because I think that we're trying to get to that place. It's, now you're like talking 600,000 for, you know, and so it doesn't, but yet it's simple to describe. It's more simple to describe.
Yes.
So,
Okay, I will try to articulate that and see how simple it is to articulate here first, right? So my motion is to move forward with Model 3 with a reduction in that 280 rate.
2.8.
2.8. $2.80, and then keep the cap at 100,000. So basically, Model 3 with
A reduction.
a reduction in the 280 base rate.
What would we be reducing it to? That's
Not to $2.
Not to 2. Like,
That would
you
lower
had
total
mentioned
revenue.
That would go far too low.
270 or 250, right? You
No,
had mentioned 270?
Yeah, what was that number? Yeah.
It's 270.
Emmy, who's a wizard here, has been working on some numbers. So
Okay.
the estimate is at about $2.60. It probably is in the same ballpark as what you were seeing out of Model 4. So it's under that, yeah, about
Around
600,000 in revenue.
Okay.
So to 2.6.
So to 260,
So
$2.60.
$2.60 per thousand is the rate.
Yep.
Emmy's a wizard, I always knew it.
I'm asking Emmy if she could plug in both 260 and 270 so you can have the comps.
Oh, okay, great.
And I want to point, I've seconded that motion. I hope we can get full support, because I think that'll be stronger going to the polls if we do. And obviously, this is to go to see, get the polling information too.
Yeah.
They might come back and say 40% success before Emmy. Go ahead, Emmy.
Just
And I
for
have one other
polling. This is
point.
just for polling.
Thank you. So just quick math, we have our rate model. If we adjust the 280 increment gross receipt tax from 280 down to 270 across the board, all business types, that would result in revenue of 6.385, so basically 6.4. Comparing that to the 5.4 in existing revenue, that would be a net increase of 1 million.
Okay.
Let's say we decided not to do 270 and we would do 260 if you wanted to lower it even more, then that would result in 6.2 million total revenue, which would be a net increase of 800,000 from the baseline. So it's kind of a hybrid between models 3 and 4 if you would adjust down the incremental tax.
So keep in mind too, though, that as you pointed out, Councilmember Charnay, none of these numbers include realtors because they weren't included in the initial. To reiterate, this is what would be going out for polling. And I think we need to come up with something tonight or we're not. And I think this is better for simplicity, so that's
Can
the
you
vote.
repeat the numbers? Can you just tell us how much the increase, the revenue, how much tax increase would this be?
And it was 2.6, it was 260.
$2.60 and $2.70.
So $2.60 would be 800,000 in revenue increase. $2.70 increment tax would result in about 1 million net
Oh, it's the
increase.
same.
So we're talking a different, between the two, it's about 200,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember
Shirley. Thank you.
Take us home.
No, I'm trying, and I want to get behind this. I think 800 is still a big number. I mean, can we do 250? Is that too much to ask? Probably be about 620.
With the concern being what? I'm trying to get behind some sort of shared motion.
I'm trying to come up with a balance of simplicity, equity, and modernization, and not to increase, not make it look like if this is a large number, it's just not going to pass. It's a tax, it's a business tax, and businesses already pay it. It's not equitable, it's not modernized, it needs to be, but if that's our goal, I think the revenue intake should be reasonable, and I feel that 800, a million is not, it doesn't.
But see, this is the thing that I would push back a little bit. I appreciate you very much, this concern, but we're asking, this is the question to ask in polling, because if we ask for let's say 260, and we get, because I want to, this is a theory, and we get 60% say yes, great. If we don't ask, we don't know that. Like, they'll also ask, by the way, don't they? They do ask, would you support it at this rate? I mean, don't they give a range usually?
I wouldn't know the answer off
Okay.
the top of my head. I'd have to go back and check.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem
Well, I was
Franklin.
just going to say, does it make sense to poll that? You know, it is going to be
Yeah.
polled, and you give the different levels. And
Because then it
Let's
gets
hear what people
confusing.
have to say.
We can ask that question, and if the answer to that question is yes, we could phrase it like that. It's so particular, the way they phrase the question for this type of ballot measure, so I don't want to respond out of context. I would have to check with the experts.
Maybe just narrow it to 2, no more than 3, or
Yeah.
something like
I really feel it needs to be 1 if you have a chance at it.
So your motion was 2.6, or was it 2.5?
Well, can they tell us what 2.5 is?
Was 620,000.
No, I said that. I
You
calculated it in
cal-
my head.
So reducing the tax to $2.50 per thousand, it would result in a little over 6 million. So it's about a 600,000 net increase. So, which is quite a closer to Model 4.
Right. And I think that's what the consultant originally said was 600-ish.
Looks good.
She's talking about, well, what are you talking about, 2.6 or 2.5?
I mean, I definitely want us to have a consensus between the 5 of us, because I don't think we should proceed if we don't have a consensus. So,
Right.
you know, I do worry that number, because when I'm thinking about the difference between, you know, the delta between 600,000 and 800,000, and it's not an insignificant amount, but as distributed between all the businesses, I don't think it's a very significant amount. And it is, if we're gonna go out for a change, I think it needs to be, you know, we're gonna hear very shortly that we need money for the Scout House, that we're gonna need, you know, there are gonna be things that we can fund with a slightly, and I don't think it's and it hasn't been changed in 30, 40 years, even the last time it was studied. So I don't think that it's a huge jump, and I think it's significant enough for us to help fund the things that we need to fund. And I know that wasn't the intent, but I also think that because we haven't had an increase in forever, that we should consider the higher amount. So if I can get a consensus on 260, again, it's a 200,000 difference between all these businesses. And we're keeping it under $1 million.
I agree. I'm just trying to get as much value. I've done a lot of these polls. I've done measures. From my experience, it's the simplicity. 250 is a round number, 600 is a round number. They're clean. It's a good approach, but that's just my observation and my
I think we
experience.
ask higher.
I think we ask for 260 for purposes of polling, and then we as a council can direct it to be lower, particularly if the results are mixed or
Yeah.
lower.
Okay.
Is there
Would
consensus
you be
on that?
Yes.
open to that?
Yes.
Just for polling,
for
right?
polling.
This is to, again, it hasn't been since.
Call for the question.
Look at that, tuna's on the way. Really good discussion.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I propose we take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
Well, I'd
Recess.
like a carve out for
Realize he's
Pegasus, we're ready to go live.
I'd like to call back to order our City Council meeting of May 12, 2026. We move forward with item number 4, which is a resumption. Can I have order in the chamber, please? Thank you. We move on now with item number 4, which is a resumption of the presentation of the proposed 5-year capital improvement program, CIP, for fiscal year 2026-27 through fiscal year 2030-31.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser and council members. I'm Gil Gamboa, your city engineer, and I'm here to continue the presentation of the fiscal year 27 through 2031 5-year capital improvement program plan for city council consideration. Again, this is a continuation of the presentation from the May 5th meeting. A detailed summary of the proposed CIP plan was shared during the city council meeting on May 5th. After staff presentation, public comment, and council discussion, this item was continued to tonight's meeting for further discussion and council direction. As a reminder, a full list of the proposed 5-year CIP projects that were part of the May 5th agenda is included in this staff report. Just a quick recap on the 10 funding categories that make up the CIP. The main one is the CIP fund. The CIP fund supports a wide range of general city needs that do not fall under more specialized funding streams. And as a reminder, the CIP fund is the area where the city council holds the greatest discretion. The other major funding categories include our right-of-way fund, which includes our street sidewalk projects, our parking fund, and our state pier and lot fund, and then also our grants and outside funding. We also have our Measure W, which contains our storm drain funds, and then our street lighting and landscape fund, and then our core sewer, water, and storm drain funds. So those make up our 10 funding sources. For tonight, on May 5th, City Council directed staff to return with details regarding the Senior Scout House project cost estimate breakdown, finance options for the Senior and Scout House project, the metrics for project prioritization, and an evaluation of potential project impacts if CIP fund reductions were to be considered, and also the maintenance and repairs to the upper pier parking lot railings. The staff report in tonight's presentation provide the information requested by the City Council and the proposed modifications to the CIP fund and to the state pier and parking lot fund for City Council consideration. Moving on, beginning with the breakdown of the March 12, 2026 cost estimate for the Senior Scout House. This estimate is considered a Class 2 level by industry standards with a level of accuracy of -10% to +15%. The city's external consultant conducted this cost estimate based on the 100% final plan set, which is currently in round 3 of the city's plan check process. And the breakdown of the estimate is as follows. We have a construction cost of about $9.7 million. We added a 15% contingency of about 1.5, so a subtotal construction cost of 11.2. The next is the actual. We have actuals for permits of $59,477. We have an estimated Edison utility allowance for about $25,000. That's for a transformer. And then we have our environmental CEQA Class 32 analysis it's a paid actual of $83,814. Moving on to the soft costs, the breakdown of soft costs. We have our third-party consultant did the estimate and constructability review, and that's an actual of $88,570. And then we have some estimated costs for public outreach, a dedicated project manager for the duration of the project, construction management and construction inspection that's going to monitor the contractor on a daily basis, and then also the engineer of record for construction design support, which will answer RFIs, help with review submittals, et cetera. So the subtotal soft costs comes out to about $3.34 million, which brings us to a total of about $14.7 million rounded. Now, applying the confidence range, or -10% to 15% for budgeting purposes, we go on the conservative end plus 15%. That would bring us to 16.7, which is what our funding analysis is based on. So that's the breakdown of the cost estimate. And then moving on to the funding options for the Senior Scout House. Should City Council pursue the issuance of debt to fund the Senior and Scout House project, staff reviewed additional funding sources that could be dedicated to future debt service. Staff reviewed opportunities for revenue generation, specifically facility rentals and programming. But the two options that we're bringing to you right now for the debt service option is, number one is cash contributions in the amount of $2.1 million in donations. The bond proceeds would be $14.6 million, and that would result in an annual debt service of $890,000. The second option would be a couple different cash contributions, the donation from the Scouts of $2.1 million, and then also a donation or the city contribution of $4 million. This would require reprioritization of funds from other projects in the CIP fund, and that annual debt service would come out to $645,000. Quick clarification on the $2.1 million. The original donation from the Scouts was 2.24 or 2.29, excuse me, and then the difference is what you saw in the cost estimate of actuals paid to date, which we've had about, I think we've paid about $156,000 between the CEQA permits and our cost estimate, our third-party consultant.
Excuse me, before you proceed, Councilmember Sherrill, I see you have a question. Do you want to wait for the completion of the presentation, or do you have a burning question now?
I think if Gil wants to do the next slide, can we ask questions about the Scout House in general? Is that okay?
It's up to you. Do you have a preference?
Yeah, there's only a few more slides, and I can get through the presentation.
Okay.
You may proceed.
So we have our debt service options I just presented. Moving on to alternative funding. Should the City Council pursue the issuance of debt fund for the Senior Scout House, so staff reviewed additional funding sources. Staff reviewed opportunities for revenue generations, specifically facility rentals is looking at a possibility of rental revenue. So by comparison, to get a feel for what could possibly generate, the Jocelyn Center has an annual revenue of $17,000. There are, currently with the MOU, there are limitations on the use of the Scout House on that, so we would probably have to take a look at the MOU after council's direction here, and then also look at all the programming. As far as other funding sources that may be considered, a half % sales tax measure is an option. Staff also researched the feasibility of placing a bond measure before voters to support capital infrastructure financing, but it is not recommended at this time. And then the finance department will also be elaborating on options during the presentation of the operating budget. Moving on to the prioritization of the metrics, or how we identified which projects in the CIP fund, if council chooses to reduce or relieve the prior year appropriations. So we took into account the release of prior year appropriations, deferring funding to future fiscal years, or deferring funding over multiple fiscal years. So the metrics we use is, first and foremost, public health and safety or legal mandates. Is the project on the city council work plan? Are there contract encumbrances which tie to an active contract that's in place? Is the project in construction in fiscal year 2027? Is there a regulation element such as ADA compliance? Is the project schedule constrained by outside agencies such as a grant that's tied to it, or is the project multi-funded? So taking these metrics into account, we came up with, or before I do that, out of the 37 CIP funded projects, these 10 are going to initiate construction in fiscal 2027. So we won't, based on the metrics, we don't want to touch these as far as reductions. Now, so we came up with 4 projects that total a CIP fund reduction of $4.7 million. They include the bag pool upgrades that would be reducing the prior year appropriations from 700 to 0. Currently, we have the Bay Club allocating about $1 million for the big pool renovation or repairs. So we're using that to pay for the repairs. So that would reduce that impact. The city facility renovation it has multiple projects nested in it. We would reduce it by $2 million. We'd keep $825,000 in the prior year appropriations. That would take care of important projects like the ADA for the council chambers, and some other projects there. Sand Dune Park improvements, we're at a we would reduce Sand Dune Park in fiscal year 2027 from $1.5 million to $500,000, so that would reduce $1 million. We're in design, we're in the early part of the design, so about a year from now, we'll probably be close to completing design and plan check for Sand Dune Park, and then we can revisit a better estimate for construction at that time. And then number 4 here is a project at 400 MBB. This would reduce the funding for 400 MBB by $1 million. So it would go from $1 million to 0. We have a prior year appropriation of, I think, over $900,000 right now. So that would get us through the conceptual design phase until we decide on what we're going to build there. So again, this total CIP fund reduction with these 4 projects gets us the more bang for your buck, so to speak, with the less impact on the projects. So those are the recommended reductions. The staff also looked at some alternative reductions. These 6 projects have a smaller amount, so to make up a $4 million, we would have to use, go with more projects, which would create a bigger impact. But we could reduce some of these, like the annual citywide security cameras, the renovation of City Hall Employee Lounge, the City Hall HVAC replacement Phase 2, the deferred parks maintenance fund, and the last 2 are the school district and the annual street resurfacing, which staff does not recommend, but they do meet the metrics in terms of reducing costs in that CIP fund. And then lastly, the state pier and lot modifications that are being done. We are adding $80,000 in fiscal year 2027 and 2028 in the state pier and lot fund core expenditures to support the maintenance of the roundhouse. So this was approved by council at the mid-year budget. We do have to do a rebalancing in the state pier and lot fund. We're not going to be able to do a project to replace the railings on the upper pier parking lot railings, but we can come back with a maintenance project to get them painted and repaired and touched up in time for the Olympics on that by rebalancing this funding account. With that said, tonight's direction is if City Council can provide direction on the Senior Scout House project, including funding options and CIP funding reductions, and provide direction on the upper pier parking lot railings replacement project, and direct staff to revise the 5-year CIP plan based on any changes or modifications requested by City Council. With that said, we can open it up to questions.
Thank you, Gil. I want to start with Councilmember Shurillian, who had some questions earlier.
Thank you, Mayor. I still need, no button needed. Thank you, Gil, for doing great work bringing back what we asked in a very short period of time, very thorough, very thought out. Quick question on slide 6. So here it says the bond proceeds of 14.6, and then a cash contribution of 2.1, and then the project on the previous slide is 14.7. So I'm trying to understand why the bond proceeds would be 14.6.
Thank you for the question. Good question. So going back to this is the base estimate, and then we have a confidence range of -10% to 15%. So adding a 15% onto that 14.7 gets us a conservative budget number to finance.
Gotcha.
So carrying the math minus the $2 million, we get back to the 14.6.
Good.
It just happens to be coincidentally almost close as the base estimate.
I appreciate it. I want to focus on slide 5 for a minute, because I've had some time to kind of digest and I have some questions on it. When we did the fire station 2, I think that was around $9.5 million. Did we have hard costs and soft costs on that? Or is it specifically because it's like a public-private partnership that we have hard costs? I don't recall putting the bond proceeds, hard costs and soft costs.
So on Fire Station 2 and any CIP, large CIP project, you're going to have hard costs. You're going to have permitting, entitlements, environmental, then you're going to have your soft costs to deliver the project, manage the contractor.
Correct.
For Fire Station 2, the final construction contract, or the original construction contract was about $7 million, and then we had about $1 million change orders that brought it to $8.1 million in construction costs. With the soft costs, the final breakdown was about the total project cost was about 10.23.
Gotcha.
On that.
Okay, great. And then, I guess I'm just, again, these are questions because this is a big project and, I want to make sure we have all the questions answered that we get on a regular basis. The construction is $9.7 million on slide 5, correct?
Correct.
And then the estimated square footage is about what?
6,700 square feet on the Scout House.
Okay, so, again, just roughly, that would be probably like, what, $1,400 a square foot just for the construction?
Yeah, so I think what you're getting at there is residential construction probably ranges between 400 and 800, but when you're talking about a public sector building facility, now you're going to get up to 1,000 or higher per square foot.
Gotcha. So, okay, is it because of like the ADA and all that other?
It's, there's prevailing wage when you're in the public sector, so
Sure.
it's a different bidding environment. Prevailing wage versus what private contractors can do can be anywhere from 2.5 to 3 times more on the labor rate.
Okay. Okay, couple of questions on the recommended reductions. I'm on slide 10. So the $700,000 for Beckpool, that's in addition to the $1 million we've got. I know you said that, I just want to confirm it.
Correct. The 700,000 is a prior appropriations city funds on that end of it. The Bay Club is, they'll call it donation, but they're allocating $1 million to get these repairs done on that end of it. So we're utilizing that funding, and we could release the 700,000 in the.
So the rest of these items you have on here, Sand Dune Park makes sense. You said you're going to get the design. It's going to take about a year. Then you'll get a better estimate, and you can reassess it for 2028. That makes sense. But, and then Project MBB, you said there's about $900,000 prior year appropriation. So the $1 million makes sense there. The city renovations, you're reducing that, by 2, your recommendation is potentially for us to discuss reducing that to $2 million from $825 on prior year appropriation. So is that enough money because I know there's a lot of city renovations. Is that enough money for you in the sense of what you need for 2027, the $825? I just don't want to make sure you have enough.
Good question, and we did take that into account, and so we basically would be reducing those projects that we wouldn't be getting to in fiscal year 2027.
Got you. And just, I think one comment is more of a comment at this late hour. I can, make a comment during questions, but the renovation of the City Hall Lounge, I just would not, that's my comment. Like I said, I wouldn't put that on there. I would get that done as soon as possible. It's been on the books way too long, in my opinion, but we should get a lounge for our employees. That's it.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Sure. Yeah, hi. Thank you. Great work on short notice. Can you just, for the benefit of the people that weren't there or hadn't seen anything about this back in when council allocated the $4 million, the $4 million, what was it that the council at the time because we have the 2.1, right?
Yeah, the option 2 on page 6.
Yeah. So the council,
Mayor Pro Tem,
yeah,
are you?
committed 4.0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 2023, is that what you're
Yes.
referring to?
Yeah.
Yes, council committed the additional 4 million, that's correct.
Because at the time, the construction costs were, total construction costs were estimated about 9 million, I think. Or does anybody remember that?
Yeah, I believe that's when the Friends of the Scouts they came up with their estimate about 6.8 million on that. So minus the 2.1 or 2.2, the initial donation of 2.2 left that balance of the 4 million.
Right. Did we have any discussion on how we were going to finance the balance? You know, if we were going to be doing the 4.0 million, you know, where did council look to, were they going to bond that?
No,
Money?
so at that time, because the cost estimate that we received was based on the architectural set and not the final construction drawings, that cost estimate was class 5, if I'm not correct? It was a
Correct, a
class
class
5 estimate, so
Yeah.
it's less accurate than what we prepared, which is a class 2 estimate. And so that estimate came in around 6.8, I think Gil said. And so all we needed was that 6.8. We had the 2.2 from the Friends. The council committed the extra 4 point whatever million it was. And that was supposed to come from our CIP funds.
Right.
And so there was no discussion about bonding at that point in 2023.
Okay. Great. And so we got in the cost, so good job going through the recommended reductions. You know, I can agree with this. We're going to be addressing the big pool, city facility renovation. We do need some of that, but we can pass on it. The Sand Dune Park. So the 4.7 million looks good. So that's going to leave a balance now of 4.7 plus 2. Well, you already came up with that number. It's going to be 10.6 million is what we would have to bond if we took debt service option number 2. So, yeah,
Yeah,
so
10.
that would be
Six,
there.
yeah.
Okay, so 645,000. So bear with me on this. So we do have a bond, I believe the public safety building bond is expiring. Is that one of the first ones expiring?
Yes.
Like in 2030 something, 32? And the debt service on that is about 700 and some odd million a year?
Like 730, 730-ish.
Yeah, 730-ish. Okay. Is there a way that we could start the project with not having the full funding? And then when that money becomes available, to use that to bond the rest of the construction? Because 32, it's kind of a stretch, but.
You could get to bidding it out and finding out how much the project costs, but going into construction without a fully funded, you know, full budget for construction, that's a high risk.
Allocated and, you know, okay.
We don't typically do that for public projects. We have to identify the funding source to begin with so that we could see the project through entirely on a timely basis.
Right.
Otherwise, there's a likelihood of, you know, the contingencies coming into
other
play, and then
delays.
now you have to pause a project, and you're losing your contractor because the contractor's not just going to wait. So it gets a lot more complicated.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Great. Gil, for my questions, I first want to start by acknowledging the work that you've done in a week's time to come up with these additional capital improvement projects where we can come up with funds to reimburse the funds that were set aside for this project to the tune of more than $4 million. It required a quick turnaround, a lot of work. Thank you for doing that. I wanted to maybe approach the issue of the bond financing from another standpoint, and that is why the additional funds paying down the amount to make a lower amount that we're seeking financing is so important. That's a conversation I had with staff. In other words, why an annual debt service? Why the 10.6 million bond proceeds is so much more more of a realistic number for our budget capacity than the 14.6 million.
I'm going to defer that to our finance director, Brett Hauer.
So if I understood the question, you're asking
My
contributing
understanding
the
is that it
cash
makes this project far more viable to the extent we look at option number 2. I wanted to hear that articulated as opposed to just laying out these two options.
Thank you for the question. So yes, as you can see on the screen, by making this cash contribution up front, it would allow the city to save on debt service over the next 30 years. So just roughly taking that $300,000 of annual savings, multiply it by the 30 years, you would see how much we would save, which I did that math earlier and I forgot how much it was.
It's significant.
It
It's
is.
like 6 million.
Yes, so times 38.
Okay. In terms of the timeline for this project, once the plans are approved, I wanted to better understand how much time we would have, because plans, once the building permit would be available, has a certain timeline within which it needs to be executed or extended. So help us understand the timeline that we're looking at.
Specifically for the financing or in general for the project?
I'll take that, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mayor Lesser. Our building official, Ryan Heiss, is prepared to respond to that question. And so there are two different scenarios he'll go into. There's the scenario where we would issue the building permit, and there's the scenario where we would finalize the approval of the plan check, but hold off on the issuance of the building permit.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ryan Heiss, building official. I'll start with the second part, the building permit issuance. All building permits are issued and are active for 1 year automatically for the state. And after that, there's extensions up to 2 years. After 2 years, it takes a written extension from somebody in the city, in this case, to request for up to 4 6-month extensions. So it's a total time frame of 4 years that a building permit can be active after date of issuance.
Helpful. Thank you. I also wanted to confirm these soft costs one more time, because they are large numbers. Picking up on Councilmember Shurian's questions on the chart on page 5, and that is better understanding the construction inspection cost, for example. I presume these are best practices. Explain where these percentages come from.
So good question. The construction management inspection, that's part of every project. They monitor the contractor from daily basis. If you won't know, when we have to go out to RFP, when we're ready to get their proposals from the consultants on that end of it. The industry standard best practices, the combination of managed construction CM and inspection ends up being about 20% of the construction cost. So that's typically what's used in a construction estimate.
Okay. Good for now. Councilmember Haworth, thank you.
Thank you. As has been said, thank you to you, to Tolene, to everybody who has worked so quickly. I feel like this is the kind of CIP discussion that we wanted to have over the years, right? Where we, say, but our priority is the Scott House, so make that work. And that doesn't mean that this other stuff isn't important, but I feel like this is really council-driven, and I really am gratified to see it. Really appreciate the big money reductions. Had a question about one of the alternative reductions, and that was on the citywide security cameras. I've always wondered why they were such a costly item. Like, it just, I guess you're not saying the alternative reductions aren't happening. I mean, these are ones like pay if you want to, but I'm still curious, why is it so much money to put security cameras?
A lot of the electrical and things of that, IT and things of that nature are shooting up in price on that end of it.
Okay.
They're labor intensive because they go into individual, corners of rooms, top corners of buildings and things like that, so.
All right, all right. I'll accept, I'll allow. I just feel like, I'll just get up there with my, jury rig it. But anyway, yeah, and debt service option 2 is definitely, I appreciate all this information, and that's really all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Shurillian?
Yes, thank you. So Gail, staying with page 5, or going back to page 5, I know we're in increased expenses and inflation, but these are conservative numbers, the 15%, the 12, 8, and 3. I mean, there's an opportunity at the end. I mean, we're going to bond these, but there could be excess that, it could be coming lower, right? Instead of 14.7, contingencies 15%. If it comes in at 10%, we get to put that 500,000 back into the CIP.
Correct. If there's leftover funds from the project, it would go back into the CIP on that end of it. As far as bidding goes and construction cost estimates, so our cost estimate is 14.7. So in public sector, we're obligated to go with the low bidder. On our estimates, we don't really want to be the low bidder or below. We want to be a little bit probably in that first third. So that's why with the plus 15%, these would likely see what's happening out there in the
So
market.
you left a little meat on the bone?
Correct.
Basically, okay. Finance Director Brett Howard, I have a couple of questions for you, Libby. On one, did we look at combining the potential, let's say, option 2 with the current public safety bond that we have out there that's expiring in 5 years? There's about a $3 million balance that we pay about $750,000 for. Is that a possibility to, add that to number 2 and have our delta, our debt service, and if we're paying $730, it'd be a smaller, cost?
So in my prepared slides for the budget item tonight, I do have a slide on that. I'm just trying to pull it up here. But the short answer is that we did look at our existing debt obligations and had our municipal advisors take a look as well. And as suspected, our existing obligations all have pretty low interest rates. So if we were to roll the balance into a new financing, we'd be paying higher costs on that debt service than we are currently.
Right, and I get that. I guess I'm trying to, 645 is a big number with, we haven't even looked at our budget yet. So I guess what I was trying, even though it's a little bit higher cost, is tapping into that $750,000 or $730,000 annual debt service, and whatever the new combined debt service would be a smaller delta between 645 and or whatever the annual debt service would be with them combined. Would you would take the 730 and deduct that. You still continue
You're
paying.
suggesting we would spread that out over the 30 years?
Yeah, you'd spread that
so-
out over 30 years.
I guess we didn't look at that. We were looking at it as the amount of money we're paying on that debt would be considerably higher than what we are now.
I get that. I
paying
guess,
now.
if it's on the slide, then we can wait to see it later. But I guess my concern is with our reduction in fund balance and our challenges with our own budget, challenges that, I haven't seen in my career. I don't know how we can afford the 645 if we don't find a strategic way, I guess. So I guess that's my question. Can we afford $645,000 the way that you're going to present the budget to us?
Well, as Gil mentioned, it would require some decisions on the current projects in the CIP fund. The $4.7 million that he has on slide 10.
5.
Or
No, slide 10.
Yeah, so these total to a 4.7 million reduction. So if we're taking 4 million of that and putting that towards a cash contribution, then that would also provide an additional, basically the first year of debt service. And then, of course, we would be working to rebalance other projects and funding items for future years to make sure that this is prioritized, the new debt service.
Okay. And then we have how much in our reserve for CIP?
Currently, the budget shows it at 1.5 million.
Thank you, no more questions.
Councilmember Howard.
Just a quick follow-up. The $4 million that, you know, we had committed in 2023 and just, and I appreciate that Gil, like, put in 4.7, so that covers the first year of debt service, but also, we wouldn't necessarily spend all the $4 million in the first year, would we? Or would we? I mean, to get that project started, it's not necessarily.
We're paying it as a part of the financing.
Yeah.
Oh, part of the financing, duh.
Yeah.
Okay, got it, it's late, got it.
We're
Done. You
paying
don't
our
have to
bond,
answer a
yeah,
thing.
we're paying the financing down.
Sit down, let Ryan jump up again for a change. I don't know, just kidding,
Good.
I'm good.
All right, I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Members of the public in chamber like an opportunity to stand up and speak with council. Thank you for your patience this evening.
I might stand up too.
Kyle Ransford, local resident. So with all the respect to everyone that's done wonderful work and tried really hard to get to this point, you absolutely have to say no to this. We're paying, this is a fancy house in the end at 6,000 feet. This should cost $5 million to build. The soft cost should be like $1 million. You've got multiple line items in there that are $1 million over what it should be in costs that can be incurred today, and I appreciate public and private, and there's some limitations. To put the city in debt and have $700,000 of payments going forward for 20 years, that's 3 police officers for 20 years, to get this accomplished in the way that it's presented to you today would be fiscally unresponsible. This isn't a commercial for me or anybody in the city, but there's lots of people that could help get this done in a public-private partnership in a much reduced way, in a way that the city wouldn't have to fund this. But regardless if that's the solution or not the solution, it'd be irresponsible to put us in debt this far. And, you know, I point out that this is the challenge of being a public entity trying to develop something. You know, I don't remember what the original budgets to this, but I think way back when it was a $2 million project. Now it's 14, just being very careful about all the places we start spending money down trying to be developers. But, you know, again, I think you got to really think through $700,000, and if we take the $4 million from other projects to not incur the debt, we're still paying for that. Like, there's a lot of wonderful projects you've already approved that should be considered. It's unfortunate where this is, but those costs and what's in front of you is just too much for the city to bear long term.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
Howdy, and I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I don't have much to add. I think last week's public comment did a very good job at discussing this. But the costs. When I first heard 16, I was shocked when it was $6 million. But when I heard 16 million, it was a stunner. And I was in disbelief of the costs. But after absorbing it and after talking with other people, this is the current costs of building public buildings. There's nothing fancy about this Scout House Senior Center. So no matter what building you want to build, it's going to cost in a similar amount. You have dreams of redoing Jocelyn Center with a subterranean parking lot and enlarging it quite a bit. It would go from, the whole project would go from 15th Street up to the Live Oak Park Little League field. But you're looking at this type of cost to do that. And that's going to be in the, I have no idea what it would cost, 100 million or so. But anyway, the costs are what they are. We're not going to be able to change it. If you want to do any building in Manhattan, that's what it's going to be. The current Scout House is about ready to be unusable. Have you taken your tour like I challenged you last week? I wish you would, because it is
It's in terrible shape. One shaker, one small shaker, and we risk losing it. Then you're going to have to put the seniors in a place in town. You're going to have to put the scouts in a place in town. So it'd be very difficult. So I encourage you to move forward. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public in chambers that cares to address this item? Seeing none. Patty, is anybody still on Zoom?
Yes, we have Julie McGinnity.
Good evening. I should say good morning. I'm on the East Coast celebrating my daughter's graduation from college. But I wish to thank the mayor and council members for once again talking about this project at a very late hour. You originally did appropriate $4.7 million, and $4.7 million in projects in the CIP have been identified. That would reduce the total bond to $10 million. You should float the bond. This is why the people of Manhattan Beach raised the half-cent sales tax. It was to support community facilities. This is a Manhattan Beach community center that will last for 50 years plus. It will serve a critical community needs for our older adults, for our youth, and for the entire community. This is a project that you should bond because this is a project that will serve the community over many, many years, and therefore it is a reasonable thing to bond $10 million to help pay for it. You have the dollars on an annual basis for this debt service. It's a matter of establishing it as a priority. We are very open to working with the city on the MOU to create additional opportunities for the new facility to bring in revenue. Consider that open, okay? We will do our best to identify changes that will allow you to bring in additional revenue from this facility. But please move forward because additional time is more money. It will cost more money if you punt to look for alternative financing mechanisms. Thank you. Good night.
Congratulations.
Wow.
No further requests on Zoom.
In which case, I will close public comment. Council. Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
So I'd like to ask some representatives from the Scout, Friends of the Scout House. There was a discussion, or there was a statement saying that once the red light, or once the green light was given, that there might be opportunities for further donations. Is there any scope to that? Is there any?
Well, at your option or through staff, if you'd like to address it, if you can.
Yeah.
If you can address it.
Staff can.
I'll respond from the perspective of the current MOU, which does leave it open for continued donations to this project. And if the council were to move forward, we would advise the council that we should retain that provision in the MOU, that if further donations are made, that they could continue to donate to this project.
Okay, and what's the likelihood of that reducing the bond? You know, I mean, we have to bond at one particular point in time, right? So more donations.
We would use those additional donations toward the annual payment.
For the annual payment. Okay, great, good. So in terms of comments, so this is comments. I was there in 2023, when we committed the money. Like we said, the amount, the overall project was not as high as it is now, and that's just the cost of waiting and the cost of, not pushing this forward. That doesn't mean it's not important. We talked a little bit about Jocelyn Center. the reality of Jocelyn Center being ready for any kind of co-work or to coordinate the redevelopment of Jocelyn is just, if not years, it's going to be decades away. So let's concentrate on that plot of land. The plans have been worked on. They got a consensus on what they want. It's going to be a second story. We're not going to push forward on that lawn and make it a single story. I too am amazed at the amount of how much it costs to build, a public building, and land wasn't even a part of that factor, right? The cost of the land is zero, but it's only going to get higher, and I'm in support of moving this forward and finding the best way that we can work on to bond the project.
From my comments, I should disclose that I'm actively involved with scouting. I'm a scout leader. I have no financial interest in this project, however, and I've been actively involved with our older adult population for many years. This is a project we should move forward with, notwithstanding these astonishing costs. The costs are astonishing because there had not previously been a Class 2 construction estimate. Previously, there had been conceptual estimates which had not taken into account the actual costs of building it. As has been indicated, this is the cost of building a public structure today. It raises a question: how can any community afford to be able to build a community building if it's this amount per square footage? But this is something that's been represented to the community that we would be building, and I can say, having just today met with the Senior Advisory Committee, where I'm the delegate, the programming that is happening now at Jocelyn Center is oversubscribed. And this demographic in our community is only growing. There is demand for our services as a community, and not all of our services can be revenue generating. It's part of what we do as a community in supporting these different communities. We previously approved appropriating over $4 million to this project, and it was utilized for other capital improvement projects. I think allocating $4.7 million back towards this project is the right thing to do based on prior representations of prior councils. I will be in favor of moving this forward. I think we all have to be mindful of the fiscal times we're in and the stress it's putting on our budget, but I think this can be done, and I think what is described in getting a little extra time here, as was described by our building official, to give us time to get everything lined up and confirm what the cost would be through bidding, is a responsible series of next steps. Councilmember Haworth.
Well, I've made a motion to move forward, basically. And I know this was all presented as one big CIP, but I want to make a separate motion for the Scout House. So, but I just have to give some credit to other people. It's ironic, I was speaking to Nancy Hirschman today, and she was on the council in 2017. When we first were like wringing our hands, and it was Steve Napolitano who said, let's do $1 million. And we went, and we're like, oh my God. And if we had sort of moved forward then with the process that our city staff has made this process now where it's like, this is important to council. Let's look at our CIP. Let's figure this out. Maybe we would have been farther down the line. I cannot compliment staff enough for what you've done to try to listen to us and to listen to the scouts who sat out there and Mr. Scout himself, Till Lilligren, who's also representing the Manhattan Beach Property Owners Association, which we owe a huge debt of gratitude to Beth and Julie and all the people on the committee. The this is like, we've never had a public-private partnership where they've raised so much money to make this happen. The community wants this. So kudos to a lot of people who have made this happen. And if we had moved back then, or even in 2023, it wouldn't cost as much as it does now because things have, increased in cost. So for all the reasons that our mayor said, full disclosure, I'm a scout. Not involved. You really are involved, like in regional, stuff, and appreciate your service. I have a sash. I know Talene also has a sash with her badges. We were comparing. So my motion would be, and I know there's other comments, but my motion would be to move forward with the Senior and Scout House project with the funding option, debt service option 2, which reprioritizes the funds from other projects as presented on page, what was it, 10? On page 10, to the tune of $4.7 million. So that's my motion.
And I will second it. Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief. Coming into this discussion, I took a deep dive into kind of learning about how we got to this astronomical amount. And and because I am not a scout and not a former Girl Scout, and so, I wanted to make sure that this is really for the public good. It's not just to benefit the scouts. It's not just to benefit the seniors. It is really for a community benefit. And we've seen the community show up in, like, we had dozens of people here at our last meeting really advocating for it, and not just the scouts, but many people in the community. So I will be supporting it. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said before, but I wholeheartedly support it. Now we just got to figure out the financing, and I'm really appreciative of staff for finding a way for us to move forward on this. It's been $1 million a year basically for every year that we've waited. So let's get this done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Sherwood.
Great. And I'm going to repeat everything everyone said. No, seriously, though, this has been going on since 2012 or 14. I lost track. Prior council committed $4.5 million, and, we had $2.3 million from the Scouts and the Friends. So my only concern is, just hearing public comment and our fiscal responsibility. And we're going through a real challenging time. As I indicated, it's probably the most challenging budget I've seen in the last 30 years in municipal finance. So we're going to have challenges that's coming up next. But I do support this project. I think we have we've committed to this project, for all the right reasons. And the community passed a sales tax measure. It was a general tax. Absolutely, it was a general tax. But there was an emphasis on some infrastructure, and avoiding annual budget dust were the terms, I believe, to alleviate that and get some real dollars behind infrastructure. And that's something that, the community spoke up about. And if this is the cost of doing and building, this is what we, it's a challenging budget year, I agree, but the community, passed that measure, and that's what it should be used for. So I will be supporting this project.
Councilmember Tarnay, did you
I
have
just
a
want
follow-up?
to keep this really brief, but I just wanted to highlight what Mr. Lilligren brought up, which is, the building is old, and it's better to be proactive rather than waiting for a structural problem that we'll have to deal with, and it'll be more expensive at that point. So I do think for that reason also, we should be prudent and move forward.
Great. Any further direction staff needs on this item?
Would you like to vote on this, or?
I'm sorry, we're about to call for the question.
Okay, and the only thing I wanted to state is that we will have to revise the MOU accordingly and bring that back to the council. Like I mentioned before, there are already provisions included in the MOU that would account for future donations, so we would, of course, retain that. And there are also provisions in the MOU that retain the city's ability to continue to value engineer if needed during construction, whether it's like materials or things like that. So I would also recommend retaining that ability.
So just to clarify, would you like, as part of this motion, direction to explore potential revisions to the MOU and bring that back?
No, we have to bring the
Got
MOU
it.
back to address the cost change.
In which case,
I did have just one quick thing.
Yes,
So I
Councilman.
heard somebody on the phone, I think it was McGinty, said they're going to still look at revenue options. Are those going to be embedded in the MOU, as well as, what the structure is as far as the city having programming rights?
when we bring the MOU back, we will include that discussion of potentially lifting the one thing that distinguishes the rentals in this facility from our other facilities, which is the ability to rent beyond a 30-day mark. This facility is more restrictive. And so we could have those discussions at that point as to whether the council would be inclined to change that provision.
Great. Good. Call for the question.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Before I call up item number
38.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
No. Mayor?
Yes,
We still
Council-
need direction on the pier railings.
There you
If we
go.
could
Thank
quickly
you.
do
Is there a
that, and
motion
then
with
we would
regard
have
to the pier
all
railing?
the direction that we need for the night, for
Thank
CIP.
you. Thank you for that reminder.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Steve.
No, sorry, no, you can make the motion, that's
Oh.
fine. I just,
Sorry, Joe.
I guess I'm gonna just try to climb this hill, and I know City Engineer Gamboa said that we're not able to replace these, and we're gonna look to, put Band-Aids on it. I'm just, I guess I wanna ask one last time if there's any opportunity. I mean, they're just old and frail, and they don't represent our city. If there was any way to, look at those.
Maybe let staff respond, and then I was going to make a comment.
So in order to do that, there would be other projects that we would have to shuffle around and actually defer to put the resources on there. But the timeline is what it is by getting preliminary design, getting through the Coastal Commission, getting the material on lead ordered on that end of it. It's just the timeline is going to be difficult to get it done by the Olympics.
So you're saying we can't do it at this time?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. There'll be a time.
And that's what I was going to add. In speaking with staff, my understanding is they would be ambitious. Everything would have to go right in order to do the sort of type of project that we all think needs to be done eventually there. So this is a way to ensure that there's an upgrade in time for the Olympics at a minimum, if I'm understanding staff.
No, I understand, and we move things around a lot, so I just thought it was an easy fix, but.
Member Tim?
So, is there a provision for at least making repair, making an effort at repainting?
That's what we're doing.
So when we rebalance that
Well,
fund,
not
we are moving up some funding so we can address the maintenance repairs
Yeah.
in time for the Olympics there.
Okay.
The other component is the building the whole full construction cost over the next 5 years is what it would take to do that project, and we couldn't do that in 2 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Councilmember Howarth, I see you have a motion.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Which is to basically approve the modifications as listed on slide 12 that has been presented by Engineer Gamboa for the pier and parking lot railings. I think this is a smart plan anyway. I don't think we could get it built in time. What's that?
No, it's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
So I'm sorry, so that is your motion?
Yeah.
And I see that it has been seconded by Councilmember Tarnay and Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. You were saying something, and I
Oh,
didn't
no,
quite hear you.
no.
He had seconded my original motion.
Oh.
and then I
Yeah,
had to,
yeah,
like,
I'll withdraw mine then. Here.
No, no. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Go, Joe.
We're all so curious.
well, we'll let Steve. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Call for the question.
Oh, no, stop.
I'm going to move it. Oh, no.
We are funny.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Get her
Madam
done.
City Manager, is any further direction requested with regard to our CIP?
That's all the direction we need with the CIP. We'll wrap it up and bring it back with a bow on it.
All right. Now, with regard to the remainder of our meeting at 11:42, tell me what staff recommends. What are our alternatives, particularly as it relates to
Sure.
our proposed fiscal year budget?
I mean, we could get through the presentation because we have a lot of staff who have stayed to this late hour, if the council would like, and then continue the discussion, or it's up to the council.
What is the opportunity if we were to have an additional study session?
Maybe, you want to talk about timing?
but I want to defer to the incoming mayor.
I'm looking at the faces of the staff right now.
And I'm thinking about staff having sat here throughout the whole evening.
Happy faces, guys, come on.
Okay.
Bravo.
Happy faces,
To the
cheerleading right
gallery,
now.
yeah. Head cheerleader, right here. So next week's agenda is set. So I guess another option would be the following week of the 26th, if everyone would be available, or we could bring it back on June 2nd at a regularly scheduled council meeting. We've typically done, or at least the last several years, except for maybe a pandemic year, we've adopted the budget at the first meeting in June. However, legally, we just have to have it adopted by June 30th before the new fiscal year starts. So that would be another option that we could discuss on the 2nd, come back for adoption
For
on the
purposes
16th.
of our conversation about how we want to proceed with the remainder of our meeting, how long do you anticipate the staff presentation would be, given all these happy faces of staff members that have sat through this meeting tonight?
It's almost midnight.
I mean, I could speed through the beginning slides because we've thrown a lot of slides in there of just like potential revenue enhancements for consideration, but I don't think anyone has the capacity to discuss those tonight. So we can proceed on with the department presentations and give the opportunity to highlight a few key points, take questions, and then come back with any further information requests at the
Council.
next meeting.
Let's go. Let's.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's unfair to have the departments. I know they've been here a long time, but we could also see where this meeting's going, maybe let them go earlier. But it's not fair to like have them rush to their presentations. They put a lot of effort into it. Plus, there's nobody here except us. There's nobody on Zoom. So we talk about public outreach and sharing what the departments do with our community, and it's just not the right thing to do have it at 11:45.
So I'm looking at staff, and I want them, like, yeah, they've sat here, and so I feel the opposite, like, last thing I want to do is keep talking about this, but they have been here all night long, and so I kind of feel it's more respectful to them for having waited here to let them present. And as far as public outreach, it is what it is. Public, we had 4 people show up last time to talk about anything. People can get this information, so I don't know, do you want to poll silently the staff and ask what they want? I mean, I'm willing to do whatever the staff will do.
We won't look.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm okay to move forward with it. If we break this into 2 sessions, I mean, if we don't go the full, presentation, if we shorten it, and then we have another opportunity for us to ask questions and take notes and then come back. So without, having to.
yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, do you have anything?
Well, I would say let's motor through it.
I mean, we say we're going to motor through it. Are we going to ask questions at every single department? I mean, but.
What's your proposal?
I mean, we could get through the department presentations at a minimum, and then at that point, council can decide if they want to ask questions or if they just want to continue the meeting to the next meeting.
Can we write down questions, Steve, and then ask it at the second half of the session?
Let's go ahead and have the initial presentation and see how
Yeah.
far we get, but just obviously, I think brevity for this initial presentation, and then there's clearly going to need to be a follow-up where we can have more members of the public present.
So I might just highlight one slide before we turn it over to the departments, and that would be slide number 9. Because I think this was one of the biggest things that took up our time the last few days, which was to look at, or during the last presentation I shared that we've already come up with over $1 million in budget reductions to make room for other higher priority needs. And direction from council at the last meeting was to look for another potential $1 million of reductions. We did do this exercise. We categorized them as low, medium, or high community impact. And so I just wanted to highlight that because that was a lot of work that staff did over the last week. And then we also included many potential revenue enhancement measures that we've, happy to bring back more information on any one of these items if the council directs that. But we do have lots of options on the table for potential consideration. But with that, I will trying to move the mouse so we could proceed on with the department presentations if you'd like, and start with management services. So,
Okay. Good evening. I'm Patty Matson, Assistant City Clerk, and I will be presenting the slides for Management Services. So Management Services is comprised of 5 different divisions. We have 16 full-time positions, and that includes our 6 elected officials. Our total budget is approximately $5.6 million. We have 4 performance measures that we track under our department. I was going to highlight the 2 that are centered around our community opinion survey, and those results in 2026 indicated that 96% of residents rated quality of life as excellent or good, and 87% of residents were satisfied with city services. Our next survey is anticipated to be completed in 2028, so we don't have a target percentage for fiscal year 2027. However, our target for the next survey would certainly be to meet or exceed our current results. Some of our key data points in our by the numbers slide for calendar year 2025 include that we processed 3,136 Public Records Act requests, which increased slightly from last calendar year by about 100 requests. We had 36,268 e-notification subscribers, which was an increase of over 11,000 subscribers from 2024. And our social media account with the greatest amount of engagement with our post was Facebook, with a total of 61.4 thousand. And then my final slide showcases some of Management Services' key objectives for fiscal year 2027. Our department is going to continue to collaborate with our fellow departments to engage the community on Project Pulse, and we will also be continuing to explore the opportunities and challenges related to the 2028 Olympics through our established subcommittee, and we'll bring items back to City Council as needed. And we will also be focused on conducting the November 3rd general municipal election. And that concludes my slides.
all right, if no questions, I will move on to our finance slides. So a team of 21 full-time and 2 part-time highly valued staff members are dedicated to the functions of finance administration, budgeting, accounting, revenue services, grants, and purchasing. One other thing I wanted to note, and it's been a big focus over the last year or 2, was to increase our financial transparency measures. We've also, the city's created a new webpage in the last year, and it links to our transparency portal that links to our ERP system and real-time budget and actuals information. So we encourage members of the public to visit that page to learn more. Highlighting some of our our performance measures, we're very proud to have had S&P once again reaffirm the city's AAA credit rating last year. And then every year we've had what's called unmodified audit opinions, which is the best kind of opinion you can get. And we also regularly achieve GFOA and CSMFO budget awards and awards for financial reporting as well. So just a few highlights on our some metrics that we track. We've beaten up the business license topic tonight already, but I also just wanted to highlight that our department is very busy with other ongoing processes for money coming into the city with accounts receivable, invoices, utility bills, and cashiering transactions, as well as the money that goes out the door through purchase orders, accounts payable checks, payroll checks, and other purchase card transactions. So to highlight a few of our key objectives, with some of the budget challenges that have come to light this year, one of our top priorities will be to develop additional financial planning tools. We have some ideas on some additional tools and metrics that we could be tracking for staff, council, and the public, and to help assist the public in understanding our city finances. So we'll be working on those areas over the next year. And as part of our one of our work plan items is to continue any directed work on potential revenue enhancements for the city, including the business license tax measure, approved to move forward tonight. And lastly, I wanted to highlight that we have an audit firm on board now who will soon begin an audit audit of our current ground leases, as well as our transient occupancy tax for hotels, and we'll be also auditing some large short-term rental operators as well in the city. And with that, you'll also see in department slides that we've included some deferred budget requests. And one of those items for the finance department this year is to proceed with a online payment portal for our TOT taxes. It's the last remaining major revenue source that we are not able to take online payments for. And so we currently have a staff person who dedicates a lot of her time every month to processing paper submittals for short-term rental taxes, and it's very time intensive to be doing it manually, so we do hope to bring that to an online process in the future, but we're still gathering costs and could possibly bring that forward as a standalone item over the next year for council to consider. And that concludes my presentation, but happy to answer any questions. And next is Lisa.
Good evening again, council. Not morning yet. Again, I'm Lisa Jenkins, your Human Resources Director. And the Human Resources Department consists of two divisions, Human Resources Administration, and as you can see, the majority of our budget is in our Risk Management Division. And the reason for that is because that's where the insurance fund lies, and that's where liability claims and workers' compensation are housed. I've had an opportunity tonight to go over some of our key metrics and statistics, so I won't repeat any of those. As I mentioned, about 50% of our employees are with the city now for 4 years or less. So we are continuing our focus on training and employee development. And also we're focusing in on our employee onboarding and offboarding process for processing new employees. And with the implementation of some onboarding software, we hope to devote our resources around creating a welcoming experience for new employees and tracking them throughout their employment with the city. As part of our investments in this year's budget, we are requesting the addition of one full-time human resources assistant that would be fully offset. Our full-time staffing in human resources has remained static since 2015, while demands for our support have increased throughout the city. On both the HR and risk management side, we are expected to be available and look to as a partner with our other city departments on a variety of matters. And these include items such as aligning staffing to meet the operational demands of departments, delivering on expedited recruitment timelines that we discussed, responding to claims, improving safety, and supporting performance management and employee coaching. We have been measured in our approach to request additional full-time staffing, and we've been creative in supplementing our full-time employees with part-time support in areas such as recruitment and selection, classification and compensation, training, records management, employee and labor relations. At this time, though, we have determined that what we were hoping would be a peak in activity has been sustained over the course of many years, and we're requesting the increase of one full-time staff member. This will still require the additional part-time support, but we have found offsets both in some part-time budget as well as in contract services in order to support the cost of adding on this full-time employee. We have recruitment costs that we are planning to add to the budget, listed as a deferred request. This is really to add to our budget for supporting executive recruitments. However, in working with finance and our other city departments, we've determined that should an executive recruitment need arise, we will at that time determine if we can utilize salary savings within a departmental budget. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or pass it along to our next presenter.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Lehman, your Parks and Recreation Director.
Parks make life better.
Yes, and so starting with our first slide, 21 full-time employees, $12.8 million budget, and we have 5 program areas. I'm not sure why the right-hand slide is not showing up. Performance measures. So overall, high levels of satisfaction, 92% Manhattan Beach as a place to recreate, 94% for special events, and 86% for older adult programs and services. Revenue was 50% of expenditures, which exceeded our 40% goal, and 20 new public art pieces, 20 utility box wraps, and of course the shark mural. By the numbers, over 25,000 class registrations, 90% of those online, and over 9,000 youth sports participants, and over 14,000 volunteer hours, which continue, and I know we'll be able to recognize them next week at the Comedy Magic Club. Moving on to our key objectives. These are City Council work plan items. The first 2, delivering park and rec facility improvements. We work very closely with Public Works on this. Everything from the Veterans Parkway Fitness Court, Pay and Play demolition, Marine Avenue fencing, Red House upgrades, and other smaller projects like bike racks at Manhattan Heights. Installing public art at Bruce's Beach. Of course, artist April Banks was selected, and we are working with her contracting and fabrication phase, and that is slated to be completed by late 2027. Expanding Jocelyn Center Older Adult Volunteer Program. An example of that is the walking program. We solicited volunteers. We don't have the facility space, and so got really creative, so hopefully we can continue to expand on those programs. We're really excited to launch the lift pilot along with Circuit and monitor that and evaluate it. It will provide medical rides for older adults. And then deploying the 18-seat new dial-a-ride bus, which will be really helpful just for mobility. It has a ramp versus stairs, and the old bus was 12-passenger. Assessing our court reservation pilot program, we continue to evaluate Kaizen for the best overall customer service experience. We'll continue to do that. And partnering with LA County on the needs assessment and digital access. Again, City Council gave direction on next steps for the needs assessment, and we're currently working on the digital access for newspapers, Beach Reporter, and Easy Reader. And last, implementing our strategic plan, focusing on our 3 strategic priorities, which is employee development, maximizing and enhancing facilities, and elevating and expanding programs, experiences, and engagement. So moving on to the enhancements, a number of these are tied to revenue generation and program growth, which is a good thing. Beginning with instructor payments for older adult classes. And this is primarily driven by Carmen's fitness and stretching classes, which nets approximately $70,000. So the majority of that. Very popular Monday through Thursday. Leagues and tournaments, again, this is right-sizing officials' payments due to growth in the adult sports and 6-man volleyball tournament. Monthly bus excursions, again, they're just extremely popular, and so the expansion of those excursions. Part-time seasonal program coordinator for concerts in the park. So this would be a dedicated coordinator to handle the day-to-day operations. It's a 10-hour day, and the current staff are overextended during the summer months. We did receive an additional $10,000 to cover this through Chevron sponsorship. And then the part-time senior recreation leader for cultural arts. This is also tied to revenue-generating programs. As part of Manhattan Beach Arts Center, this position will assist with staff coordination, newsletters, exhibitions, and also supporting the Glaze Lab and other programs and classes. Tennis tournament expenses, this is adjusting, just accurately reflecting the expenses, and these should be offset by sponsorships. Volleyball instructor payments, right-sizing the revenue with the increased enrollment. And personnel, so this is converting the transportation services operator, the old dial-a-ride driver position, to a recreation coordinator that could assist with both dial-a-ride and older adult operations. Again, with the significant growth, this would be able to assist in providing a higher level of service for older adult programs. And then deferments. First was the registration software. Again, we're putting out an RFP this summer for the registration software, and so we'll be evaluating options. This would be for startup and implementation costs only if needed, and if we do select a new vendor. And then for the older adult department supplies, So this will be able to provide the same level for programs and activities. This was really elevating each of these and having elevated giveaways and decorations for a number of their events. So with that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And turn it over to the Chief.
Well, allow me, Mayor Lesser, and members of the council, to be the first one to wish you a good Wednesday morning. I'm Rachel Johnson, your police chief, and I'm happy to present the police department's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. If you're interested in reading to keep yourself awake, you can follow along here in the budget binder from pages 197 through 226. For budget purposes, the police department is organized into 4 primary areas. Administration, which includes training, the Detective Bureau, property and evidence, records and community affairs, patrol, which includes collateral assignments such as the crisis response unit, as well as jail operations, traffic safety, which includes our traffic bureau, special events, parking and animal control, and our Office of Traffic Safety grant, and finally, our asset forfeiture fund. Together, this proposed budget represents approximately $46.5 million in expenditures and supports 119 full-time employees along with part-time personnel. Turning to our performance measures, which begin on page 202 of the budget binder, approximately 94% of the residents surveyed report feeling safe in our city, and that's something to be very proud of, both from the police department standpoint and from a community partnership standpoint. This is a direct reflection of the hard work of our personnel as well as the continued partnership we have with our community. In terms of crime trends, while we did see an increase in violent crime, property crime, which accounts for roughly 90% of overall crime, decreased. This resulted in an overall reduction of 6% compared to 2024. It's also worth noting that we experienced a 13% reduction in crime in 2024, meaning we have now seen 2 years of declining crime. So we've had some sustained negative progress with crime. We also continue to expand our social media and community outreach efforts, and I always encourage residents and everyone who is on Zoom with us to subscribe to our weekly and monthly updates through the city's website to stay informed. Finally, we are committed to continuing to make steady progress toward full staffing across the police department. We continue to remain focused both on rapid response and proactive policing. Over the past year, we've responded to more than 16,000 calls for service, while initiating over 25,000 proactive activities, including patrols and traffic stops. We've issued more than 61,000 parking citations, made over 700 arrests, and processed nearly 2,500 Public Records Act requests. Our volunteer program continues to be a force multiplier with more than 2,400 hours donated in support of the department as well as community events. As mentioned previously, we also saw a reduction of 86 crimes compared to 2024. While our goals remain relatively consistent, they continue to evolve to reflect community concerns and emerging trends. We remain committed to high visibility patrols throughout the city, proactive crime prevention through community engagement and education, and effective enforcement of parking and animal control regulations to maintain the quality of life our residents have come to know and expect. We also continue to prioritize providing a safe environment for both residents and visitors, and where appropriate, investing in equipment and resources that enhance frontline law enforcement through asset forfeiture funding as well as grant opportunities. In terms of department requests, we are proposing to utilize $200,000 in existing asset forfeiture funds to provide ergonomic upgrades, including standing desks for department personnel. Much of our current office furniture predates modern ergonomic standards, and these upgrades will improve employee comfort and help reduce workplace injuries, particularly for our personnel who carry significant equipment and then transition to administrative work, which is quite common. At the same time, the department is deferring several items, including a police support supervisor vehicle, replacement of duty handguns, and the addition of a deputy police chief position. The proposed enhancements total $200,000, while deferred items total approximately $613,841. I, along with all members of the police department, sincerely thank the City Council for your support. This concludes my presentation, and I'm certainly available for any questions.
Thank you, Chief.
I got a question. On the police handgun replacement,
Yes.
are those end of life, or do you stagger those replacements, and are these not going to someone that has an end-of-life weapon?
Yes. So that's a very complicated question, unfortunately, Councilmember Sherillian, and it really
Perfect
should be a
this
very
time,
straightforward
this morning.
answer.
Yeah.
But 60 seconds or less, I promise. Over the last a couple of years, we've been incrementally replacing our handguns with a new version of those handguns. Unfortunately, the new version of the handguns that we were purchasing have now had a series of what have been titled uncommanded discharges, which means the gun goes pow when you don't want it to. So in support of that, we have tested a number of other duty handguns for police department personnel and settled on a new handgun platform to transition everyone to. So while we do have some folks on our old platform, we also have a number of employees, such as myself, who brought their own handguns to the department. So while we do need to purchase duty handguns, we are able to purchase a sufficient amount to cover our needs at this time. So yes, some guns are end of life. Yes, we're replacing those. Some people shoot different guns, so it's not a very straightforward answer, but we are ensuring that our personnel have handguns that are not end of life and that are functioning appropriately, no matter what they choose to carry.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure you got the appropriate equipment for your officers.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good question for the city manager. So we're not really diving into these tonight, but we have line item questions. We'll be able to talk about them. This will be attached on the June 2nd meeting, so we can refer to specific items. Okay.
And Councilmember, I was going to suggest after all the staff presentations that perhaps we ask any questions that we're already thinking of so that then staff can have some time to research and come back at that meeting with those answers. Okay? Thank you.
Certainly.
Good morning.
Good morning, or I was going to say good evening, but thank you. Mayor, council members, I'm Jesse Alexander, I'm your fire chief. Tonight I'm here to talk to you about your fire department budget. As you can see on the slide, our fire department is broken into 5 programs. Of those 5 programs, 70% of our overall budget is for salary, benefits, and debt services. I will say that administrative slide on there is a little misleading. Most of that component revolves around debt services, funds for our Regional Communication Center, also known as RCC, or as our dispatch center, bond obligations, and workers' comp. We have 41 full-time employees. Here's some of our key performance benchmarks. Ones that I want to jump out and talk about specifically is going to be our plan review process. You see it targeted there to 100% next year. I do not anticipate us hitting that target goal. We are without a fire marshal at this time. And with all the ROD development plans coming into place, we're going to need to contract out some of that plan review for those higher level. And then at the bottom, you can see we're not achieving our minimum emergency response times at our targeted 90% of the time. I do equate that as a portion going back to our current CAD system. Because as you can see on the next slide, our average response time is 5 minutes and 2 seconds. We're staying consistent with about 3,700 to 3,800 calls per year. On the right-hand side, you can see how it's broken down per type of call. We're running approximately 58% of our call volume is EMS related, which is consistent with most municipalities. In the center there breaks down our training. If you break that down per personnel in the department, that's 260 hours of training, which is of vital importance because we are an ISO 2 department, and that's achieving our training goals to keep and maintain that ISO rating. We have a long list of key objectives going into 2027. However, I'm just going to comment on a few of them here. We're going to replace our CAD system, which I just mentioned, and that will allow us to help with time utilization, AVL, which is our automatic vehicle locator, and just with information in regards to simultaneous calls. Also trying to work on implementing a unified response to violent incident program, and that will involve training and policy development. Complete overhaul and update of our policy and procedure manuals and our standard operating guidelines for fireground conditions. And then following up at the end to work on our emergency operations component, which will be implementing at least 5 items from our comprehensive emergency preparedness plan, which is a lengthy document that we have been working on. So I will get into, before the next portion, and everyone's going to go, oh goodness, he's getting passionate. But the next portion, we did not have a 5-year budget plan going into this year. And I want to commend Chief Gomes and Mrs. Michael for putting together a professional, detailed 5-year budget plan. Well, when that 5-year budget plan was put in place, we noticed anomalies. And as a result, dove into those anomalies and found some areas that we can improve in. So as I go on to the enhancement portion and the deferred, I am passionate about that these are vitally important components that we need in our organization to be able to be hitting some of these benchmarks, to be a professional, all-risk organization. So the first one, you've heard me talk about capacity and capabilities. The request is to move an executive assistant to an administrative analyst. So we're dealing with a wide range of budgetary, contracts, administrative rates, billing, OES components, and we have one admin analyst. If that person takes vacation, if that person gets sick, any type of thing. But we also have to take that workload off and be able to distribute that load. Some of these items that are coming across in the admin analyst component are revenue generating. And we're always getting brought up with stuff that just jumps out of nowhere. I mean, we're doing our Medi-Cal reinstatement process that just came out of nowhere that has to stop, and our analyst is working on that versus working on budget stuff. So we need some of that capacity. As we move down, EMS equipment. Just like police department and other agencies that have oversight in regards to equipment, we're an ALS department. So we are required to, how our oversight committee requires that we have certain equipment. And there is, that goes on, everything from especially like new suction devices and items like that that we have to get on our rigs. Next is EMS medical supplies. Once that second rescue went into place, we're going through more materials that we're not budgeted for that we have to continue to use. Extrication tools. This is one where I really get super passionate about, is extrication tools, and another way of explaining it is the jaws of life. Currently, we have one piece of equipment that has extrication tools on it. That's for opening a person, opening the doors and all those things, removing the roof in the event of an extrication process. It also can be used if a vehicle goes over a bicycle or a pedestrian and you need to lift that vehicle off of that person to get them out. So the current situation that we have is we have old extrication on one rig that's antiquated, old. It requires multiple people to put into place. If that thing is out of service or if that rig is on a call, we are now obligated to wait for another piece of equipment from the surrounding agency to respond, to be able to cut somebody out or to lift that off. And to me, that I'm very passionate, like that needs to be remedied as soon as possible. You've heard me talk about what's killing firefighters in the fire service. PTSD with cancer, and PTSD, suicide, and cancer. So you see an increase on here in a wellness program. I wouldn't want to call that a wellness program. It should be a life-saving program. Because it allows us to accomplish 1582 physicals for across the board for everybody, which is going to find some of those problems. We have plans in place to address some of the PTSD and cancer prevention and detection programs. We're just not funded for them. So this will get us to that point. And then additional communication to be able to offset some of the wildland radios that we need for going out on mutual aid deployments. Then we move into the deferred items. Those are deferred because of the situation that we're in, but I feel like these are no less important for the situation for our organization. One of those being a 40-hour training EMS captain. We know that we have raw developments coming into place. We're going to need to be able to increase that level of training across the board. This position is a boots-on-the-ground person. This is still going to fires, still helping out on incidents, but we need somebody on a 40-hour work week so that we can hit that training across the board and have consistency in the level of training that's going to be needed for some of the situations that we have come forward with. Tablet command is another big one that is, I feel, of vital importance. It's a component of the new CAD system that was not budgeted for, and that's that command and control, scene accountability, firefighter safety, and mitigation of an incident. It really gives the incident commander the tools to be able to work with. When we have a high-rise, NFPA requires that 42 firefighters are dispatched on the initial alarm. We only have 10 firefighters on a day. So your incident commander is going to be receiving firefighters from multiple jurisdictions. He needs the tools to be able to organize that and be able to set up that command and control and that accountability going in that. And that's vital. And then the very last one is fire suppression. We are behind on our 1710 standards for the number of firefighters that we have on duty per day. We're starting to get preliminary data from the chamber in regards to what our surge population is daily, especially during the summer and on weekends. And we're seeing surges of anywhere between 50 and 80,000 people that come in extra. So we're bumping up to close to 100,000 population on Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays during the summer. And we only have 2 pieces of fire apparatus with 6 personnel on it. That makes me nervous. And so we will need to get fire suppression staffing, increasing on our apparatus, and most definitely once we have these high-rise, because you just need that personnel. Do you have any questions?
I have a question, Your Honor. Suppression staffing, what's the quantity?
Well, this request was to add a 4th person on the ladder truck. What that does, it allows you to, one, to be more efficient is in regards to what is the role utilized as a truck company. But 2, on the fire grounds, it gives the ability to the incident commander to separate the 2 crews into 2, and it almost gives you another additional assignment to be able to achieve your goals much faster.
Understood. So for staffing would be 496?
That would be for 3 firefighters.
3 fire.
Yes.
Oh, 3 firefighters. Would you need a vehicle as well to put them on, or would they be just circulating in with the current vehicles we have? Fire engines, sorry, not vehicles.
They would be the 4th person on the ladder truck, so
Okay.
they would not, they'd just be added in as a 4-person crew.
Understood. And then the 40-hour training EMS captain, that's a FTE? That's, I mean, a full-time, that's a position?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And then the fire facility upgrades, it seems like it's something that's probably necessary. I'm sure a lot of these are necessary immediately, but kind of a low-hanging fruit, is that something that you can use this year?
Well, the items are on there. I didn't address it because it's the lesser, because we did have an individual come in, kind of do a preliminary Cal OSHA inspection aspect to give us guidance on that. And we had some fuel handling components in regards to some of our storage facilities in our workshop area, and that's where that comes back. So those items.
Thank you.
And I'll just add for clarification that the budget enhancements deferred does not, that's separate from the 2 million cuts that we've made. So this was things that we deferred before we even started working on the cuts. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Right, well, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Mas Alakir, Community Development Director. Try to be brief, but we are a department of 39, $10 million budget, 6 operational units. In looking at the pie slices there, the blue is planning. It's taking care of advanced planning, so our complex regulatory environment between the Coastal Commission and HCD and all the sort of advanced planning efforts we've had to do, and the rest of it's the current planning efforts of both discretionary entitlements and administrative. And code enforcement, traffic engineering, that's taking care of not only our traffic network, but of all the special projects that have landed on traffic, such as Sepulveda and the work on the parking management. And then I just want to note for the orange slice, that is the bulk of the budget there, or a largest proportion of the budget. That is a core group of architects and engineers that can provide full plan check services, but is also about 2 million of that is contract. So that can shrink or grow based on economic conditions. So we're sort of well located for changes in the economy. So that budgetary amount can shrink. So looking at performance measures, just quickly running through this, we are hitting targets for customer service, building inspection, code enforcement, and traffic. We're hitting our performance measures. We're almost hitting it in the plan check services, and we are at 86%, where the target's at 88%. That is actually the mashup of a bunch of different metrics, and we took a deeper dive looking at those metrics, and where we're looking at improvements is the short turnaround plan checks, and we've got a plan for that in the next year of increasing our rate on that, so we should be hitting all our performance measures next year. As a snapshot of last year's work, over 16,000 next day building inspections. We've been working a lot. We're in a digital plan check environment now, 100% digital plan check for plan checks coming in. And we are catching up on the record keeping with over 40,000 pages of old records scanned so that the public can access their documents digitally. There's a high level of permits as well as planning applications, and for code enforcement, the number of cases opened is matching up with the number of cases closed. For next year's key objectives, the work plan item of Project Pulse, we are on track to do the charrettes, the public charrettes at the end of the month, May 30th to May 31st, that weekend, and looking to coming back to council late August to early September for some decision making. We continue to work on housing element items, the programs, and you've been seeing that work coming to you in ordinances. And affordable housing administration is going to become a very important topic because we will be having our first affordable units coming online at the end of this year. And the traffic division will be working on Sepulveda safety measures now that council has reviewed those measures. And that goes the same for the parking management study. Traffic will also be administrating the on-demand shuttle service, which we've been working, traffic has been working closely with trying to get that up and going by June 1st. And the environmental program will be launching a public-facing climate dashboard to show the work that the city's making towards its climate goals in the climate, the CAP. As far as our budget enhancements, the bulk of it has to do with those units that are going to come online towards the end of this year. We need to make sure that these units there's a transparent process for which those units are available to the public that's qualifying. When we place people in those units, there is a fair process for picking the people that are placed in the units. And then once they're in there, we need to make sure that they continue to qualify for these deed-restricted units. That is the work of a housing department, which this city does not have. And I think this goes into the bucket of unfunded state mandate. So this is where the budget for that particular item would have to come from. So yeah, with that, I will conclude this. Any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so with regards, if you can put up that last slide, the affordable housing, I thought, wasn't that going to be part of the COGS trust?
Yeah, that was, I think, from a staff perspective, that was our comment to the COG. It would make a lot more sense for, every one of the cities in the South Bay is going to have a trickle of these affordable housing units to start with, turning it into a lot. It is more expensive for each jurisdiction to go get their own consultant to deal with this small number of units and set up a program and administrate them separately. So that is continuing to be a request to the COG. And we are, I think that staff would be involved with any efforts to try to get them to take this responsibility on.
And just one other question, High Rose is what you refer to as opening up here pretty soon. Is there any consideration of, traffic study? You're going to be putting a lot more cars on the road in a very congested area? Is there any?
I think we're at the point where they're under construction, and I mean, those types of reviews usually occur during the review process. So, I mean, anything at this point is sort of after the fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Councilman Schroeder.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, the window shades that you're deferring, I know your department faces west, and it's really difficult because the heat comes in there and it's about 15 degrees, maybe 10 degrees warmer. I think is that something that is a kind of a real necessity, right? Because you would, you want shades from.
It is a very cost-effective way to, cool down our main staff, like a meeting room.
Gotcha.
And, that it gets very hot in there when we have a
I
meeting
just
in
wanted to
the
make
summer.
sure that that's what it was for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Joe DeFrancesco, Interim Public Works Director. That's not the slide I was expecting.
Thank you very much. No. A little bit of levity at this hour.
Any questions? I'll go ahead and start. We have 79 employees in the Public Works Department, about a $22 million general fund budget, $71 million overall budget. We're made up of 3 major divisions and the administration, which is a small section. The Utilities Division, water, sewer, wastewater. The Field Operations Division takes up the park maintenance, street maintenance, fleet maintenance, and we have our engineering section, or division, that does all the capital, and we've had a lot of discussion about them, but you're very aware of the magnitude of the projects they deal with. There it is. Okay, I think I can move on from that one. The performance metrics we're hitting our metrics really well. Potholes we're addressing, graffiti in 1 day, potholes in 2 days. And we are still on target to get to the sewer line cleaning. We're trying to do that as our sewer system management plan calls for it to be done annually. We're making that metrics. One area that is wrong on the, oh wait, maybe it got updated. You got the updated slide. Good, I had the old slide. On the water side, we will not make the 26.4% from city wells. More than likely, we won't do it. We didn't do it this year because we have 2 water wells. One of them is down for maintenance. They do well rehab. It will put the well back into so that it will produce the most amount of water using the least electricity. We're going to take the other well out. Once that well comes online, we'll take the other well out to do a rehab on that. It'll be out for a significant part of fiscal year 27. So we'll probably be fiscal year 28 when we can actually hit the 26% by well water production. Some performance metrics here, or actually this is kind of an inventory of the assets we maintain on the utility division side. It lists water meters, water valves, fire hydrants. It's got miles of water and wastewater pipelines. In the field operations side, it's a little bit of a mix. It talks about the linear feet of curb we've painted, but then it also inventories some of the assets we maintain. And on the engineering side, this slide really deals with the right-of-way section, which doesn't get a lot of publicity. But we have 2 inspectors, and they visit 19,433, not different locations, but different visits to sites that are permitted to do work in the right-of-way over the course of the year. We have 1 plan check engineer that does the 1,864 plan checks and the 580 utility right-of-way and excavation permits. And then we also get about 29,000 phone calls, and we have 2 people in the office currently in the administrative side that are, their duties are to answer the phone. I'm setting that up for later when we ask for another position. Key objectives. The downtown Manhattan and downtown and North Manhattan Beach beautification is a work plan item. That's mostly planter refreshment, the power washing, the tree lighting, wrapping of the trees, I should say, the wrapping of the trees and the poles. The parking meter and kiosk is more, it's moved into the implementation plan, not the exploration anymore. So that's the getting the kiosks and the different availabilities to pay for parking and doing away with the parking meters. And then we're always, this is just an ongoing community education and outreach on the recycling or organic waste The rules are changing all the time, and we just are trying to keep our residents up to date on what they're supposed to put in which cans. We will continue to work on, or we start working on, 20 unique infrastructure projects. That's out of the engineering side, and we're really focusing in on pump stations, lift stations on our water and sewer side. They're aging and they need to be worked on. We continue to make progress on the 100-plus projects, the smaller projects you might say, but some of them are not real small, in the capital improvement plan. And we are implementing the city's parking technology roadmap. That goes back to the kiosks. Some of the key objectives continued. We will provide some support for the design phases of the Lot 3 and the 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard properties as part of Project Pulse. We're going to install additional pressure flow and water quality sensors at strategic locations to improve system visibility and operational responsiveness. This is out of our water side, and this, I like to point out, because I love this term, the system visibility is not for the residents or for the public. It's so that we can see what's happening in the water system and make operational response so that we can keep the system operating in the most efficient way. We'll increase the development of the monitoring technologies to improve the real-time visibility and reduce the risk of sanitary sewer overflows. We continue to put smart meter covers on the sewer system. They alert us when a manhole begins to fill, and it gives our guys time, especially on the weekends or in after hours, to get out and figure out what's going on before we actually have a sewer spill. We're going to develop and implement an O&M plan for the new stormwater treatment facilities. This is kind of like what's going in on 28th Street. We have, that's a big one, but we have other ones of different sizes, and we need to come up with a maintenance and monitoring plan to keep those performing. And we're going to assess the existing interconnections and identify opportunities to improve reliability, emergency response capabilities, and operational flexibility. This is water interties with neighboring cities or water districts. They're needed for emergency situations, and we need to hire someone to take a look at them and see what needs to be done to make sure when we go to use them, they're operational. So this is the personal service enhancement I was alluding to. We would like to, we're asking for, we have 2 part-time office assistants. They work, well, part-time, and so we'd like to combine that into 1 full-time position. And we actually are proposing that it will assist the entire field operations, water utility side, which is about 50 employees. So the actual funding we would request would be 25% water, 25% wastewater, 25% general fund, and 25% out of the parking fund. And they would just, we have 2 senior management analysts currently. One works in the engineering division, and one works in the contract division, kind of in the administrative side. And we have 1 management analyst currently, and we have 1 management analyst in the engineering side that we'll be making an offer to, hoping to get them on board in the next month. The purchase and installation of the hose reels and oil contaminant tanks for the fleet is they've reached the end of their life, and we need to get them replaced before they become some type of a safety issue. We'd also like to upgrade, we have 2 part-time sewer maintenance workers. We'd like to upgrade 1 of them to a full-time position to continue to meet the goal of cleaning the sewer system annually. We have 2 vehicles that we can put out to do that work, but we don't always have the staffing to have 2, it takes 2 people in each vehicle. Because we have the stormwater issues that we have to deal with and other things, we could use 1 more person to dedicate to sewer cleaning, and that would help us achieve our goal. Budget enhancements included in the proposed budget. Need to do a cross-control program hazard assessment. This is it's a 10-year plan, but we're going to try to need to go to all 13,000 plus services in the city and do an assessment on if there's a possibility of them creating a cross-connection contamination into the water system. We're going to do it with we have 1 staff member, and this would help augment that person without having to hire somebody, because there will be an end to this program So we propose to do it with assistance. The grant match, we can get a $1 million grant with the $260,000 match. That'll be used for cybersecurity enhancements to the utilities. And then this one goes back to the intertie, doing the assessment on the intertie. The $75,000 would be used to do that assessment to make sure our emergency interties are operating properly. And we've been doing a lot of work over the last year at the American Martyrs Sump to relieve the flooding onto their playground, into their athletic field. And we're asking for an extra $14,000 to, when we finish, to do some enhanced fencing around the sump. So these are some deferred items. The citywide electronic traffic safety device monitoring system. I talked to Eric Z earlier today. It was to give some communication back from the flashing crosswalks and the speed signs that are out there. It would provide a wireless, I believe it was, communication back, so there'd be some monitoring at his office. It would tell him if something had gone wrong with one of the crosswalk flashing systems or one of the speed monitors, and it would allow him to get out and have proactive maintenance done instead of waiting to have someone call and say it's not working correctly. Gil has offered up his plotter. So he will not be getting a new plotter on this one. Small cell tower plan check review fees, we're just going to absorb those into our existing budget and workload. And training and conferences, we have a relatively new park section, and we were going to try to budget some extra training for that section, but we're going to just absorb that into our current training program budget. We were asking for a maintenance assistant, full-time maintenance assistant. We have one full-time maintenance assistant right now. This position works during the week, but we also have coverage for the same duties, going out and emptying trash cans and doing some work down in downtown area on the weekends. We cover that work with people working overtime on the weekends. We're going to continue to cover the work that way. We had 3 standby contracts. One was for sewer, one was for water, and one was for storm drain. We just wanted to stand those contracts up just to be proactive. We had an incident on Sepulveda with the sewer system problem where we had to have a contractor come out, and just with the cost of everything, that project ended up running about, I think it's $110,000 or $112,000. And so we were looking at just standing up some more contracts, but we're going to just stand them up with the money we have, and if something comes up and we need further funding, we would come back to council to ask for that funding. The last slide is the fleet replacement schedule. I would just say this is probably one you could take a look at, and if you had questions or something, we could address that at the next meeting. And with that, I'd just like to say that my mother used to tell me all the time, nothing good happens after midnight. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Do you have, actually, Joe, so I think they're actually, based on that last comment, there now is a question from Mayor Pro Tem.
It's a comment. You mentioned about the potholes and everything. Thank you so much for you and your team. So responsive to Reach Manhattan Beach app, and it's really making a difference around town. So a lot of residents are grateful for that, so thank you.
Thank you. I've been impressed with their work on that, too. I've come from a background where potholes sometimes could get out of hand, and graffiti and potholes are just so quickly done here. You wouldn't even know there's graffiti in this city. It's really good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
On that note, we get about 2 requests to clean up graffiti a day.
Wow.
And it's done so quickly, you don't even notice it's there.
Jeez, now we just need to arrest the gangs.
Well, let me be the first to say, buenos dias, Mayor Lester, members of council. Miguel Guardado, your IT director. Just wanted to take a couple moments here and talk about our department. Didn't go far enough. So my department program chart currently consists of a single program with 5 major functions. That includes end user support, infrastructure support, application support, geographic information systems, and IT management and administration. The IT department is comprised of 12 full-time employees, 12 12 full-time employees, and the proposed total expenditure for the next fiscal year is approximately $7.1 million.
It's like a big black hole.
So I was going to comment that I did not run out of colored ink.
All right.
Just a single program.
Trying to keep you on.
So IT tracks 5 indicators: user satisfaction ratings, first call ticket resolution, network infrastructure uptime, city application uptime, user fish prone of vulnerabilities. There is one indicator that I would like to focus on this morning. The city's network infrastructure maintains a 99.9 uptime standard, allowing no more than 8.77 hours of unplanned downtime per system per year. IT staff have been diligently working to identify and eliminate single points of failure throughout the city's network. These efforts are essential in maintaining 24/7 City Hall business operations, including public-facing services. I couldn't be prouder of the team to be able to go through and leverage the investments that you guys have given us over the course of the last couple of years since I've been here, because we have really done some great things in making sure that we're able to do maintenances and really not impact our user community as much as we are. And things are getting better. I know that we still send out those messages for weekend maintenance work. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're not going to have to send those anymore because we're going to have full redundancy across our infrastructure to be able to do that type of maintenance and not impact our users. Moving on. By the numbers, in calendar year 2025, the IT department supported over 1,300 end-user devices, which included 433 desktops, laptops, 407 iPads and iPhones, 418 desk phones, 89 copiers, printers, and scanners. Currently, IT is supporting 127 city applications and services, such as Tyler Enterprise Resource Planning and Enterprise Planning and Licensing, our ESRI GIS infrastructure, Enterprise Content Management, also known as Document Management System, Granicus Media Manager, Votecast, just to name a few. Looking at our numbers in the data center, the network in our network space, we have currently 211 servers, which are 97% virtualized, which means that we're leveraging both software and hardware to make a presence of a server. And for all intents and purposes, none of our users know any different, but just know that those numbers have not gone up, and we've been able to leverage our existing servers to continue to add services and continue to add applications and services for our residents and for our city users. Okay, IT key objectives for fiscal year 2027. So this one will continue to strengthen our city's cybersecurity posture by implementing additional security layers and strategies. I want to hear the groans now. I know that it's difficult to do the VPNs and all the things that we're asking users to do to connect in, but I think it's super important given the increasingly sophisticated threats that we're seeing out in cyber, right? And so we just need to stay on top of that and continue to make investments in that. In April 21st, council approved our contract with Tyler Technologies, so we'll be moving our enterprise resource planning, enterprise planning and licensing, and cash sharing system to the cloud. So that's number 2. And then reestablishing another key objective for IT is to reestablish the Information Technology Governance Committee. This is essential to ensure that IT strategy is aligned with the city goals and ensures that IT investments deliver maximum value, fostering interdepartmental partnerships to better address the city's current and future needs. Also want to talk about a little bit, we've been hearing about AI. We will continue to research and evaluate AI at the organization. And it is a tool that can further provide efficiencies, accessibility, and responsiveness to city service delivery through resource allocation and more personalized user experience for the public. Let's see, and as far as departmental requests, we have a request of $250,000. This request is to replace our existing phone system. That's the handsets, the switches in the back end, and the software that makes these phones ring. Mitel had ended support had ended software support this last year. This just means that they're not developing any more enhancements for our phone system, but it also leans in that they're not developing security patches or any more updates. So if something vulnerable is out there, then we won't be able to patch against it. So we are looking to replace this system and hopefully leverage our team's integration with it and have a single phone system for the organization. Let's see, we also are looking, we have a request there to upgrade an office assistant to an administrative assistant to better align the position with department needs, including expanding administrative support such as assisting with invoicing, tracking payments, processing, insurance tracking. Currently, these functions are being handled by our senior management analyst, who is also working on multiple other projects and just want to take some of those duties off so we can focus her on other duties and responsibilities. And then last but not least, I had a request for a full-time information technology application manager position that was deferred from the proposed budget due to the current fiscal constraints. However, the need for this role will continue to grow, and the request will come back at a future fiscal year when appropriate. As our IT organization continues to grow in scope, complexity, and service expectations, the current span of control has expanded beyond optimal and sustainable levels. Additional leadership and oversight of enterprise applications will be necessary to support operational efficiencies, accountability, cybersecurity, reliable service delivery across the organization. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
I just have a comment.
Councilmember Hood.
I, for one, love the video training.
Oh.
I love those guys, man.
I love that you're saying that at 12:48 in the morning. So it's true.
Councilmember Schroeder.
Thank you, Mayor. So Miguel, the application manager, would that person be doing anything related to AI?
Most definitely. They'll probably be overseeing that as it integrates into our applications and the services that we provide. Also the training across the organization. Yeah.
Got you. And as far as the AI goes, I personally hear a lot about it from residents.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is AI, bringing efficiencies to our work?
Yeah.
And I know we've been talking about it for a couple of years, but AI is here now, and it's doing that for a lot of organizations.
Mm-hmm.
So what part of, or, I guess, if this application manager was to be, put in, would they implement AI, or are we still at the infancy stages where we're just still looking how AI can help us, or are we going to take some strides to?
Yeah, I'm not waiting for that position to implement AI in the organization. I should start with that. We are looking at AI tools right now. We are looking at some products that Tyler is coming out with for AP automation that we're going to be pushing through here towards the end of the year. It's kind of our goal for that. But that would be, putting AI into an enterprise tool that we have. I think that the one thing to consider is, while I hear everybody saying, hey, I did this in AI and stuff like that, I think that the only difference is that we have a lot of private information, even though it's public. A lot of it is still private information, and so we just have to make sure that the AI tools are pulling the information that is adequate for the request of that AI tool, right? So
I just wanted to make sure we weren't shortchanging you, and this position would help enhance the progress of AI, because you do have fund balance, almost $1 million in your fund.
Yep.
In your IT fund, you're an internal service, so there'll be no impact to it. So that's why I asked the question.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything would help. I think it would move things along. I think it would, again, it's not only AI, it's also just the being able to manage the department, right? It's a lot of people to manage for a single individual to do evals and things of that nature. And I think splitting the department, GIS, application specialists, and the role of those functions to be under that manager, I think would be super helpful.
Great, thank you. No other questions.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, well, what a night and day it's been. So Last slide is just some bullet points for recommendations, but since we didn't get to fully discuss everything tonight, I think perhaps the best path forward is to bring, as mentioned earlier, we'll include all of these slides and information on the June 2nd meeting, when we'll be publicizing the public hearing, and then if necessary, you could continue the item to June 16th for a later adoption if needed.
Good.
But we're happy to take any other questions or direction for further information to bring back.
So I'm just going to go ahead and throw out a general question, and then I welcome colleagues if you have other questions now, or just follow up with emails with staff so that then they can respond. And that is, I wanted to address a member of the public's comments in chamber and also by email, who's raised the question about why are we not considering an across-the-board cut? Now, staff has gone through and made discretionary cuts with reprioritization of certain expenses. I'd like to see a better response to why we don't just do an across-the-board cut of 10%. I'd like to, whether it's on the fiscal transparency website or in the staff presentation, just some explanation for why that's an inadequate approach, if staff believes it's inadequate. Does any other council member have any other requests at this point?
I guess I have just more of a process question. So, I mean, I do have questions on the department level items, but I think maybe that's better spent time. So because of the morning hour, maybe those can be sent to the city manager.
I think that would be advisable.
And that, so they can, because what I'm looking at, again, having a little practice in this, is you got June 2nd, and we're gonna look at these items. And if we need council, if we need finance to come back to another study session on the 9th, potentially, because there's a lot of stuff to go through, because if we ask them data on the 2nd, that they'd have to bring that back before they bring back the adoption. So is that where we're going?
Would we have to have I mean, we might not have to have a study session on the 9th.
I agree.
But we might
I'm
have
saying,
to.
But we need to prepare for it
Sure.
proactively,
Sure.
right? So there's a lot of material here. There's questions from tonight that, you know, we're don't have enough time to go through, and it's not fair to, you know, keep the staff here any longer. So I guess that's what I'm saying. If we ask the city manager these questions, and she can bring them back on the 2nd, and we can review them, because our takeaway from all the the meat of this is the budget, and we haven't talked about that on the 2nd. We talk about it. I don't know if we're going to be able to make that kind of decisions based on what feedback.
Do you have an alternative proposal beyond that?
I do not. I guess I'm just putting it out there as my experience, because we are missing the 19th because it's a short meeting. And then there's the 25th as a potential study session, and then there's the 2nd. I'm just putting it out there so we're not talking about this on the 2nd and going, you know, we need to get this done by the end of June.
Couple thoughts.
The city manager wanted to respond, but would you
Well, I
like
want
to
to
go
point
first?
out the 25th is, I think that's Memorial Day. It's not the Monday,
correct.
so that,
No, not the 25th, a week from the 19th, what, the
okay.
26th.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, but, and then if you mentioned bringing up questions to the city manager, and I would just say that if anybody has any budget questions, to send them in, but the answers would go to all of us then.
That's correct.
Right.
And we would incorporate it into the report for June 2nd.
And June
We have
2nd.
plenty of time to do that, so yes, please send me all the questions. We will coordinate, we will send responses to the council, and we will present those responses to the
And
public.
we could decide on June 2nd if we needed
Correct.
the June 9th, because we might not.
And that's what I'm putting out there,
Yeah.
and it would be reported back to council at the June 2nd meeting in lieu of doing it tonight.
Yes.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay. Any other council questions or comments? If not, I believe the next item would be adjournment. We will be adjourning to an adjourned regular meeting on Tuesday, May 19, 2026 at 5 p.m. in the City Council chambers. We stand adjourned.